for day 2 of this county championship match between Sussex and Glamorgan. As we always do here at Hove, you have to do a little sound test around the ground to make sure that... So there we are. I can see 2 hats waving at the top of the Spen Karma Pavilion. I think it's Tim and Julian who are waving, I think. And Julian looks like he's decided to put on something more appropriate for the weather. So it looks like he's got a coat, bit of a schoolboy era yesterday here in shorts when it was a chilly day. But it really is quite cold this morning. There is a bit of drizzle around. The ground staff, Ben Gibson and his team, are just removing the covers. Ben's got a bobble hat on, which probably tells you everything about the weather. And we'll be underway shortly. Can you hear a bit of a buzzing on the line?
Yeah, a slight electrical interference of some nature somewhere.
Well, hopefully that'll disappear, and I hope it's not too distracting for people. The Glamorgan fielders are making their way out to middle, followed by the 2 Sussex batters, Daniel Hughes and Henry Crocombe, who was the night watchman last night. And indeed, there's an interview with Henry on the BBC Sussex Twitter feed. Picked up 2 wickets yesterday and was talking about the fact he hasn't played a lot this season. So that's there. And Nick Webb, good morning to you, Nick.
Very good morning. Yeah, I had a quick chat with Glamorgan's top scorer, Kieran Carlson. He said the ball was doing quite a lot yesterday morning when it was new and conditions were at their gloomiest, and thought they'd weathered it and just kept losing wickets in clusters thereafter. But he said it aim is to limit Sussex maybe to 300, 350, so they've got something to aim for and overtake in the second innings. And of course they've got the knowledge of last year when they scored 600 more in their second innings compared to their first.
Well, the good news is we are going to start. The slightly bad news is that the ground staff are just sitting in the dugout that's used for the T20 matches, literally down below us. And when they sit there, it's generally because they're thinking it's going to rain in a minute. So we hope it doesn't, but the cloud is very low. It's quite gloomy. And as we mentioned several times yesterday, Sussex elected this season not to use the floodlights during the day. And the light, I would say, even at this stage, Nick, is marginal, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Glamorgan bowled spin for a couple of overs last night before the umpires took them off. Yeah, it is pretty marginal, and the crowd, not surprisingly, is down on yesterday.
Andy Gorvin's going to get us underway. Running in from the C end of the ground, bowls to the left-handed Australian Daniel Hughes, who plays the ball into the offside, and there is no run. There was a members' forum here last night after the close of play, which was very well attended. The guests were Paul Farbrace, the coach, the new CEO here, Pete Fitzboyden, and the chair of the club, John Philby. As Gorvin wheels around in front of us, just the 2 slips in place. He's in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Daniel Hughes, and there is no run. And one of the questions was, we'd never heard of Daniel Hughes. Where on earth did you get him from, Paul? And Farbrace explained how he'd been speaking to some of his contacts in Australia. They wanted someone who could come over for the whole season, wanted someone with a bit of experience, could play all formats of the game, and the name Daniel Hughes came up, and he said he rang him up and he wanted to come, and that was it. So it was all very straightforward, and he's coming back next year as well. In comes Gorvin, bowls to Hughes, who plays into the offside. There is no run. Keeper Cook is standing up to the stumps, which is, I don't think he stood up to Gorvin yesterday.
No, but first ball or 2, it was going through quite low around ankle height, and it's not hugely unusual for him to stand up to Gorvin, to be honest.
At the end of the over, I might just redial the line because there is a slightly irritating... Is it irritating enough to redial, Nick?
It's your gig, mate. He says, passing the buck.
Here comes Gorvin around the wicket, bowls, and Hughes clips this to mid-on, where there is no run.
I just turn up and talk when you tell me to.
Yeah.
It's nice doing away games sometimes.
I would say most of the Glamorgan lads, in fact all of them, have got jumpers on. It really is that sort of a day. So if you're thinking of coming down to Hove today, I would certainly bring a coat, because it is distinctly autumnal. And I think tomorrow is meant to be brighter, but even colder. As in comes Gorvin around the wicket, bowls, and Hughes cuts firmly. Good save at backward point, prevents a run. And we yet to have a run this morning, 5 dot balls. off the opening over of the day from Andy Gorvin. As ever, our emails are up and running, so if you'd like to send us an email, please do so. sussexcricket@gmail.com or nickweb2017@gmail.com, or you can find us as Twitter as well, and Atif is very active on his Twitter account, so I'm sure you'll find Atif on there. As in comes Gorvin, round the wicket bowls, and Hughes clips firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. So a maiden over to start from Andy Gorvin. I can see the Sussex flag on the clock tower scoreboard is billowing away, and the trees outside the ground are swaying in the breeze, which will give you an indication of just how strong the wind is here today. But at least we're underway, and Sussex yet to add to their overnight score of 121 for 1.
Well, coming out of my hotel on the seafront, it felt like November, frankly. The wind was howling, the sky was grey, and I went back in and stuck on an extra sweater and a beanie hat instead of my usual cap. So that tells you what the conditions are like on the seafront. Thankfully, not quite so blustery here, a few hundred metres inland.
Are you walking distance from the ground, Nick?
Yes, I've walked to and from so far, just to make sure I can pile into the pie and chips at lunchtime. That's how health works, isn't it? Something like that. 121 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online with Adrian Harms, Atif Nawaz and myself, Nick Webb. As Glamorgan struggled to get a foothold back in this game. And Ned Leonard, the youngster on loan from Somerset for the rest of the season, albeit presumably not the one-day cup final. They wouldn't expect him to play in that anyway, because they have a very settled bowling lineup for the one-day cup. Glamorgan hasn't quite matched that in the championship, as Leonard is in to bowl to Crocombe, who works it on the leg side and will take the first runs of the morning through mid-wicket. Kellaway is off in pursuit, but they're back for a couple of runs. Ben Kellaway said there was quite a bit of turnout there for him.
There was, yeah.
But I asked him if he was going to bowl left arm in this game in the championship for the first time, and that got a bit of barracking from his teammates at the question.
Really?
Yes, they were taking the mick. As Leonard is into bowl. Crocombe is hit on the pad. That will be close, but not out.
That was a good shout, wasn't it?
It looked full length. It looked straightish from this angle, but umpire Long is in a far better position than we are, and it remains 123 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
If that whistling is really irritating for the listeners, could you just drop us a line and we'll see if we can do something about it? But it's kind of irritating-ish at the moment.
Leonard is in to bowl to Crocombe, who defends that one out on the offside. No run. Crocombe on 13. Did his job last night, so anything really now is a bonus as far as the Sussex cause is concerned. And Hughes on 57 not out off 108 balls, it looks like, on the board, but even the board away to our right looks a little bit on the dim side in this poor light, though there's a bit of lighter cloud arriving maybe as Crocombe works that one to short leg. No run. So Glamorgan's seam attack for this match: Harris, Leonard, Gorvin and Douthwaite, with no Van der Hoogten, Glamorgan's most threatening bowler, but the experienced Harris is back after a couple of months off with a quad injury. So I miss all the one-day cup and several championship games as Crocombe plays that one to mid-on, and there is no run.
I see they're sorry, Nick. I see they're not playing at Lord's, and I think that's, from what I saw on the weather forecast, it seemed as if there was this sort of band of rain that was coming north to south. They're playing at Leicester, so it looks like it's cleared the Midlands. I just wonder if there's something on its way here, but it's as Nick said, the skies are slightly brighter out to the west, so fingers crossed.
Leonard to finish his over then, in to bowl to Crocombe, and he plays that to mid-on. There is no run. It's 123 for 1, 2 runs coming off the first 2 overs of the day. Talking about that forum for members last night, it always reminds me of those police dramas where the grumpy boss calls people into their office and says, "You better solve this crime quickly," as if they weren't going to do it anyway. And you wonder if the chairman and the chief exec call the players in and say, "You better have a good day, otherwise we're going to take stick from the members tonight, so make sure you take lots of wickets and score lots of runs."
Yeah, that's very good. It was a very well attended forum, I thought. I said over 100 people or so there. And a range of questions as Gorvin makes his way in with 2 slips in place. He's in on bowls. Keeper Cook standing up to the stumps, and Hughes plays that to mid-off and picks up a comfortable single. Daniel Hughes, he goes to 58, his first run of the morning, 124 for 1. The rest of the field is now changing around, so I'll give it to you for Henry Crocombe when he takes strike. I mean, most of the questions, I mean, it was all, because Sussex are doing well this season, most of the questions to Paul Farbrace were really about how well the team were doing, signings for next season, and it would seem as if certainly Hughes, Jaden Seals are coming back next season. There will be no Cheteshwar Pujara next season because Seals and Hughes will be the overseas in the opening part of the season, and a suggestion that they may do something in terms of a presentation for Cheteshwar later on in the season. As in comes Gorvin and bowls, flicked away by Henry Crocombe. That's a nice looking shot, clips them off his toes through mid wicket. It's going to race away for 4 runs. Nicely played. Crocombe goes to 17, the total to 128 for 1. But most of the taxing questions were really around the 100, and they were fielded by the chief exec and the chair, and it didn't get heated. It got, what's the word I'm looking for, Nick?
Tepid?
Well, yeah, it wasn't heated. There were just
vicious, violent.
No, I'll think of the right word in a minute. In comes Gorvin bowls, and Crocombe lofts that down the ground to mid-off, and there is no run fielded by James Harris. Not argumentative. There's obviously quite a strong feeling around members of cricket, around the 100 and how it's all going to work out, and people, worried and concerned about the future of county cricket, the future of the Blast, how this is all going to play out. There's Gorvin again, number 11 on the back of his shirt, is in and bowls. Crocombe lets that go, taken by Cook, who's now standing back from the stumps, and there is no run. But the chief exec and chair were certainly as one, and their feelings certainly seem to be that, in fact, I can see Pete Fitzboyden down there now, the chief exec, that the 100 is here to stay, which I think we all know anyway, and that the investment into county cricket will be a good thing, and they don't see why the 100 would compete with the T20 Blast. That was certainly the view from the top. In comes Gorvin bowls, let go by Crocombe outside the stoppage zone. I don't think everyone was in total agreement, but
apart from the 100 having the best slot of the summer,
well, I think
and the cream of the county players.
Well, it was interesting actually, because
it doesn't compete with it at all.
Because Paul Farbrace was quite funny, and he was asked. Someone said to him, "Do the coaches get involved in any of these decisions around scheduling of matches?" And Paul Farbrace said, yes, they do. The head coaches get involved, and there's a meeting every year. And he said, I would say it's absolutely toothless and a waste of time. In comes Gorvin bowls, and Crocombe plays went to the offside and picks up a couple of runs. In fact, I've only taken 1 run. Henry Crocombe goes to 18, the total 129 for 1. So the head coaches do get together, but Paul's feeling very strongly was that they discuss the same things every year, and nothing ever really gets done about it.
Yes, I can believe that.
So it's a shame in many ways that you've got these head coaches around the country whose views are perhaps not taken into account. That was the end of the over. Andy Gorvin's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 29. Sussex 129 for 1, with Crocombe on 18, Hughes on 58.
Yeah, James Harris will tell you as a PCA man, the players' views don't get an awful lot of weight, but the trouble is, in terms of the players, of course, you're looking for a less demanding schedule. And break off as Leonard is in to bowl, down leg side, and Crocombe makes no contact. Obviously, there are parts of the summer that are pretty demanding in terms of back-to-back games and so on, a long block of county championship matches. And then, you know, obviously when players are presented with earning opportunities elsewhere in the world, they grab them at the first opportunity, which you can't really blame them for. As Crocombe defends Leonard back past the stumps and up to mid-on, no run.
I think I'd have been a little irritated last week if I was Northampton with Ravi Bopara, who had signed to play T20, but of course his contract clearly allowed him to go and play other cricket at the same time, and went to the Cayman Islands, T10 I think it was, and broke a finger, and then couldn't play in the quarter-final. I don't think I'd have been best pleased, but I'm sure his contract allowed him to do that.
In comes the next delivery from Leonard that Crocombe plays well off the back foot to Carlson at point, and there's no run. We were up at Derby a couple of weeks ago, and Ross Whiteley was all right. He doesn't play a lot of championship cricket, but he does play some, but he wasn't available because he was playing in that Cayman Islands T10, and I happened to flick past it on the flicking through the TV channels, and you know, it looked like a club game with friends and family there.
Yeah.
Albeit with rather superior talent on show, but it wasn't really a spectator event. You suspect it was there for financial reasons rather than anything else, as Crocombe defends to mid-on, no run.
So I mean, the question is, with something like the Cayman Islands T10, how, well, you know, there must be a lot of investment from somewhere, because you've got to, you know, these players aren't, you know, I doubt if Ravi Bopara paid for his flight from Heathrow to the Caymans, or his hotel accommodation, so somewhere he's picking up the tab for all of this. Is it broadcasters or organisers?
Well, presumably it's big on TV and maybe big on betting markets somewhere.
Yeah.
As that is played nicely by Crocombe, who's batting well this morning, off the back foot into the covers. No run, but he doesn't look like a number 10 or 11, Henry Crocombe, at the moment, the night watchman.
No, but he's got a career best of 46, Henry Crocombe, and he's a player. I spoke to him last night because really the way this Sussex team is set up, there's really three seamers who are vying for one position, and Henry's got the nod at the moment in this game and the last game against Derbyshire, and he's saying, you know, I want to make the most of this opportunity, and I guess if you show you can, you know, do a decent job down the order as well, it all helps.
As in comes Leonard and bowls a short pitch ball that Crocombe ducks underneath as it goes through to Chris Cook. 129 for 1 at the end of a maiden over. As far as Sussex's rivals are concerned, Yorkshire hugely on top up at Grace Road after skittling the home side for 98 yesterday. Leicester, and that looked like being a lot fewer at one stage. Yorkshire in reply 276 for 8, and Johnny Tassel is nearing his century there. And Middlesex, well, they haven't started today against Gloucestershire. Middlesex all out 377, and Gloucestershire yet to start their reply.
In comes Gorvin around the wicket, bowls to Daniel Hughes and clips it off the hip to square leg, and there is no run. I didn't realise with Johnny Tattersall until I was up at Scarborough a couple of weeks ago that he was with Yorkshire and then he was actually released by the county. I didn't realise that, and then came back to the county, and now he's skippering, and as Nick says, 93 not out, and well, you would think that Yorkshire is certainly going to win that game. They're not well, and as it turns out, I mean, they've now picked up one batting point, and you never know. In comes Gorvin and bowls, and Hughes defends down the track, no run. It is much brighter now than it was when we started, which is good news.
I think Sussex are going to have a lot of time to try and win this game. They're closing in on the Glamorgan first innings score already, and albeit Glamorgan piled up the runs last year in the second innings, batted just over 2 days in fact to save it, but you wonder if lightning can strike twice, really.
Gorvin in again, bowls and defended down the offside of the track by Hughes, no run. Now, interesting, Jed has been in touch about the buzz on the line. He says, just a heads up that your microphone is a little muffled today, and yesterday too. Oh dear. Your co-commentators is fine. So that's weird.
There's another one next door if you want to swap them, Adrian.
Let's have a little change.
Yeah, help yourself to.
I'll tell you what, we'll do at the end of the over, Jed, and perhaps you could let us know if it's any better. Gorvin is in, bowls, and Hughes drives, and that's the first boundary of the morning. Lovely shot by Daniel Hughes, over pitch by Andy Gorvin, and he drilled that through the covers, and even the very good fielder that Kieran Carlson is couldn't cut that off. Hughes to 62, 133 for one.
Good morning to Lawrence, who claims it sounds like there's a lot of fluff in our equipment.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh dear.
Perhaps we will turn down the... Perhaps we will redial. I've got another headset here, actually.
There's one in my case next door if you want to...
Yeah, okay. I'll perhaps go and grab that at the end of the over. Gorvin in. Bowls, and Hughes picks up another boundary. He's bowled a good line so far today, Andy Gorvin, but those two were a little wider, and Hughes able to cut that one away through backward point for another boundary. He goes to 66, the total to 137 for one.
Yeah, Gorvin is not a fast bowler by any means. He's a seam bowler relying on accuracy and nagging away at the right length, and if he doesn't get it right, then he can be a little bit vulnerable, as was shown then, albeit he has had a decent season overall.
137 for one more ball to go in the over, and we're going to bring a special guest in who's got a big day coming up on Saturday, which we'll have a natter away to in a few moments' time. Gorvin in, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who drives. That's the third boundary of the over. Beautiful shot, over pitched, and he just caressed the ball through extra cover. That's a lovely shot by Daniel Hughes. Third boundary in the over. Hughes goes to 70, and Sussex going along very nicely. They're 141 for one, and delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Tamal Mills. Tamal, good to see you.
Good morning, how are we?
I'm all right. I saw you warming up this morning. I was very impressed out in the outfield before this. It looked a bit chilly out there.
Yeah, it was fresh this morning, but yeah, I'm doing a big day today just to get ready for Saturday. So I came in, I dropped my daughter at school, and then came in, had a bowl before play, and then I'm going to bowl again at lunchtime, because hopefully 2 games to play on Saturday, so just trying to get the body ready.
And does that mean you're around for school pick-up time as well?
Yeah, I'll be back there. Well, it's my daughter's first full day at school today.
Oh, fantastic.
So yeah, so I've got until 3 o'clock, so I'm here for the day, so I've just been in with the boys. I'm going to go have a bat in a minute, and then go and have another bowl at lunchtime.
I used to love that, taking the kids to school.
Yeah,
it's just the best, and waiting for them to come out at the end.
She's very excited.
Oh, but how old is she, Tamal?
She's only 4, bless her, yeah, so she's
wonderful.
young.
In comes Leonard, bowls to Henry Crocombe, who plays that very nicely off the back foot down the ground. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Henry Crocombe is doing a very good job here for Sussex as the night watch, from 143 for one. Thank you, Tamal. I know you're very busy, and it's good to see you, but you know, big day coming up at the weekend. Yeah, I guess goes to say you must be very excited.
Yeah, can't wait. It's always a great day. I've been to a few finals days now, and yeah, they are a great day, but it's weird. They're a great day for one team, really, and for the other 3 teams, it's actually a pretty crap one.
Here comes Crocombe and bowls. Crocombe doesn't bowl at all. Leonard bowls to Crocombe, who plays it to mid-on.
Yeah, because especially if you play that first semi, I know where the second game. But I went with Essex quite a long time ago now. But you play that first game and you lose, and it's only kind of 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or kind of 1:30 in the afternoon. And your day's done, your season's done for a lot of players, and then you're twiddling your thumbs. So yeah, hopefully we have another game to play in the evening, and yeah, hopefully I'm sure there'll be a great amount of support come up from Sussex as well. Hopefully we'll put on a good show. Leonard
in, bowls, and Crocombe clips away, and he's going to pick up another single here down to deep backward square. He goes to 21, and that reminds me to say that there are still tickets available. Not many, but if you want to go onto the Sussex Cricket Club website, you will see there's a few tickets available for finals day up at Edgbaston. Did you have a preference as to whether you were semi-final 1 or 2 to know? Does it help preparation, or?
Yeah, I think the second one is better. From what I've heard and what speaking to teams, you don't know, say if you win that first semi-final, and do you go back to the hotel for a couple of hours, do you stay at the ground? Either way, it's not really ideal, kind of having to get everybody together, get the bus and get back into the Birmingham City Centre, then get back out again after maybe chilling for an hour and a half, or you kind of just stay at the ground, but then that's not kind of the most comfortable of settings to sit in.
In comes Leonard again, bowls to Hughes, who plays crisply to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, so I think we're pretty happy with the second game. Obviously the wicket will be used as well, so because you often find, I think, that first semi-final, the team that wins the toss often bowls, and that kind of that 11 o'clock start, I think it is, sometimes maybe does a little bit more, especially if the weather's maybe like a little bit like this and you're starting at 11 o'clock, it might do a little bit more, so that brings the toss into it that bit more, and I've been, as you know, pretty poor with the toss this year. I haven't won many, but I think we're pretty happy with the second game.
In comes Leonard, bowls to Hughes, plays a mid-wicket, and there is No run. And what's the schedule between the end of this game, whenever this might be, and looking ahead to Saturday, Tamal?
Yeah, so we're going up Thursday night. So whenever this game finishes, from my point of view, hopefully this game finishes tomorrow, and the boys can have a day off Thursday, and then we'll travel up Thursday night. But yeah, either way, even if it goes all the way, we're going to travel up Thursday night, and then we're training at Edgbaston Friday lunchtime. And that'll just be a case of guys getting what they need to. You know, the bowlers might not bowl an awful lot if they've bowled a lot in this game.
In comes Leonard Bowles. Hughes sways out the way through to the keeper. No run. End of the over. 144 for 1. Hughes 70. Crocombe on 21.
Yes, we've got a couple of hours training slot. I think we're the first training slot at Edgbaston on Friday, so we'll get out of that what we can, and then yeah, the boys will have the rest of the day off and hopefully get a good night's sleep, and then we're off to the races on Saturday.
You've played so much international cricket and big games of cricket, but before a big game, do you sleep? You think? I mean, because you're captain in this game, which is new for yourself.
Yeah. Look, I've got 2 kids who don't sleep, so anytime I'm away from them and get to go in a hotel, I sleep just fine. So yeah, as you say, I think I've played a lot now, and I've played in big games, I've played in finals. I don't get nervous really before games, but I just make sure I'm as prepared as I can be. You know, I put a lot of time into planning and doing my homework and stuff for the opposition. So I'll be doing that over the course of this week. I'll sit at home in the evening and watch the footage and make notes and those type of things, getting ready for Gloucester on Saturday, and then hopefully for either Surrey or Somerset we'll be ready for that as well.
Gorvin in from this the CN, bowls to Henry Crocombe, who plays this nicely between slip and backward point, and the ball races away down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. He's playing a dab hand here, Henry Crocombe. He goes to 25 and Sussex to 148 for 1. We'll talk about that prep because the other semi-final was only on whatever it was, Thursday or Friday night. Friday night, and Gloucestershire beat Warwickshire, so not a lot of time to prepare for that particular opposition.
Yeah, but we've played them twice already this year, so they're a team we obviously know well. But you know, credit to them, they played brilliantly. I watched that semi-final, quarter-final, sorry, and you know, at the halfway point, you'd certainly have Birmingham as the favourite. So Gloucestershire bowled really well, as they have done all tournament, and they got a couple of guys right up there at the top of the leading wicket takers.
In comes Gorvin bowls, and Crocombe is dropped at mid-wicket. I think that's Kieran. Was that Kieran Carlson in there, Nick? He clipped it away, got a hand to it, but the chance went down. Just wait for him to. I don't think it is Carlson. Dan Douthwaite. It would have been a good catch, but it's gone down.
But yeah, I think as I was saying, Gloucester, obviously we'll prepare accordingly for them. They obviously have the benefit of having played at Edgbaston last week, and obviously that's where we're going back to at the weekend. So they'll be full of confidence as well. They'll be riding high after that win.
Gorvin in bowls to Crocombe, who plays firmly into the covers, no run. Does it the fact that you've beaten them twice, does that count for anything, Tamal?
I think so, yeah. You certainly would rather that than having gone up against a team that you'd lost against twice. So, yeah, I think we'll go into the game confident no matter who we're playing. But yeah, the fact that you've beaten twice does definitely help. But you know, it's my job, I guess, and Fabi's job to make sure we're level and we're grounded, and we're not thinking that we're going to turn up and win again, because we have to play good 40 overs of decent cricket. So yeah, it's beneficial, but certainly we won't be going into the game thinking that the job's half done.
Gorvin in and bowls, and Crocombe defends into the offside, and there is no run. It's the second year in succession that all 4 sides have come from the Southern Group. I mean, is that a coincidence, or is there a feeling within the game that the South Group is stronger?
Yeah, I think it is. I know. Whenever I go and play international cricket or whatever, and you're playing for England or in the 100, there's always a bit of banter going around that the South Group walks all over the North Group, which obviously it has done for the last couple of years.
Gorvin in bowls, and Crocombe plays stylishly into the covers. There is no run.
I even think it's 14 out of the last 16 teams in finals day have been,
is that right?
Have been from the South Group, yeah. So for the last 4 years, there's only been 2. I think 2 North teams make it. So yeah, I think it would be good. I've spoken about it on other podcasts. I think the Blast could do with shaking up, and we won't get into maybe the schedule too much today, but I think it would be at the very least it would be good to try and shake it up a little bit.
Gorvin in bowls, Crocombe clips through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. In fact, he's going to pick up a boundary because James Harris can't get across the field. The ball runs away down over the mid-on boundary for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Henry Crocombe, who goes to 29. The Sussex 150 up, 152 for 1. At the end of the over. When you say shake it, I mean, we won't talk about the schedule, but do you think in terms of maybe sides from the south playing sides from the north in the group stages?
Just mixing up the groups and finding ways where you could, so we could go and play Yorkshire and Lancashire in a in a trip, for example, and they could come down and play us in Hampshire. I'm sure there are ways to make it work, because somebody put out a table, I don't know if you saw on Twitter, there was, I think every county still have teams that they have never played against. So I know Sussex have still never played against Leicestershire and Derbyshire, I think, in a T20 fixture.
That's a great
stat. Derbyshire had about 5 teams that they've never played against. So there's a lot of matchup. It does get a little bit stale, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I could agree completely.
Playing the same teams week in, week out, and it would just freshen things up. You find that when you go to the 100 and everything's mixed up, it does just freshen it up a little bit.
In comes Leonard round the wicket, bowls to Daniel Hughes, plays to mid wicket, and there is no run. I think that's a great. I mean, I agree. And when the commentators come, we say, "Oh, it's great to see you, Nick." But actually, I haven't seen some of the lads all season from some of the other counties.
And maybe for supporters as well, you might get a few more supporters do an away trip if they know they're going to come, and if we're playing Warwickshire and Worcestershire or whatever, you could, on a Friday and a Sunday, you could make a weekend out of it, and I think it would be nice if it was possible, but there's an awful lot more that goes into it than sat here talking about it.
In comes Leonard, bowls to Hughes, who drills the ball down the ground. That's a beautiful shot by Daniel Hughes. He goes to 74, and Sussex racing along here this morning, 156 for one. Talk about Daniel Hughes. I mean, I mean, what a signing. Were you instrumental in that at all?
Yeah.
Or someone talking to you?
Yeah, I can hear. If you've got to do an update, I heard of it. Something come through.
No, they shouldn't be coming to me. So
okay. Hughes. Credit to Farby. Brilliant signing. It's very rare that you get a player come in and hit the ground running as he has. I'll be completely honest. He exceeded all my expectations. The way he's batted for us in the Blast has far exceeded anything that he's done in the Big Bash in terms of his strike rate and how aggressive he's being.
In comes Leonard round the wicket, bowls to Hughes down the leg side, taken by Cook. There is no run.
And I think from speaking to him, he's really enjoyed the smaller grounds here as opposed to playing in Australia with often bigger boundaries. I think he said, especially in the South Group, where most of the grounds, aside from Hampshire, really are pretty small. He feels like he can hit sixes, and that's actually for a batter. That's a big thing. As we know here, they're not big boundaries for T20 nights, and as are a lot of the grounds. So he obviously comes into the game just feeling like he can take on the bowling a little bit more, but he keeps the game so simple. He hits the ball along the floor as well, just as much as he hits sixes.
In comes Leonard, bowls, and Hughes plays to mid wicket as well. Was that all down to Paul, or did you have any input into it at all?
No. Fav's told me back in. To be fair, this has been in the works since the end of last season. He made me aware that he was looking at Daniel Hughes. They didn't know what was happening with Pujara, and they were looking at Hughes for at least some of the season, and it's ended up being a bit more than that. But he kind of came highly rated. Fabs wanted some continuity and somebody that could potentially come for a good chunk of the year and then hopefully multiple years.
In comes Leonard, plays onto the onside by Hughes. There is no run. Yeah, Paul was asked that question in the forum last night because someone said, "Oh, how did you hear about him?" And I think Paul, I reckon he's got a little book.
Oh yeah.
And he's got numbers in, but he said he wanted someone who's going to come for the whole season, play all formats. I did say to Daniel the other week when I interviewed him, because I looked the first time he played first class cricket, he was 25. Jamal. Yeah, I said, did he ever feel like giving up?
Well, he's from out the sticks in Australia, so I think it was a decent bus trip for him to get to the SCG. So I don't think he bothered for the first few years, and then he maybe scored a few runs out in the countryside.
Comes in and bowls, and the ball loops over Hughes through to the keeper, no run. And he also played a game in the 100 as well.
Yeah, I got him.
Sorry, no ball. Apologies.
Yeah, I got him that gig, so he owes me 10% of that contract. that contract. So, obviously Hampshire, I've been there for every year of the 100, so I've got quite a good relationship with Giles White now. And I spoke to Giles White. We played Hampshire just before the wildcard draft, and I kind of gave James Coles the big up there, and it's great for Colesy to get picked up. And then once we joined up for the 100, Finn Allen was injured and was definitely he was in America and he was definitely missing the first game, and I said, Hughesy would be a no-brainer from how he played for us in the Blast.
He comes and then the bowls, and Hughes is rather squared up and edges it into the slip cordon. There is no run, fielded there by Colin Ingram. Ended the over 158 for one. Hughes on 74, Crocombe on 29.
Yeah, and he was put in a tough place because basically he came over for kind of the first 8 weeks without his partner. His partner was in Australia. She's a netball player professionally. And when her season finished, she flew over, and they had this 3-week trip planned because he wasn't playing in the 50 over stuff, so they were going to Paris for the Olympics, and then they were going around Italy and Greece and Spain, everything booked and paid for, and then all of a sudden Finn Allen's injured and we offer him a contract for the 100, but he stuck to his guns, and he valued his relationship over over a few extra quid and some more cricket. But yeah, he played one game for us in the 100. We offered him more, but he already had this holiday and this break booked in. But yeah, no, he's been great on and off the field. The boys all love him up in the changing rooms, and obviously it helps when you're scoring runs as well. But yeah, no, I have to give all credit to Fabs. Fabs has pulled it out of the bag there with Husey, and he's been great, and yeah, hopefully he continues to be great for the rest of the year and into next.
Does that say much about him, the fact that he turned down the cash to go on his holiday as well? I mean, fair play to him.
Yeah, exactly.
There would have been a few quid, I guess.
Yeah, I know they offered him a good contract. Yeah, and he was torn. I was chatting to him, and it was tough because obviously he wants to play cricket at the 100. It's obviously a good platform for him. He's in his mid-30s now, so it's not like he's a younger man with 10 years left playing. So, but yeah, I know he had a great time on his holidays and testing out the Olympics as well.
Ben Kellaway is going to come and bowl. We won't get as much time to chat here, Tamal, in between deliveries from Kellaway. You all right for time?
Yeah, I'm having about 11:30, so you've got till then.
Okay, lovely. 158 for one. Crocombe 29. Hughes on 74. As in comes Kellaway bowls. Crocombe looks to clip that away on the leg side. And there is no run. In terms of some of that, and I don't want you to tell us what the team is, because and you wouldn't anyway, but people... there'll be some players who perhaps won't figure. Is everyone going up, Tamal? Is the whole squad going up? Yeah,
from what I understand, the club are paying for everybody to go up and to stay up in the hotel.
Kellaway in bowls. Crocombe is sit on the pad. The ball bounce on the onside, no run.
Yeah, I know. Even office staff, board members, and that. So I think the club are making a big day of it and making sure the guys have tickets and accommodation and stuff for the weekend. So regardless of the kind of 14, 15 players that are in the squad, everybody's going to be up there, which is great.
Kellaway in again, bowls. Crocombe is forward. I think I hit him on the pad again. There's a slip and a leg slip. Point cover mid-off, mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, and two men sat back on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket, and actually the fielder down at deep backward square is almost moving. Well, he's moving now, coming more to almost a short, fine leg position. Crocombe on 29, 158 for one, as Kellaway is in again. Bowls. Crocombe takes a step down the wicket and hammers the ball down the ground. Lovely shot by Henry Crocombe, belting the ball down the ground, picks up a boundary. He goes to 33. Number 11 bats can bat, Tamal.
Yeah, no, Croke's good, and they're having a bit of. So Sean Hunt's here up in the balcony, and Hunty obviously got that 60, didn't he? Against,
he did.
Leicester. And they were having a little bit of banter up there, and Hunty was challenging him. Is that 50 partnership?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So Croaks has got his eye on Hunty's score of 64, I think it was. So as that scoreboard keeps ticking up, I'm sure. I think Hunty might have to buy him a beer or so if Croaks gets there. 162
for one. Kellaway in again. Bowls, and Crocombe is forward defensively. Plays down the onside of the track. And there is no... Actually interesting to just going away from the T20 for it. Henry was speaking last night and saying how he's felt in the past his bowling's been a little inconsistent, and how he's really trying to work on that, because he's quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
In comes Kellaway. Bowls, and Crocombe defends into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, I think Croaks, and this might be a strange thing to hear and say, but he's actually probably benefited from playing less this year, because I think in years gone by he's played a lot in the first team because of the resources that we've had, either a lot of injuries or not a lot of other options, and he probably played quite a bit more championship cricket at least before he was really ready to, technically, because he's obviously still a young guy.
Yeah, he is.
This year, I'm sure it's frustrating he hasn't been in the team, but it's actually given him a lot of time to actually work on his bowling and work with James Kirtley. And we were in the other day having a bowl, and Jofra was in, and Jofra was speaking to him about wrist position and seam position and all those type of things. So, and then working on his batting as well in the nets. So, I know it's strange because you feel like you always want to be in the first team, but sometimes when you don't get the opportunities, it actually gives you a chance to practice and work on things. And I know he's made a few technical changes with his bowling this year with James Kirtley, and I think he's a bit more consistent with his pace now than what he has been. So, as I said, he's still young and he's got a lot of overs to bowl in the future, and hopefully the work that he's put in this first kind of 2/3 of the season, or however long it's been, hopefully now will pay rewards towards the back end.
Well, I agree, actually. I was looking at his first-class record, and I think when I checked a couple of weeks ago, he's played something like 38 first-class matches. And he's only 23, and you're right, he played virtually the whole time.
Yeah, we had a lot of guys, we had a period where we struggled.
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
You know, you were commentating on every game, and there were a lot of young players playing, and there were a lot of guys injured, and it was a case of learning on the job. And if we're being honest, probably quite a few of the guys were not ready to.
No, I would agree.
to do so.
I would agree completely. In comes James Harris into the tap. Bolster Daniel Hughes gets hit on the hand. We don't want Daniel Hughes hurting his hand here. I hope he's going to be okay. He's just leaning over his bat, is Daniel Hughes. I think he's okay. Yeah. Are you sort of watching this? Yeah. Every ball of this game thinking, please don't get injured.
Yeah, a little bit. And Hughesy, he keeps fielding at short leg as well. I'm trying to get him out of there. He got hit on the thumb yesterday. He got a little cut on his hand. I'm trying to get this game called off, if I'm being honest. So the boys are fresh for Saturday. But and I hope it looks like he's going to be okay. He's made a tough start.
He is, as in comes Harris down the hill. Bowls to Hughes, who works this to backward point. There is no run. Hughes 74. Crocombe 33, 162 for 1, and he's just so key. And in fact, we've already spoken about Daniel Hughes, but the fact he's not only come over, but the leading run scorer in the competition. I mean, that is some stat when you consider the calibre of players in the Blast.
100%, and the hardest thing to do in the Blast, with it being 14 games, is to be consistent, I think, and that's real credit to Hughesy, how consistent he was with his run scoring, and also his strike rate. I think his strike rate was over 170 as well. So,
wow.
He's been pretty dominant.
Harrison bowls to Hughes, who flashes that away through backward point, picks up a single. He goes to 74, 162 for 1. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online, myself, Adrian Harms, in conversation with Tamal Mills. Really good to see Tamal here ahead of the big game coming up at the weekend against Gloucestershire. Can you allow yourself to look any further ahead, Tamal, than the game against Gloucester? You're talking about preparation, because if you do win that game, I mean, it's like about an hour's break, and then you've got Somerset or Surrey. So do you have to do some prep on those guys? Yeah,
we will do. We'll have it ready. As I say, we're fortunate in terms of there'll be 2 teams that we've played already, so they're not completely alien to us, but I've already spoke to the bowling coach, and the analyst is preparing the stat packs and all that, so it's mainly on me really to make sure I'm prepared. I want the boys to go out there and play and just enjoy the day and react and play what they see in front of them, and then it's on me to actually be prepared with the intricacies and the little things that I think we might need on the day tactically, and of course you can't do too much because you need to wait to see what the wicket's doing on the day and what the conditions are, if it's overcast, if the pitch is obviously going to be used by that third game as well.
In comes Harris bowls and Crocombe drives to mid-off, and there is no run. Paul Farbrace was asked a similar question last night actually about preparation. He said about the stat sheets, and he said some players really like the stat sheets and go through it in real detail, others just would rather not. I mean, it's a bit of a personal thing, I guess.
Yeah, 100%, and that's something that we've learned, and you can't force guys. Everybody learns in different ways. We send them out. We have WhatsApp groups for the batters, the bowlers, the spinners, and we send the information out, and then it's up to them whether they read it or not.
In comes Harris bowls to Crocombe, who very nearly plays on, but the ball dribbles behind to second slip. There is no run.
Yeah, it's certainly not school. Like at school, they're not coming in, and I'm not quizzing them on what's going on. But then it is my job as the captain to know these things, and then to have little chats with the bowlers one-on-one, for example, and just to make sure they're happy with fields, or they know what potential strengths are of the opposition, and likewise with the batters, making sure that they're clued up on what the opposition are likely to bowl at them.
In comes Harris over the wicket, bowls to Henry Crocombe, who clips this one nicely down to deep backward square. He goes to 34, honing in on his career best, which is 46 in first class cricket, 164 for 1 at the end of the over. Hughes on 79, Crocombe on 34. I asked you after the game on Friday, whatever night it was, I lose track of time, Wednesday or Thursday. About the timing of the Blast final, and Paul Farbrace was very open in the members' forum last night in terms of the scheduling of this final in between 2 England international. I mean, as players, there'll be 3 Surrey lads, I guess, who are missing out on the final as well. It's a massive day. I mean, everyone thinks it's bonkers, don't they?
Yeah, it's a shame because you're essentially putting out a product that isn't quite as good as what it potentially could be. If you just have everybody available, it just potentially enhances it that bit more. So, as I said, it's a shame. We obviously lose Joff. It would be amazing to have Joff as a captain. I feel it even more so. You look out there and you've got Jofra Archer there for 4 overs. It gives you a boost. So, obviously it would be nice to have him there, but he's not. And obviously we don't have Nathan McAndrew. He's back in Australia now. We tried to get him back, but South Australia wouldn't allow it because obviously their season's about to start and they're getting ready for that, which is a shame. But we tried to get him back. Danny Lamb's injured as well, so we kind of that one player a little bit light, but it's a great opportunity. You never know with T20 cricket, whoever comes in could have the day and could take the wickets or score the runs that can win you the title. So yeah, look, we'll be turning up. Excited and expecting to win.
In comes Callaway, bowls to Crocombe, turns it to mid-wicket, there is no run. Of course, Jadev Nughat has played a lot of T20 cricket, but I guess he's, in terms of his contract here, and he's played in the,
Indians aren't allowed to play in any T20 cricket.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Apart from the IPL. So
right, there we are.
Yeah, so no Indians.
There we are. I've learned something today.
Yeah, so they're not allowed. They're only allowed to play in the IPL. So.
And he played in the final last year, I think.
Yeah, so yeah.
In comes Callaway, plays onto the onside, there is no run. But still his influence around the group, Tamal, has that been quite useful?
Yeah, again, around training and stuff. Obviously, he's focusing on the 4-day stuff.
Sure.
He's here for the rest of the county championship. But yeah, Jadev's he's a great guy. I played with him at Mumbai.
In comes Callaway, bowls into the offside, no run.
A couple of years ago. So yeah, you just want to have experienced players, and if nothing else, the overs he's bowling in this game keeps one of our bowlers fresher for the weekend as well. So he can bowl as much as he likes in the second innings, as far as I'm concerned.
Callaway in bowls, clipped onto the onside, and there is no run, and keeps some overs maybe out of Ollie Robinson's legs.
Exactly. I want Ollie nice and fresh. He's got a great job for us to do Saturday. He's been brilliant in the 4-day stuff and in the T20. He's had a brilliant year all, and it's been great to see him fit all summer.
In comes Callaway, bowls, played down the ground by Henry Crocombe, down to long on. He picks up another single, he goes to 35, 165 for one. So some selection to be done, some more thoughts. Will a lot of that depend on the pitch, Tamal, as to who plays? I guess you could pretty much pick the side, but there's probably one space up for grabs.
Exactly. We're pretty settled on what the team will be. As you say, there's one slot who's going to come in for Joff, and yeah, we'll go to Edgbaston and see what the wicket's looking like on Friday, and then we'll probably make that call. Either we'll try and make it Friday. We like to try and settle on it so everybody goes to sleep knowing what they're doing. But if not, we'll obviously make that call on Saturday morning. But yeah, as you say, with the players we're missing, where obviously the team pretty much selects itself. But yeah, we try and be as clear as we can, as early as we can.
In comes Callaway, round the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who's forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 165 for one. Hughes 75, Crocombe 35. Just to finish up tomorrow, I've been to two T20 finals now. The one when we lost the final against Worcester.
Yep.
And then the last one we lost in the semi-finals against Kent.
Yep.
I'm just open. Is your third one? Is it with Sussex? I guess it must be.
My third was Sussex, and I went to one with Essex back when I was younger. Yeah, so it's my third finals day. It was nice to win here in the quarter-final because we'd lost our previous our previous two home quarter-finals that we've had since I've been at the club. So yeah, it's my third one. Obviously first as captain, and yeah, I can't wait.
We're going to change bowling. It's still James Harris who's going to come in from the far end of the ground. 165 1, Crocombe 35, Hughes 75. And just in terms of the, there was a lot of people at the members forum last night.
Good.
Tamil.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were, apart from the catering.
Okay. That's not my remit.
I don't know if you could do anything about that. In comes Harris over the wicket bowls and defended by Crocombe down the ground. And there is no run. And it's an easy thing to say when you're winning matches, both in T20 or Championship, but there does just seem to be, there's been depressed is the wrong word really, but it's been a difficult time for the club.
Yeah, of course. And I think hopefully people are happy and they're turning up. It was noticeable the second half of the Blast campaign, the crowds were bigger here.
Yeah.
Obviously once we were in a better position in the table, and I know that helps the club financially, and hopefully now we'll take that into next year as well.
Crocombe in, bowls, balloons, not Crocombe, what are you talking about? Harris bowls, balloons over the head of Crocombe, and there is no, as you signalled, a no ball.
Yes.
He has indeed. The total goes up to 167 for one.
And then also I don't think you can underestimate the translation between how well the boys are doing in the 4-day stuff and taking that into the T20, because we don't have the biggest squad here, so quite a lot of our boys are playing both forms of the game, so winning 4-day cricket games, coming into the T20, expecting to win, boys are scoring runs, boys are taking wickets, so those little things are really important as well.
In comes Harris over the wicket bowls. Crocombe clips that nicely through mid-wicket. He's batting very competently here, Henry Crocombe. He picks up one. He was thinking about two, but Daniel Hughes sent him back. Crocombe goes to 36, 168 for one. And finally, you've got a net coming up. So what happens in that net? I mean, do you bat for some amount of time? Do you face different speeds of bowling?
Yeah, so all the second team boys are in, so it's a training day for the guys that aren't playing. So yeah, all the boys, they came in at 11, so a few will be batting and bowling. I think the run-ups are a bit wet, so I don't know if any of the bowlers are actually bowling at the moment. So it'll just be just sidearm with Ash Wright and Grant Flower, and yeah, I'll go out and have a hit, because you never know. I think I've only batted once in the Blast this year, but I might have to bat this weekend, and
In comes Harris Bowles. Hughes defends into the offside, no run.
It could be to try and win the whole thing, so you never know. So I'm going to go out there and get my pads on, so at least I've had some type of hit before Saturday, and then I'm going to come back and have another bowl, as I said, at lunchtime, and do my proper work. But yeah, I'm really excited. I can't wait. It's been a privilege to lead the boys out all year and work with the coaches. I've really enjoyed it, and yeah, I'll be honest, probably did a little bit better than what we were anticipating and expecting, but credit to everybody involved.
Harrison Bowles to Hughes. Yeah, I'll let you go in a minute. And just on that point, I've got to level with you and be honest. Someone asked me before the competition, how would Sussex do? And I said, well, I think it's going to be tough to get out of the group. And I said, it's not like the days when you had Wrighty and David Visa and these guys who can smack it out the ground. And I was looking at the order thinking, who's going to do that?
Yeah.
But I don't know, everyone seems to have stepped up in different games. Different people have done things and done different ways to win.
And that goes back to the winter. We made a real effort. One thing we said that in years gone by, the last few years at least,
Harris in Bowles and Hughes defends into the offside, no run.
Sorry, I'll start again. I think in the last few years, I think we've been guilty of starting to thinking about T20 cricket 2 weeks before the start of the competition. I think all winter pre-season is focused on that first 4-day game, and you're getting ready, and then you play the 4-day games, and then maybe 2 weeks before the blast, you start, okay, whoever's available can go and play a few second team T20s, and we can get ready and then just turn up and try and give it a crack. Whereas this year we've actually prepared properly, starting from the winter.
Harris Bowles to Hughes, who drives without timing to mid-off, no run.
Dedicating more time in training in the indoor school to T20 cricket, to shots, to balls, to tactics. And then when the guys had a really good pre-season trip to India where they played a few T20 games as well and put into practice some of that work. And then obviously once the championship starts, that takes priority, but in the background boys are still practicing little 20 minutes here and there, just ticking over with white ball stuff. So by the time the T20s actually started, I felt like we were so far ahead of where we were in previous years. And one thing I said is I felt we could catch some teams on the hop a little bit, because I think you're right, not many teams would expect anything from us. We don't have a team full of guys that were playing franchise cricket, international cricket. It was great to see 3 of our guys get picked up in the 100 wild card, but prior to that we didn't have anybody else apart from myself playing in the 100. Sorry, 4 guys. We've already got a gig in the end as well. So it just shows the advancements that the guys have made personally.
Away Bowles, Crocombe plays it back down the track, no run.
So yeah, I'm really proud of the work that everybody's done, and then the fact that we've been able to actually take it out into the middle and execute and stay calm and perform under pressure and win some tight games. The team's in a really good place at the moment.
Callaway Bowles to Crocombe, who drives to mid-off, there is no run. And just actually, you talk about people getting picked up on franchise cricket. Tom Alsop, is a very quietly spoken guy. I'm just delighted for him. Got picked up in that. Now he's got a gig in the Big Bash as well.
Yeah, no, excellent. I'm really happy for Alsey.
In comes Callaway Bowles. Crocombe plays with the offside, no run.
He is quite quiet, probably outwardly to you guys, but he's a bit more up and about in the changing room and around the boys. But he was one of the guys that when I spoke to, he had aspirations of playing franchise cricket.
Callaway Bowles, Crocombe defends, no run.
He isn't somebody that just, no disrespect, doesn't just want to play county cricket. He wants to go and do other things as well, and he knows that this is his vehicle to do that. So it was great to see him. We dropped him down the order. We spoke to him. He said he actually wanted to come down the order to be more of a finisher.
Callaway Bowles, Crocombe defends, down the track, no run.
As opposed to batting at number 3, so for most of the tournament he's batted at kind of 5 or 6 for us, and I think it's just loosened him up a little bit, and it's made the game a bit clearer, a bit shorter, a bit more simple for him to go out there and play some shots, and he certainly did that this year.
Callaway Bowles down the leg side, taken by Cook, no run. And has he had to change his game? I mean, that probably takes a bit of doing, does it? He's thinking, right, I'm going to make myself a red ball and a white ball batter.
Yeah, and he bats very differently in both formats, which is a real testament to him, because the way he bats in 4-day cricket, he takes his time, doesn't he? His strike rate's probably one of the lower ones in our team, but then in T20 he finds a way to go out there and strike it to all parts. So yeah, look, credit to him. He trains really hard. He hits a lot of balls and he works on his process, and he's very driven in that side of things, and he works closely with the coaching staff up here on that as well. But yeah, as a credit to him, he came to me and said that he felt like he needed to drop down the order just to simplify the T20 game for him. And it obviously paid off, because some of the knocks he played this year in the Blast were pretty special. Thinking especially at Canterbury, him and John Simpson put over 100, and we were in real trouble at that point, and those two, it was a really special partnership.
In comes Harris, Bowles to Daniel Hughes, who thumps that through the covers. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. In fact, he's gone all the way for 4 runs. Lovely shot, beautifully timed by Daniel Hughes. He goes to 79, 172 for 1. Well, I'll let you go, Tamal, because I know you've got to go and do a net.
Yeah, all
so can I just thank you so much for coming up?
Yeah, of course.
I know before the games, I think every game I've been able to come out to the middle and talk to you before. I don't know whether I can do that at Edgbaston. I don't know whether my accreditation, I'm a bit of a minion, to be honest.
Yeah, it's got ground. I think G stands for ground. So
I don't know.
I think you're allowed on there.
So if I'm not out there, I'm not being rude. And it's been a lucky omen. So
yeah, you have. Well, I haven't won many tosses, so you haven't been lucky in that regard. But we haven't needed to in the end.
In comes Harris. So I hope that it plays to mid-off. So I hope I see you on before the game against Gloucester. But I'm sure everyone in the box would wish you well on
I appreciate
on
it,
Saturday. And it's, you never know. Maybe Sussex come home with the cup.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Fabulous.
Cheers, Hamzy.
Tamel, thank you so much for your time. Really good to see you. Tamel Mills, Sussex skipper in T20 cricket. Really good to have his time here in the commentary box today. Off to have a net. And, well, we just wish Sussex all the very best at the weekend. In comes Harris from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Hughes, who punches that through the covers and picks up a single as Daniel Hughes. He goes to 80, so 173 for one. My apologies to Glamorgan supporters and to Nick and Atif for making it a very Sussexy half hour. But when you get someone like Tamel coming up, it's really nice to chat to him and see what's going on.
It's fascinating listening, isn't it? Just from a general cricket point of view, to get that sort of insight behind the scenes, and it comes across very well. And you know, you would presume that he'd have a continuing career in the game after his playing days, whether that be the media or coaching or a bit of both.
And he's a great ambassador for the club as well, Nick. Harris in again, bowls, and Crocombe lofts this over mid-off, and the ball's going to race away down to that long off boundary. The fielder in hot pursuit, it gets overhauled just in front of the ropes. In fact, Daniel Hughes is very keen to come back for a third, and Henry Crocombe goes to 39 and Sussex to 176 for one, and this is developing into a very good partnership. They were 110 when Henry Crocombe came in as light watchman. They've added 66 this morning.
Well, I think one of the benefits of your extended chat with Tamel has actually covered up a fairly non-eventful spell for Glamorgan in the fields, because they haven't made a lot happen.
In comes Harris again, and bowls, and Hughes off on his toes and plays that through backward point. They picked up one. They'll look for a second. No, they won't. They decide one is enough. Hughes goes to 81, 177 for one.
And Crocombe being dropped off a really difficult chance by Douthwaite at mid-wicket early on, and there was one, James Harris's, I think, first ball of the morning that Hughes played, and it just dribbled back past his stumps. The one that you described him being hit on the hand, it didn't actually miss the stumps by too much in the end either.
What was Crocombe on when he was dropped, Nick? I'm sorry.
25.
Thank you. I was making
Douthwaite off Gorvin, but you know, would have been a worldie, as they say, had he held on. Got a couple of hands. Got, I think, 2 hands to it. Not sure.
Just a slip in a gully in place. I gather it's been drizzling a bit around the ground, but we're still on as Crocombe plays that beautifully away through mid-on. He's going to pick up more runs here. The fielder got a hand to the ball. I'm not sure he's going to prevent it going all the way to the boundary. Yes, he does, but Crocombe comes back for another 3. He goes to 42 and Sussex to 180 for one. I'll stay on for another 5 minutes and do my update, and then we'll bring our teeth back in, and I'll say my apologies again.
It's don't say sorry, Adrian. It's interesting cricket chat. You don't need to apologise. 180 for one, and well, Sussex are about to take the lead with, it seems, probably 9 wickets in hand, which is really ominous for Glamorgan, and you feel they're going to have to pull off something similar to last year to draw this match, which, as I say, is asking lightning to strike twice. But Callaway has bowled well, to be fair, this morning. 11 overs, 1 for 24. The wicket last night of Tom Haynes caught it slip for 48. And tall young man has been getting turn as well as bounce. So he has kept them quiet more than anyone. James Harris's last over went for 12, so he won't be happy with that at all. And Harris not, well, he's had a couple where the ball's just run back past the stumps. Haynes last night in the first over, and say Hughes this morning. But apart from that, has not looked quite as threatening as he did earlier in the season. He's played a second team game last week in which Gorvin got a lot of wickets. Harris just picking up 1 or 2, I think it was. As Callaway is in to bowl to Crocombe, who stretches forward and defends out on the offside, and there is no run. Andy Gorvin got an 8-for in the first innings of the second team game at Newport last week. As Callaway bowls, and well, arms in the air from Glamorgan. Crocombe went for a huge slog there, and he has got some sort of skinny bottom or inside edge, and it's raced away up the slope for 4. I'm not quite sure how it's gone that fast. Off a spinner to the boundary, off what looked like a bottom edge or inside edge. Very strange that the ball had enough speed on it. 184 for 1. Crocombe levels his best score of 46 in first-class cricket. Can he get a 50 and go past his career best as he turns to short leg, I think off the pad, and there is no run. So Callaway is looking more likely than most in terms of the Glamorgan bowling threat, but no wickets in the first 55 minutes today as Callaway bowls, and that's bounced up off Cook's pads to short leg, but didn't hit the bat on the way through. Billy Root and Asa Tribe are both there under the lid. 2 short legs for the off-spinner to the right-hander, and that one is turned between them, and that is Crocombe's first-class best, and he'll just get the single to take him on to 47, and the total to 185 for 1. Just a single now in arrears as the field will change round for the left-handed Daniel Hughes. No short leg. There is a very close second slip who is helmeted as well, as takes just a little time, Ben Callaway, to recompose, bowling around the wicket for the left-hander who cuts, and Hughes won't get runs here because that has been brilliantly stopped by Billy Root at point, diving away to his left. 185 for 1, Sussex just 1 run behind, with Crocombe on 47 and Hughes on 81, and within a day and an hour, Sussex are poised to take the lead, and you would have thought kick on to a pretty handsome first innings lead the way things are going, and it is a very weary plod from the Glamorgan assistant coach David Harrison doing his laps in front of us.
Just in terms of Sussex's competitors in this promotion race, Gloucestershire 23 without loss. They had a delayed start at Lord's. Middlesex bowled at yesterday for 377, and the Yorkshire revival continues, and some 321 for 8 they are now, as at one stage been 142 for 6. Johnny Tattersall 117, and Matthew Fisher, who will be playing for Surrey next season, 57 not out. In comes Harris, bowls to Crocombe, who plays firmly to mid-off. There is no run. Crocombe needing 3 for a maiden first-class half-century. Tamal was saying there's a bit of a debate going on the balcony up there after Sean Hunt got one earlier on in the season, so the tail end is having a bit of competition. But he scored the ones quickly, Henry Crocombe, so he hasn't sort of been blocking and using up time in the game, which can be a frustration. Harris again in and bowls, and Crocombe defends down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. Maybe he's thinking to himself, you get to this stage, I wonder if you suddenly get a bit nervous and think, oh, I could go through to this half-century here.
Getting vertigo.
Yeah.
Unprecedented heights for Henry Crocombe.
It certainly is. It's the one slip and a gully in place. Sussex is needing 1 more run, or 2 more runs to overtake the Glamorgan first innings score, as in comes Harris and bowls, and Crocombe turns this nicely away down towards deep backward square. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but Crocombe has to settle for the single. He goes to 48, 186 for 1, so the scores are level. Atif is manoeuvring himself into position, and he'll be with us just as soon as I've done this update. He's trying to find an appropriate chair Oh, interesting. Steve likes to kneel while he's commentating. As in comes Harris again. Bowls to Hughes, and Hughes defends into the offside. There is no run. Yesterday, Teef had the benefit of the chair that sort of reclines. I think Nick is in it today.
Yeah, I've nicked it. It's
is it comfortable?
It's very comfortable, but it's not hugely tall. It's just about tall enough for me because it under my considerable weight, it tends to go down a bit.
You don't look you don't look like you carry considerable weight, Nick.
Oh. Do you want these glasses?
Well, in comes Harrison, bowls, and Hughes drives down the ground, footed by Harris off his own bowling. There is no run. The total means 186-1. Cloudy, grey, overcast here in Hove this morning, but mercifully we started on time, and I think there's been a bit of drizzle around. I had a note through from a listener who's watching in the far end of the ground who said it was drizzling, so I'm not saying it's completely dry out there, but the umpires are keeping them on, Sue Redfern and Nigel Long, which is good news. As down the hill comes Harrison, bowls, and Hughes defends into the offside and picks up a single. He's pitched the strike from Henry Crocombe. End of the over, 187 for 1. Crocombe on 48, Hughes on 82. We should get this update any time at all, but I'll let Nick start off with the next over, and then if they come in with the music or whatever, then we can very quickly change. And I promise then Atif will be with us.
So yeah, chance of rain about 30% according to the Met Office over the next 90 minutes or so, and then possibly again this evening. So looks like the rain might not trouble us too much. The light might be another question if it stays as murky as it is. And then tomorrow, well, it looks as though it's going to be sunny intervals for the second half of the match, but might be a bit cooler as well. So if you're intending to head down to the county ground, then make sure you've got an extra layer maybe, because we are getting towards autumn, as you can see from the players' trousers flapping in the breeze. A little bit of reorganisation for Glamorgan, whose over rate is +3 at the moment, thanks to the efforts of Mr. Callaway, who's bowled 12 overs, 1 for 29. We had an over of spin, I think it was just the one from Kieran Carlson last night, and Dan Douthwaite is now bouncing up and down, warming up at mid-off.
I've just had a message to say they're running a few minutes late with the update, so they're going to come to us, but not just yet.
Yeah, 2 overs from Carlson, as well as the 12 from Callaway, who's in and bowls, and Hughes is forward watchfully, playing it out on the offside, and there is no run. Dan Douthwaite charging towards us was momentarily off-putting, but he does a very vigorous warm-up, does Dan Douthwaite, as Callaway bowls, and on the back foot Hughes plays it to mid-on, and there's no run. Hughes really the sort of quality of competitor you want, isn't he, from the Australian game, someone who is experienced, as Callaway turns one past the edge of Hughes's bat, but he played no shot. Experienced, gritty, seen a lot, and an improvement in the standard of the squad by signing him, as Hughes drives into the offside. Will take up a single, 188 for 1, but is going to be available and not likely to be summoned for international duties anywhere in the summer, and in the British summer, that is.
And also the fact he can play all formats as well is it's a big help.
Douthwaite tosses his jersey over the boundary.
Has he been bought a cup of coffee?
As Callaway is in to bowl to Crocombe, who pushes forward, makes no contact. Will Smale, one of the 12thers, yes, is actually bringing Dan Douthwaite a cup of coffee. Or, well, it's a paper mug anyway, so it looks as though it could be a hot drink.
Hot chocolate?
It might have been poured out of an isotonic drink out of his flask. Not quite sure. As Callaway bowls, and Crocombe stretches forward. So it's been tidy stuff from Ben Callaway, but Glamorgan yet to make a breakthrough on the second morning, with Sussex in the lead at 188 for 1, 2 runs ahead here on BBC Sport Online. Update for BBC Radio Sussex, talking about trains running to time. Their updates maybe aren't.
Very good, Nick. You're on the ball today. So we'll just do this update and then we'll hand things over. Good morning, though, for Sussex. Went to the close yesterday at 121, so they've added what?
67.
67. Your maths is quicker than mine. Dan Douthwaite is coming into the attack. I thought he bowled well last night, actually. But this drop of Daniel Hughes yesterday when he was on just 8 is... we thought it might be expensive at the time, and so it's proved. Poor old Billy Root putting the catch down at deep backward square. And there we go. Well, it's cloudy, grey and cold at Hove, but that's not deterring Sussex, who have moved their score on from 121 for 1 overnight to 188 for 1. Daniel Hughes, the Australian, looking for back-to-back hundreds in the championship. He's 83 not out. And Henry Crocombe, who was the night watchman last night, is on 48 and within 2 of what would be a maiden first-class half-century. So things going well for Sussex, and not doing too badly either are Surrey. They're 46 for 1 down at Taunton in that game against Somerset. The man out, Dominic Sibley, for 16, but Rory Burns going along very nicely. He's 21 not out.
As Douthwaite is in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls, and Hughes clips to mid-wicket and he's gone. And it won't be back-to-back hundreds for Daniel Hughes. Glamorgan finally have the breakthrough, as Kieran Carlson took a reasonably simple catch, just not quite getting on top of that one. Daniel Hughes, and giving Carlson catch head high, but wasn't travelling at its fastest, maybe. Didn't quite time it. 147 balls he faced, 14 fours were struck in that time, and Daniel Hughes' innings has taken Sussex into the lead. With only 1 down, it's now 2 down, and Glamorgan really needed that breakthrough, otherwise it was looking like a very long day indeed. They still have a lot of work to do, but at least finally they have a new man to bowl at, as Hughes makes his way back up to the pavilion.
Good morning.
Good
well,
morning, Atif.
My apologies to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, who I've just managed to sit in my seat in time to watch Daniel Hughes get out. But hey, what a nice cup of coffee that must have been for Dan Douthwaite, because manages to get himself a wicket straight away. Whatever was in his cup, it's been very, very, well, energizing, I suppose. But it's a welcome wicket, and in these conditions, you'd sort of expect seam bowlers to do reasonably well. It's been quite cloudy and overcast all morning, sort of on the verge of bad light and things like that, but yeah, it's been quite fruitless, and Henry Crocombe in particular, the night watchman's been really frustrating, I'm sure, for Glamorgan. He's on his highest first-class score at the moment, 2 runs away from his first ever first-class half-century. Wouldn't that be something for a number 11? Oh, he's not on strike though, he's at the non-strikers end, and new batter is Tom Clark.
Yes, part of the trilogy of left-handed Toms that has so confused visiting commentators over the years. We've had Haynes, we've got Clark, we will have Alsop, as Clark faces up. Bowled well, couple of wickets, chipped in nicely as the 5th seamer, and Douthwaite is on his way in with an extra slip at it. Tribe into second slip and outside off stump, and Clark plays no shot. Right foot planted firmly forward, bat upraised. So Glamorgan, in the tradition of funky fields in this game, it's not quite the bizarre field that was posted to Carlson at one point with Robinson bowling, when there was only a short leg in front of the wicket, everyone else spread out behind, but now they've gone for the treble mid-wicket vibe. 3 men catching on the leg side after Hughes fell that way, as that next delivery beats Clark, I think. Looked as though he was playing a shot from this angle. Went through to Chris Cook and the enormous yellow gloves.
Yeah, he looks like he's a bit more fired up right now, Dan Douthwaite, after that wicket. Starting to beat the outside edge, hit that channel. And yeah, it was one of those sort of... It was one of those where the batter sort of pulled his bat out of the way very late, but...
Was it actually in time?
Yeah.
Douthwaite into Clark again, who defends that one on the offside. Ball trickles out to Callaway at point, and there's no run.
I like this triple mid-wicket field. It sort of reminds me of I don't know if you ever played the game Test match cricket, the board game, where you have like those little pieces that you maneuver for catches into the onside.
Oh, yeah.
The batters sort of maneuvered with a little piece of string and things like that.
Yeah.
It's a really fun game as a child. I remember playing it, and you'd get fields like this and that.
One of those short mid-wickets has retreated to deep backward square. Bouncer alert, bouncer alert. Douthwaite is in to bowl to Clark. It is a back of a length outside the off stump. It was the double bluff. Clark played no shot, and it went through to the keeper. 188 for 2.
There wasn't enough theatre in that position. I feel like there had to be a little bit more made of that fielder dropping back. So I'm dropping back for this one. Like everybody knows he's over, just to make sure the batter's acutely aware. But they were sort of lacking in the theatrics there, I think, Glamorgan. But they weren't lacking with the wicket taking. A wicket for Dan Douthwaite, breaking a sort of a really frustrating partnership from a Glamorgan perspective of Henry Crocombe and Daniel Hughes, and Hughes in the form that he's in.
Good morning to Alan Metcalf, listening in Cyprus, who sent me an email with nothing in it. Try again, Alan. Glamorgan's successes in the first hour, blank, but now they have one.
Oh, there we go. Maybe he sent that before the first wicket, and he was making a point. Callaway's going to continue from the C end. And, Henry Crocombe on his highest first-class score, on strike, drives nicely straight down the ground. And, Dan Douthwaite at long on Will Field. He's within one of what would be a really memorable half-century here. Henry Crocombe on 49 of 79 deliveries. And, Glamorgan equally will be sensing an opportunity to nip a few more wickets away, especially in this first session. Would have liked to have seen. I mean, Callaway's bowled really well, but equally, would like to have seen another seam bowler from this end, with conditions being the way they are, putting a bit of pressure on. There's a nice breeze blowing across the ground at the moment as well. I can see Dan Douthwaite just in front of us, his trousers and his shirt just ruffling in that little breeze. As Callaway just loses his footing, so he'll start again. Goes back to the top of his mark. 2 slips in place for him as he comes in and bowls, and that ball's defended on the front foot by Tom Clark. Into the offside, there is no run. The score remains 188 for 2. Tom Clark yet to get off the mark. Here's Callaway in once again. Bit of flight and turn and beats the outside edge. So again, it goes through to the keeper. There is no run.
It's a lot of turn for early on the second day, isn't it? Jack Carson might be licking his lips for later in the match.
Just looking, there's quite a few foot marks from the end that Callaway's bowling. This is shorter. It's been punched off the back foot, but only as far as cover, and there is no run. And just looking at the feed, there's a appreciable sort of patch of foot marks just in the area that the off-spinner would want to bowl to a left-hander. This is a little bit shorter though. It's been cut, not timed though, to backward point. Another dot ball.
Glamorgan must be, well though Callaway is bowling, Glamorgan must be quite frustrated not to have Mason Crane fit for this game. Leg spinner bowling to that rough outside the left-hander's off stump.
Wrong-uns would be very productive. It's a bit too full from Callaway. It's driven nicely, but fielded nicely by Callaway, and has followed through, and there is no run. So just the one off that over. Sussex 189 for 2. And now young Henry Crocombe will be back on strike, looking for a single for his first-class half-century. It's first.
First class, yes.
Yeah.
Sounds wrong, but it is correct.
It sounds like my dad describing a cup of tea. First class cup of tea.
First cup of tea of the morning. 189 for 2. Sussex lead by 3 runs with 8 wickets still in hand as Ben Morris, another of the Glamorgan squad, goes for a little wander.
I noticed that Adrian's taken the biscuits with him.
Oh, good spot, yes. Well, there are some of the packeted biscuits,
Yeah.
the posh ones he's off.
Well, like when they're in an enclosed, an unopened packet, it's fine. They're less tempting. When they're open and they're right in front of you, you can see the texture, the crumbliness.
Yeah, no biscuits during or shortly before commentary hours, unfortunately,
Yeah,
is
that's a
one of
good
my
tradition.
personal rule.
That's a good rule.
Biscuits and crisps, keep them for the intervals. 189 for 2 as Douthwaite bouncing in on his way again from the Cromwell Road end, and Crocombe defending back to the bowler, and there is no run. Tamal mentioned, Tamal Mills, who was with us earlier in the course of a lengthy chat with Adrian, mentioned that he would favour some of the groups being mixed up in the T20 Blast. Andy Greenwood says he agrees they need a shake-up. Extraordinary that some counties have never played each other in T20. I saw a list of those the other day. As Douthwaite is in to bowl to Crocombe down leg side, no contact made through to Cook. Glamorgan haven't played 2 other counties. Derbyshire's one of them. Trying to think who the other one is. Possibly Yorkshire.
It's playing it in a block that makes it difficult, really. If you could spread the tournament out across the season and play it in a traditional sort of home and away manner, where everybody plays everybody, you could do that. But of course, the counties favour those derbies and those local rivalries and things like that.
As Crocombe drives, but doesn't beat the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, it's a moot point, really, isn't it? Obviously, it cuts down on travelling. It gives greater possibilities for spectators to attend, though there are some anomalies, because Essex are in Glamorgan's group, which is quite often a good 4.5–5 hours on the road, depending on how much of a mess the M25 is. Douthwaite in, bowls, Crocombe knocks it gently on the offside. Carlson fizzes the throw in, and I'm not sure if it is deliberate, but Glamorgan certainly aren't giving Crocombe any singles at the moment for his half century. Might have just had some northeast glance at the scoreboard. There are 3 saving the single on either side of the wicket.
They're sensing an opportunity to build some pressure,
as well as a deep square leg and fine leg and 1 slip. Douthwaite in. Crocombe reaches his half century in the grand manner, lashing it through the offside for a boundary. And congratulations to Henry Crocombe on his maiden first-class 50. It's taken 84 balls and he's hit 7 fours in the process.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive knock from Henry Crocombe. He hasn't looked like a number 11 batter at any point in this innings. Brought in as a night watchman last night. Had to farm a bit of the strike as well from Daniel Hughes, who didn't want to face too many with the deteriorating light. And the light's not been great this morning either, and he's just played some lovely shots yesterday, played some lovely shots this morning, very composed, and some judicious stroke selection as well. So this has been very, very impressive from Henry Crocombe.
193 for 2. Douthwaite into Crocombe, a short pitch ball that he ducks underneath. Steve West on X/Twitter. I suspect we must employ a couple of part-time bowlers to buy a couple of wickets. Well, Kieran Carlson will be next in line. I'm not sure whether he qualifies as part-time. He's a sort of occasional regular, which is a contradiction in terms, I know, or regular occasional. He's the next spin option. Asa Tribe bowled a few overs in the last match. And if Sam Northeast comes on, you know the end of the match is nigh.
You do. I was just thinking about the blast and just the way that it's structured, and I do think it's a crying shame that every county's not played each other. As Callaway in with his 2 slips, fly to delivery, sweep shot attempted, by Clark. He misses and nearly gets a little something onto his stumps, but he survives. It's just, yeah, it is a shame, and I understand the idea of keeping it in a block and separating north and south and logistics and things like that. I completely understand that, as Callaway in once again, and Clark defends into the offside for no run. But equally, I think there is a value in sort of building this structure where you know exactly when the blast is throughout the season. Fridays, Saturdays, things like that. As another full ball's pushed into the covers, there is no run. Even if you spread it out across several months of the summer, everybody plays everybody a couple of times. And sure, some matches will be less commercially desirable than others, but it does seem infinitely more equitable as another flighted ball's been driven just wide of mid-off enough that they can jog through for a single. And score will move on to 194 for 2. Again, one of the big sort of draws of the block is that overseas players are more likely to be available for bigger chunks of it, but I think you have to defer that a little bit. I think, you know, fans of the blast, fans of T20 cricket will watch it regardless of which stars are playing, and some stars will draw in, I'm sure, a more casual audience, but really I think this is a moment for counties to really club together and work out how to market themselves independent of those big stars that may or may not be available for long chunks of the blast. And I just think there's something to doing it a little bit differently. Here's Callaway in once again, back of the length, worked out towards square leg, and again they'll pick up a single.
I think the issue with spreading it too much through the season is that the players, from what I gather, really dislike mixing it up with championship games in any given week, given that it's still cricket, but it is a very different set of skills, isn't it?
Well, there's got almost a completely different set of players in a lot of counties nowadays. I mean, there's less and less overlap as time goes on, and I'm spotting anyway, as Callaway in, full driven to mid-off. They're going to take on the arm of Dan Douthwaite. Oh, it's a direct hit. I think he's just about made it. Dan Douthwaite, phenomenally accurate with his direct hit from mid-off, but they made their ground quick enough, and they get through for the single. Clark and Crocombe survive. The score is 196 for 2. Clark on 2 and Crocombe on 54. I know what you mean about players and what have you, but I mean, we did it for years. We had Sunday league cricket in the middle of county championship games. You'd have 3 days of county championship. Sunday you'd have a 40 over a side or a 50 over a side game, and then the Monday you'd have the last day of the county championship game. I mean, it was fine. There was nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's a bit of a challenge, I'm sure, for players, but they are professional players. So I don't know. There's a different way to do it. There is a different way to do it that would be more complete and more satisfying, I think. But
I think, however many cricket lovers there are in the United Kingdom, there are that same number of opinions as to how the schedule should be set up.
But I'm always right. You know that.
That's all right then.
Always right.
196 for 2. Douthwaite is on his way to bowl to Clark, who's defending on the offside. Dr. Hignell, good morning, Andrew. Glamorgan says played T20 Floodlit Cup against Derbyshire in 2006. I'm not sure that counts in terms of the blast, and I've never played Notts. I knew there was another county. Glamorgan did have a quarter-final away to Durham, which was at short notice as well, which was interesting. Best part of a day on the motorway to either way to see Glamorgan get beaten. Douthwaite is in, bowls a short ball that Clark tries to pull but completely mistimes, and the ball just dribbles out to mid-on, and there is no run.
And just looking to take on the game a little bit. I mean, I heard Tim Mills earlier say he would love to see this game finished in 3 days, and if that's going to happen, Sussex are going to have to up their scoring rate a little bit. The over rate is going really well, though. 3 overs ahead at the moment. Glamorgan really rattling through these overs.
Douthwaite in, bowls. Clark drives. It's beaten mid-wicket, and it'll be rolling away towards the boundary. Gorvin dashes round from deep square, and they decide against coming back for the 3rd run. 198 for 2. In terms of bonus points, well, Sussex is scoring at what, around about 3.5 runs and over, so they'd have to up it a little bit if they're going to get a maximum, but that's a long way off. 52 runs for the first batting bonus point, as Douthwaite into Clark on 4 not outs, and Clark drives on the offside this time, and there is no run. Not a bad spell from Douthwaite this.
Yeah, it's been a bit of fire about it, especially after getting that wicket, which he got very early in his spell as well, energised by a mystery liquid, which we're guessing is coffee. But he came on, got rid of his jumper, and has been bowling down the hill with some serious pace, aggression.
Well, I suppose you have to move fast to keep yourself warm, don't you, in this weather? As Douthwaite bowls and Clark on the back foot defends back to the bowler. No run. David Battersby points out that Essex are actually closer to 6 North Group teams than they are to Glamorgan and Cardiff. Warwickshire, Worcester, Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, Northants and Leicester. At one point there were 3 groups, weren't there, and Glamorgan were in some bizarre agglomeration. I think they did a South group and a North group, and stuck whoever was left in some sort of Midlands melange, as that's allowed to go through by Tom Clark. No shot played. End of quite a tidy over from Douthwaite. 2 runs off it, but Sussex making progress in the gloom here, as some rather dark stuff spreads overhead, and I'm sure Glamorgan would be grateful to be offered the opportunity to head for the dressing rooms, head for the sheds, but umpire Redfern has obviously been eating her carrots and can see in the dark.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, you really miss out on some sort of marquee fixtures with the way the Blast is at the moment. You know, especially sort of when you consider the current strong teams in sort of English county cricket. Teams like you know, you don't get to see Warwickshire versus Surrey, for example. That would be a really good game. We saw them in the jostling for position in the county championship a few times, and it's always been fascinating as Callaway continues, and Crocombe forward in defence. There's a few groans from the close fielders, of whom there are many. There's a leg slip, a short leg, a slip, and a sort of short-ish mid-wicket fielder who's 2 pitches away from the batter. Here's Callaway in again, turns straight to short leg, catch is taken, and the umpire's finger goes up as well. He was just standing his ground for a moment there, Crocombe, but he's going to have to walk off. Sue Redfern says, "You're out." And that's a reward for Callaway for a good spell of bowling, but also the end of a very good innings from Henry Crocombe in his night watchman. Scores his first ever first-class century, half century, I beg your pardon, and now departs for 54 off 88 deliveries. Sussex 198 for 3. Just as he gets out, he gets a tiny bit gloomier here at Sussex, but he gets a nice round of applause, does Henry Crocombe. There's a few fans about, a few hundred fans I would say, here at Hove today, braving the weather, and well, they're showing their appreciation to the young man for his very impressive innings. It's Asa Tribe who took the catch there, I should say, at short leg. Sharp work as well, because it's never easy at short leg. It always really impresses me when someone's got the reflexes to not just stand there but also respond so quickly and take a catch in that position.
It was a fairly firm prod by the look of it, wasn't it? It wasn't one of those that loops up, and it's just a question of short leg, one working out where it was. It was a firm lowish prod. So second wicket of the innings for Ben Callaway. He's been really impressive, 2 for 34 now, and Crocombe faced 88 deliveries for that 54. 7 fours in the process, so Glamorgan have finally got rid of both overnight batters. It looks as though spectators are making for cover, and so are the players. One of those showers has caught us here at the county ground in Hove, and so there will be a break in play before, I presume, Tom Alsop. Yeah, Tom Alsop made it onto the field, but didn't actually get to take strike. Tom Clark is 4 not out, Tom Alsop is 0 not out. Sussex this morning have lost the wickets of Daniel Hughes, caught Carlson at short mid-wicket off the bowling of Douthwaite for 8. 83, and Henry Crocombe caught try but short leg off the bowling of Ben Kellaway for 54, with Sussex leading by 12 runs with 7 wickets still in hand. We'll take a break here on BBC Sport Online and be back with you as and when there is any action. 12 o'clock, maybe a little early for the umpires to combine this with the lunch interval. So we'll keep you in touch. 198 for 3, our Sussex rain stop play. Of some 8 minutes or so here at Hove. The players are re-emerging, and well, we won't technically have lost any time because they can add that on to the end of play today or tomorrow, but I don't think we're going to go the distance today because of the light. We came off at 10 to 6 yesterday. I can't really see them playing any later than that, even if it remains dry, and it really is looking inhospitable out there, isn't it? And spectators jammed into the pavilion and probably the long room as well, if they've got the rights to access that.
Well, I went into the club shop a little bit earlier today, and
you merched up, are you?
I did. I picked up a little bit of Sussex-themed merch, and the lady working there told me that those hats were very, very popular at the moment. Those new sort of bobbly hats, and I said, well, you might sell a few more today, considering the weather.
Yeah.
So maybe stock up. Yeah. There we go.
I think you were commentating about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I got Kellaway. There we go. Here he is now, in with his 2 slips, resuming to the new batter, Tom Allsop. And that ball's just been pushed into the covers. There is no run. This is going to be fun, trying to distinguish between these 2 left-handed Toms, as you say, out in the middle. There's Kellaway in once again. This is short. It's been cut nicely, but can't beat the fielder at backward point, and there is no run. Yeah, it is quite inhospitable. I quite enjoyed the ground staff quite diligently running a rope around the outfield and a bit of the infield as well, actually, just to get rid of some of the moisture left behind from the rain, just to make it a little bit more friendly for the players. Bit of flight this time from Kellaway. It's worked into towards mid-wicket. They're going to run through for a quick single, and they'll make it quite easily in the end. So that's off the mark is Tom Allsop off his 3rd delivery. 199 for 3 Sussex.
Subfielder fielded that is Will Smale, wearing 28.
There's Kellaway in once again. Short, and attempted cut shot misses as that ball goes through to the keeper. Close to just feathering a little touch there was Tom Clark, but he survives, and that is the end of the over. 59 overs of this innings have been bowled, and despite that little rain break, still ahead of the over rate quite comfortably are Glamorgan this morning. 199 for 3 Sussex, with Allsop on 1 and Clark on 4.
Yes, Clark wearing the short sleeves, thankfully, and Allsop the long sleeves to distinguish them, as well as Clark being a bit taller. And it is the shorter man, Allsop, who is on strike. The new man.
Thank God for shirt numbers, I was going to say.
Indeed.
You would have commentated. Did you commentate before shirt numbers?
Yep. Yes, in Championship, yeah.
That would have been hard.
Thankfully, didn't do a lot of Championship back in those days, but yeah, I was flung in my first day of Championship, of commentary was Championship, and no shirt numbers, and Douthwaite is into bowl to Allsop, who works that one down towards 3rd man. They've taken a single, and it is retrieved by Tribe and prevents them coming back for a second, and the applause is for the 200 coming up and for the crowd to keep themselves warm.
Yeah, they've been batted really well here, Sussex, in their home conditions. Even though they've got 2 new batters out in the middle, they're both very, very capable, Allsop and Clark. One of the 3 batters out, obviously the night watchman, Henry Crocombe, who himself batted well as well. So lots of batting to come for Sussex still.
In comes Douthwaite to bowl to Clark, who works it off his legs, but it's intercepted by Carlson at short mid-wicket. I'm not sure if Carlson is slightly keeping out of the firing line today. Root is at cover to the left-hander, because Carlson did get that bang on the hand yesterday when he was hit while batting by a throw from Hughes, so he tried to run him out. As Douthwaite is in towards us, bowls, grunt of effort, but It is a full length ball and defended by Clark up towards the skipper, Sam Northeast at mid-on. Usually when you get the Douthwaite grunt, it's quite often a short ball, but despite the fact that there's a man back on the ropes at square leg as well as fine leg, I haven't seen quite as much short pitch stuff from Dan Douthwaite as he usually indulges in. He's into bowl, that's on leg stump and worked away towards backward square, but all along the ground by Clark for a single. In comes the throw from Andy Gorvin. 201 for 3. Sussex lead by 15 runs with 7 wickets still in tact. Coles, Simpson, Hudson Prentice, Carson, Robinson and Unadkat still to come. Colin Ingram is looking chilly at slip. As Douthwaite round the wicket bowls, Alsop gets on top of that one nicely and slaps it through the covers. That was really well played, just back of a length from Douthwaite, and a little bit of width for Alsop to dispatch it. There is no cover sweeper, and so Billy Root just jogs after it to retrieve it from in front of the pavilion.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, that, isn't it, from Tom Alsop, showing all of his class. It's not an easy one to play as well, to get on top of the bounce and keep it down and find the gap all at the same time, but he does all three. He's a high quality batter, is Tom Alsop.
205 for 3, Alsop under 6 not out, that's his first boundary. Still 2 slips as Douthwaite is into bowl, and Alsop beaten by that one, I think. Up on his toes, managed to get his bat out of the way though. Just back of a length again from Douthwaite, but a better line. It's the end of the over. Douthwaite 1 for 28 off his 9 overs. Sussex 205 for 3, leading by 19 runs with a quarter of an hour to go until the scheduled lunch interval, unless they've changed it for that interruption, but I don't think it was long enough to force a change in the playing hours.
It was about 15 minutes, wasn't it? So I think because of the over rate as well, I think they can plough on. There's still a breeze here. It's blowing these grey clouds over the ground. Sadly, there's plenty more behind them. This is full and driven nicely, but a good stop at extra cover prevents any runs.
Yeah, Carlson felt that one. He is now at cover for the left-hander, and he's quite close. And for his own good, he needs to try and get out the way, I think.
He's got both his left hand and his right hand as the next ball's just dabbed to a short leggy region. There is no run. He's just sort of holding it, looking at it, rubbing it. He's not happy with his hands at the moment.
He loves to get involved in the action, but needs to get out of the firing line.
Here's Kellaway into Tom Clark, who cuts nicely, but only as far as cover. There is no run. There's like an endless parade of grey clouds at the moment that's going over the ground. Thankfully, nothing coming from them. They don't look like they're gonna drop any precipitation as the next ball's defended to extra cover and there's no run. They are just moving at quite a good pace above the ground, actually, the clouds, which makes me think there is a bit of a wind about maybe 100 meters or so in the air. As this is a shorter one, left alone on length by Clark. There's a little yelp from the slip fielders, but no real alarm there for Tom Clark. Taking his time here. He's on 5 of 29 deliveries, hasn't quite settled into his work just yet. There's Kellaway in, back of a length and defended once more on the front foot by Tom Clark, played to extra cover. There is no run. And Kellaway, as he was yesterday, as he has been today, brisk with his overs. 205 for 3, Sussex. They've played 61 overs now. There's 71 overs scheduled to come today. And a further to 71, I should say. And I feel like even if there's another stoppage, which hopefully there won't be, but even if there is, we might have a good chance of getting through them. Had 94 overs of play yesterday against the odds.
Indeed, just a couple remained when umpires Redfern and Long took one off around about 10 to 6. Douthwaite to Alsop from the Cromwell Road end, and Forward comes Alsop and defends, and there is no run. In terms of Sussex's rivals, I think they have to assume that Yorkshire are going to win, because they are 379 for 9. Tassel made 126. Fisher is 88 not out, and that's a lead of 281 on first innings over Leicestershire. Douthwaite in bowls to Alsop on his hip, and nurdled away towards the umpire for a single. 206 for 3, but they're off for bad light at Lords, where Gloucestershire are 62 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 377. Wicket each to Roland Jones and Higgins. Here a wicket each to Douthwaite and Callaway this morning, and it is Douthwaite on his way to bowl to Clark. Very full length, almost an off-stump Yorker that he plays gently up to mid-off, and there's no run. No ball was called earlier in the over, which I didn't spot at the time. 208 for 3. Douthwaite bowls, and Clark struggling to get going, plays that one to backward point. No real pressure on time. Run rate just under 3.5 runs and over, around about 3.3, 3.4 off the top of my head. Oh no, it's on the screen if it's not on the board. 3.39. Douthwaite bowls again, a short pitch ball that Clark takes evasive action, sees it balloon through to Chris Cook, but not high enough to be called a no ball on height. No one has shown much interest in playing any aggressive hook or pull shots in the air.
No, there was just that one attempt earlier from Tom Alsop, wasn't there, which he mistimed, and since then they've kind of shut up the shop with the pulls and hooks.
Reined it in, but the top three have done such a good job they don't really need to chase the game, Sussex, as Clark drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. So Daniel Hughes went on to make 83. Night watchman Henry Crocombe, a career best 54, his maiden first class 50. And the man out last night was Tom Haynes for 48. For the wickets, 110, 188, 198. Here's Douthwaite again, bowling to Clark, short pitch ball. Down leg side, no attempts to play it from Tom. Clark, who's happy to see Douthwaite blow himself out in the match at the top of Division 1, making sure my page is refreshed suitably. Somerset 317 all outs yesterday, fell away a little bit at the end. Tom Banton made 132. Shakib Al Hassan, a young promising Surrey debutant, joking, imported just for the one match, took 4 wickets. Surrey in reply 85 for 2. Young Vaughan with both those wickets.
As there's an edge and taken and given as well by the umpire. Finger went straight up. He was just hanging about for a second there, was Tom Clark, but that's another one for Callaway. He's bowled really, really well here, and he's got himself a second wicket of the day, his third overall. And big celebrations from Glamorgan. They're all huddled up straight away. That is a big wicket, really. There's Alsop, there's a quality player. He's just pushing forward at that one, and just nibbled an outside edge at a delivery that just left him. And Glamorgan find themselves back in this game. It's a 4th wicket now to fall for Sussex. The scoreboard hasn't updated yet, but it will do. I think they just wait for the batter to cross the rope here to ensure that as the new batter makes his way out. But, well, it's a big total in the offing, but if they can just produce a few more of these deliveries, particularly from up the hill from Callaway, they could really find themselves in a good position. As Tom Alsop departs was kind of it wasn't really as torturous as Tom Clark, because Clark's on 5 of 35 deliveries and really struggling, but Allsop seemed a little bit more settled. In any case, he's gone now. He can settle in the dugout. James Cole's the new batter. Is making his way out to the middle. Kellaway's been a bit of a revelation today and yesterday.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? As I say, an experienced player, didn't really make a mark in the 2 championship games at all that he played last season. In fact, he was had to be subbed early in the second game because of concussion with a fall on the boundary while fielding. But this time out, well, opened the batting against Derbyshire, Northern 36, but bowled well there. Took 3 wickets. So his previous first-class best is 3 for 59. At the moment, he has 3 for 35.
You've got plenty of attacking fielders for the new batter, Coles. The slip, there's a leg slip as well, short leg, short mid-wicket. As in, it comes Kellaway now to the right-handed Coles, and that ball's been worked to square leg. There is no run. It's nice for him to bowl to a right-hander for a change.
Yeah, only scheduled right-hander in the top 6 for Sussex in this game, albeit we had a night watchman who disrupted things, Crocombe.
Here's Kellaway in once more. That one keeps a little bit low, but Cole's behind it in defence, into the onside, and there's no run. This is a very impressive spell, this, from Kellaway. He's looked very impressive and just been so quick about his work. Down the track comes Coles. He's gone after that one. He didn't really time it well, but it was hit well enough for it to run away to the boundary, just underneath the scoreboard on the leg side. And that's one way to get off the mark from Coles, showing a lot of intent immediately. 212 for 4. That makes me think maybe Tamal Mills has had a word and said, get on with it. We want a 3-day game if possible, chaps. So you can get plenty of rest ahead of that finals day on Saturday in Birmingham. Here's Kellaway in once again to Coles. This time just worked nicely, deftly out towards fine leg. They might even pick up a couple of runs here. No, they'll settle just for the single. Coles looking much more comfortable than both the batters that have preceded him. 213 for 4, 1 ball to come in this, the 63rd over of the innings. Kellaway, figures of 3 for 40 from his 17.5 overs so far. It's been by far the pick of the bowlers, really, for Glamorgan. And he comes again, fly to delivery, left alone on line, way outside off stump. Easy leave, really, for Tom Clark, who continues to take his time. 213 for 4 is the score. And Clark is on 5 off 36. So contrasting approaches out in the middle at the moment.
Yeah, we're talking about crossovers between Championship and T20 cricket. I mean, of the Sussex side playing in this match, Daniel Hughes, Tom Clark, James Coles, John Simpson, Tom Allsop, Jack Carson and Ollie Robinson. So 7 out of the 11 played in the quarter-final win over Lancashire Lightning here. As we have maybe the last over before a lunch. Dowthwaite will be bowling over the wicket to the right-hander, and Glamorgan's field includes a very straight, silly mid-on, almost next to the non-striker, as Dowthwaite is into bowl, and there's an edge and a caught behind as Coles goes after that one and nicked it through to Chris Cook for his second catch in the space of a few minutes. Well, Coles showed aggressive intent against Kellaway at the other end, just prodding at that one outside off stump, didn't really need to play it, and got a feather through to the keeper. Low down claimed by Chris Cook, and Coles hardly bothered to wait for the umpire, and that could be the last ball of the morning session. The umpires say it is time for lunch to be taken, since the wicket has fallen in what in all probability would have been the last over anyway, and the umpires are also signalling to the ground staff maybe with an eye on the weather radar to bring on the covers. So a productive morning for Glamorgan, or productive second hour anyway, in which they've claimed 4 wickets, 2 apiece to Douthwaite and Callaway, after failing to make any breakthroughs in the first hour of play. But we take lunch with Sussex on 213 for 5, and Glamorgan not really quite back in the game, but certainly doing their best to limit the damage. So we'll be back just before 1, around about 7-8 minutes past 1, with commentary on the afternoon session from Atif, from Adrian, myself, Nick Webb. Hope you enjoyed listening to Tamal Mills earlier as well. Speak to you just after 1. Very good afternoon and welcome back from BBC Sport Online here at the County Ground in Hove, where we're starting the afternoon session. Went off a couple of minutes early because a wicket fell in what was going to be the over before lunch, with Coles caught behind, swishing rather at Dan Douthwaite. So it will be the Glamorgan seamer to continue from the Cromwell Road end. He has claimed 2 wickets for 31, and Ben Callaway has 3 for 40 at the other end, and Atif Nawaz and Nick Webb with you. Adrian Harms returns bearing cake. There we are.
Sponge, no less.
We look forward to the tea interval as in comes Douthwaite and bowls, and that I think is a no ball, or the umpire getting out of the way. One or both of those. It's driven anyway down the ground by Simpson for a couple of runs. 217 for 5, I suspect, if that was a no ball. Yeah, it was 217 for 5. So Douthwaite having bowled very tidily in this spell so far. Rather blots his copybook, giving away 4 effectively off that first delivery after lunch. Here he comes again to bowl to Simpson, and he hammers that one down the ground, but it's intercepted at mid-on. Aggressive start from Simpson. Whether this is team tactics to get on with it and get the match sewn up quickly, and maybe earn themselves a little bit of extra rest and recovery before the Blast finals day. As Douthwaite into Simpson, and he pulls that one over square leg, and that'll race away for 4 runs. Douthwaite dropping short, not finding his radar after lunch, and Simpson tucking into it. Well, he's come out with positive attention.
Yeah, he's looking to hit the ball, but also Dan Douthwaite, well, he's just not at all found a rhythm or a length that he's happy with really so far today. He's got the look of a man who's had a heavy lunch, if I'm honest, and I can completely sympathise.
Yeah, but we're not bowling.
No, this is the thing. This is the thing.
I hope Douthwaite had something more healthy than sausage roll and chips, as that one is driven by Simpson to mid-off, and there is no run. So Simpson's moved very quickly on to 6 not out, as Tom Clark, the not out batter at the other end, who has poked and prodded around for 5 in 36 balls so far. Douthwaite on his way towards us bowls, and Simpson leaves outside off stump. So maybe his initial aggression was just a consequence of Douthwaite first over pitching and then dropping short.
Yeah, he was applauded that last ball as well by James Harris down at fine leg. Loudly, he knows he's found his rhythm a little bit with that ball. Better length, better channel. That's where you want to put it. John Simpson going for these long walks after every ball.
He's back in place now, and Douthwaite is bowling to him, and that's a nice shot through the offside. That'll be more runs. Root might have got a fingertip on it. It's being chased, but Leonard cannot win the race and beat the ball over the boundary. So Simpson dashes on to double figures, 10 already, and Clark, who's had how long a start, 40-minute start or so on him, is on 5 not out. 225 for 5.
Yeah, John Simpson really keen to get on with it, as you say. Managed to outscore Tom Clark after just 3 deliveries. Tom Clark's played 36, and now he's doubled his score after 6 deliveries. So very purposeful. He's got a very strong body language, very alpha. Is John Simpson when he walks out, excellent posture and things like that. And even when he's out in the middle, he just sort of walks around the crease area like he owns the place. You know, he's got that kind of swagger about him. He's at the non-strikers and looking as poised and confident as ever. Callaway, the pick of the bowlers for Glamorgan by far, is going to continue. He's got figures of 3 for 40 from his 18 overs so far. And he comes from the C end to Tom Clark flight to delivery. Clark is back into his work as well, defending that ball into the covers. There is no run. Yes, every single delivery in that last over, I noted that John Simpson faced. He took a little walk to square leg afterwards. Here's Callaway again, once more defended into the covers for no run. Yeah, he just did that quite purposefully, and just a couple of times Dan Douthwaite was at the top of his mark, just had to take a brief pause while the batter was getting ready to face up, as this time the ball's been played with slightly softer hands to mid-off. They run through for a quick single and they make it. Good bit of running between the crease by these two. And, Clark gets himself to the non-strikers end with his 6th run.
Chris Cook had to look lively there because Douthwaite decided to shy at the striker's end, slightly off target because he was off balance. And Cook had to go diving away to prevent the ball going for possible overthrows or even hitting the helmet that's parked behind him.
As the two slips and short leg in position, John Simpson, new batter on strike. As Callaway in, Simpson drives with intent again out towards the cover sweeper for a single. He won't let Callaway settle as much. Well, Simpson, he'll be keen to take him on as much as possible. Try and play some shots. Here's Clark on strike now. The medium backlift, Callaway in. Clark drives just wide of the fielder at short cover, out towards the sweeper for a single. A bit more productive this one from a Sussex perspective. Callaway's kept things very, very tight generally. But they've managed to take singles and rotate the strike, and there he is, busy as ever, John Simpson, moving around, making the bowler wait. There's Callaway in once again. And this time just defended into the onside for no run. Completes the 65th over of the inning. Sussex 228 for 5. And, Simpson on 11, Clark on 7.
Very good afternoon to Jeff Walker, who's listening in Cwmbran. Says your mention of the Cromwell Road end brings back memories of my misspent youth at Somerton Park supporting Newport County. Yes, I had a few evenings there, afternoons and evenings. It's mainly, and I was always been more of a rugby man, but I did do a little bit of football reporting and interviewing in my early days. And yes, the joys of Somerton Park, the very definition of a ramshackle stadium. As Douthwaite starts a new over, that's through outside off stump through low to Chris Cook, almost on the off volley on the second bounce. I remember once going down to interview the manager Colin Addison for some pre-match chat, and met him in his office. We looked round for the warmest and most comfortable place in the ground to do the interview and decided it was his car. As Douthwaite bowls and Clark is squared up and defending up to mid-off, and to be honest, his car, which was quite a decent one, was probably worth more than the entire office space area anyway. It really was falling apart, Somerton Park, but some happy memories for a lot of football fans in the Newport area. As that's clipped off his legs by Clark, he'll take a single out to deep square leg. Gorvin, the fielder, 229 for 5 before they got exiled. The club, after the club had gone bust, the Phoenix club, if you like, wasn't allowed initially to play in Wales, came back after a couple of years to Somerton Park. As that is defended by Simpson on the offside, and there's no run, and I was doing an interview with the manager John Relish, and managed to work into a corny joke about employing the sweeper system, when he actually was physically using a brush to sweep up the offices and make it usable again after a break. It wasn't a great gag. Douthwaite bowls, and Simpson off the back foot plays into the offside, and there's no run. I'll leave the comedy to you.
No, I was just trying to absorb it. It's very good. It's very, very good.
Newport County then off to Spitty Park for a while, and these days sharing Rodney Parade with the Dragons, whereas Newport RFC, the semi-pro side, left Rodney Parade and have ended up at Spitty Park for most of their games, much to the outrage of traditional rugby lovers. Douthwaite bowls, Simpson is forward, playing to mid-off. No run, much better over from Douthwaite, having conceded 12 off the over that he resumed after lunch. Just a single off that one. 229 for 5. Simpson has 11, Clark has 8, and the lead is 43.
Yeah, it's a good lead for Sussex, but they've got to really make it count here. They just lost those flurry of wickets. 4 wickets fell in the second hour of the day. Glamorgan just pulled themselves back into this game. They looked like they might get battered out of it when Henry Douthwaite was, I beg your pardon, his next ball's been pushed into the covers for no run. Henry Crocombe was batting and came in and stroked a lovely 54 for his maiden half century in first class cricket. Batted really well, and it looked like between him and Daniel Hughes they could really take the game away from Glamorgan. They kind of fought their way back into it as the next ball beats the outside edge from Tom Clark, who was just sort of pushing forward at that one. He's really struggled to get comfortable today as Tom Clark. He's on 8 of 45 deliveries, and as we say, time not really a factor, but at the same time he's really struggling to move the ball around and rotate the strike. This time he manages to push the ball up the middle of the bat to backward point. There is no run, but particularly against Kellaway, he feels like he's been bogged down a little bit. Lots of close fielders still. Short cover and 2 slips. This ball's driven to 2 cover and there is no run. He's just keeping things tidy as he always does, Kellaway. Last over they managed to rotate the strike a little bit. 2 singles for Simpson, 1 for Clark, but this time around it's 4 dots in a row. Here's Kellaway in again, flighted delivery, defended on the front foot, and there is no run. Perhaps they've had a discussion about which batter is going to be taking the attack to these bowlers, and it's John Simpson who's been assigned the role of the aggressor. As Kellaway in again, and Clark this time as he edged it, just turned sharply and then was ricocheted by the keeper's glove onto the second slip, and I thought he might have got a bit of bat onto that. He didn't. He survives, but it's another maiden over from Kellaway. Score remains 229 for 5 after 67 overs. Tom Clark on 8 of 49 deliveries, really struggling to get going.
Yeah, that one did turn even more sharply from Kellaway, who is gaining lots of turn, and being a tall young man, giving it a little bit of flight, he's getting bounce as well. And say Jack Carson, Sussex off spinner, may well be licking his lips, but if only Glamorgan had the leggy Mason Crane in action as well, bringing the ball into the left-handers. As Douthwaite starts a new over, and Simpson drives, and Douthwaite gets a hand to it and deflects it to mid-on, and there is no run. Posted a picture of the ice cream van at lunchtime, which I did see a small child requesting an ice cream from his father. I thought that was a very optimistic small child who'll probably be frozen to death by now.
It's not that cold. It's all right. Ice cream in this weather, a little whippy, not bad.
Paul Chapman says perhaps at cricket grounds the 99s should be called 100. Boom, boom.
Very good.
It's the only way you get 100 around these parts in terms of games.
Don't give the ECB ideas.
As that is beating the edge, I think, of Simpson's bat as he pushed forward and goes on a little wander to prod the pitch and admonish it for allowing the ball to defeat the bat. Well, if they could get sponsorship, I mean, I know they're sponsored by Crisps at the moment, but if they had to turn to an ice cream van, they could knock a ball off and just call it the 99, couldn't they?
Could do, couldn't they?
As Douthwaite on his way. Bowles, Simpson slashes that one through the offside. Well, Dowsweight looked to be finding a good line, but that one off target, allowing Simpson to lay into it, and moves on to 15. 233 for 5.
He's gone walkies again. He does this every ball. It's a bit of a tick here for John Simpson. He likes to take a stroll after pretty much every delivery. I don't know if he's got a pedometer on his wrist or something like that, but his step count's going to be quite impressive, I think.
233 for 5. Simpson is now ready to receive. Dowsweight around the wickets on leg stick, turned away towards square leg. Simpson picks up the single. 234 for 5. Simpson to 16.
I suspect Tom Clark's going to try and do everything except take singles these next couple of deliveries. I don't think he fancies more of Kellaway, especially the way he's turning the ball away from him.
Good point. 2 slips orthodox field at the moment. Square leg is back, and Dowsweight bowls, so that's pulled away towards square leg, and that will be just the single as Gorvin fields on the boundary.
He'll be so annoyed with himself. He's timed that better than anything he's possibly in his entire 50-ball innings so far, and well, he gets a single for it, and he's very likely to face the next over as well.
235 for 5. Maybe be looking to call Simpson through for a quick single now. Dowsweight in bowls. Simpson leaves. There won't be a single there as it's straight into the gloves of Chris Cook. 235 for 5. Neil Thornycroft on Twitter says Somerton Park ramshackled, but it was Wembley to us. I think any resemblance between the late Newport County Football Ground, Somerton Park, and Wembley would be limited to the fact that it had, you know, a 100-yard strip of green in the middle and posts at either end, and some white markings around it.
Well, it depends what's on at Wembley. If the Swifties are back, it's going to be looking very, very different.
We had the Swifties in Cardiff. Had to drop my daughter off at the stadium together with the entirely female population of South Wales under about 35.
Probably quite a few people from other towns as well. A lot of people making journeys for that. Made my hometown of Wembley almost unbearable for a full week. So that was something. Right, here we go. Kellaway into Clark again. This time Clark looks to drive and drives quite nicely into the gap out towards deep extra cover, and he'll jog through for a single. I might have spotted a little sigh of relief from Clark there as well with that single. Score moves on to 236 for 5. And when I say, made it difficult, it's not because there's anything wrong with Taylor Swift fans per se. It's just 5 nights of 90,000 people pouring into your town on the bounce can sort of be difficult for local infrastructure to handle. So let's put it that way. Here's Kellaway into Simpson for the first time in a while. Simpson pushes forward and defends into the covers for no run.
I'm sorry, sir, you can't go there. You're not wearing a glittery dress or hot pants or whatever. You don't have a friendship bracelet on. You're not allowed.
There's Kellaway. This is, again, driven back to him by Simpson for no run. It's not just that, it's just sometimes you live somewhere and they say, oh, you can't go there. I'm like, I lived there. No, you're not allowed to go there.
That's infuriating.
But I lived there.
Yes, that is my house.
That is, no, you can't go there, sir. Road's closed. Kellaway into Simpson, short, and carved out towards deep extra cover again for a single. Simpson nicely into his work. You can hear a little gull in the background. I won't speculate whether it's sea or otherwise. 237 for 5. Been told off for that before.
Yes.
Can't call any old gull.
No such thing as a seagull. That's the theory.
Yeah, I just say gulls. Here's Kellaway in once more. Push to cover, and there is no run. Reminds me of the great Pakistani bowler Umar Gul. Some people called gull, I remember. So.
Gulls close to the sea, not seagulls.
There we go. Here's Kellaway for the final ball of this over. Dug out by Clark and picks out mid-off again, and there is no run. So another tidy-ish over from Kellaway. 2 runs from it. Sussex 237 for 5, making somewhat slow progress since the lunch break. That second hour of the morning session was very productive for Glamorgan. 4 wickets fell in that hour after a joyless first hour. There was a little break in that session as well for rain. Just a 10, 15 minute little break in play, into a little interruption. The over rate remains very much on target, still 3 overs ahead. Oh, we're getting a change in bowling.
Double spin. By the look of it, I think Kieran Carlson is looking interested. Bowled a couple of overs last night, 0 for 7. Just checking the amount that Callaway has bowled in an innings before, which is not a huge amount. 19 overs he delivered up at Derby. I'm sure he's bowled long spells in the seconds as well, but in first team cricket, no, bowled 10 overs in the first innings on debut. As Carlson is in to bowl and Simpson chops it through the offside for a single. There is a sweeper out towards the boundary and Simpson goes through for 1. 238 for 5. The lead has passed the 50 mark. 52 ahead, 5 wickets still standing here on BBC Sport Online, as the next ball is allowed to go through by Clark. Callaway bowled just the 7 overs in his second match because he's carted off to hospital. As on his back foot goes Clark and defends Carlson. Oh, not to hospital, but anyway, he's ruled out of the match with concussion. So Callaway may well get past the 20 over mark in first class cricket for the first time. Oof. As that's cut away rather oddly by Clark. Seemed to get in a bit of a tangle there.
Quite top edgy, wasn't it? It just sort of hung in the air a little bit on its way to backward point.
So Carlson also bowling off spin from around the wicket, and back on his stumps goes Clark. Wants a quick single, and that's well timed as Harris had to come in a few metres from backward point. Single taken. 239 for 5. Going to be finishing 96 overs by about tea time. This rate if Carlson and Callaway stay on together. Carlson bowls, oh that's over pitched, but hit down into the ground by Simpson, who didn't time it. It was fielded by Callaway, who will walk towards the bowling end, the sea end at Leicester. Yorkshire bowled out for 379. That was a lead of 281 on first innings over Leicester, who had 25 for 1. Patel's gone in the second innings, so I think Sussex have to face up to the likelihood that Yorkshire will win, and Middlesex have Gloucestershire 74 for 4, still 303 behind, so pressure on Sussex.
It is indeed. Here's Callaway in, and he guides that ball nicely. Does Clark out towards the deep third boundary. It's really racing away over this wet outfield, and it crosses the boundary sponge, and that'll be a timely boundary for Clark. I think it's his first boundary. 15 runs for him now.
Correct.
Yeah, and Sussex on to 243 for 5.
58th ball he faced.
Yeah, it's taken a while to get going, but he is the kind of player who can cash in once he's there. He's got a very decorated career in his relatively short career, just 48th first class match here today. Best score of 138, Tom Clark.
Yeah, struggling a bit this season. Average 17 going into the game. Be an update for BBC Radio Sussex fairly shortly as Atif turns into Adrian.
Yes. Well, we both begin our names with A.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Answer to anything of the right gender, that's my rule on the radio. Steve, Hugh, Brian,
anything.
Atif.
Yeah.
Unlikely, but...
So, in comes Callaway. He's bowled really nicely here today. Figures of 3 for 49 in and bowls, and cut away phoney by Clark as far as backward point. In fact, they get a single out to the clock tower scoreboard, 1 more to the total. Clark goes to 16, 244 for 5. Just waiting for our update on the radio, and then we'll be back on ball-by-ball commentary as Callaway rates. And he's in again. Yes, hi Sarah. Sussex have slipped a little here. They're 244 for 5. John Simpson on 18. Tom Clark on 16. But after Daniel Hughes was out for 83 and night watchman Henry Crocombe for 54, they lost those 3 quick wickets, courtesy of the very good off-spin of the Glamorgan's Ben Kellaway. So 244 for 5 are Sussex. It means their lead is 58. Meanwhile, down in Taunton, Surrey going along nicely now. They're 113 for 2, trailing Somerset by 204. And Ben Geddes playing very well. He's 46 not out.
Just starting to get after Callaway for the first time with second boundary in that over, just swept away by John Simpson while Adrian was updating radio listeners.
Callaway again, just waits, 2 slips, 2 men in it, short extra cover as well. He bowls and some drives to backward point, and there is no run. So we'll have a little bit of adjustment of my rotor. I need to say thank you to Nick Adatif for standing in for the last hour while I went and did various things around the ground, which I shall tell you about in a moment. It's not that exciting. In comes Callaway, bowls to Simpson, played into the offside, no run. So end of the over, 248 for 5, 22 Simpson, 16 for Clark. So shall Nick and I stay on until 2? Or me and Atif can stay on, whatever works best. And if Nick and I stay on until 2, then Atif and I from 2. I'm told that tea is at 3:20 today, which is an official tea, if provided there's no further interruptions, apparently.
Yeah, that would be. Ooh, yes. That's. Why is it 3:10 to 20? Who knows?
Yeah. So yeah, per umpire's tea at 3:20, unless weather comes back. So there we go.
Carlson from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Clark, who's playing that one firmly through the offside for a single, out to cover in front of the Spencama Pavilion. 249 for 5, bonus point ahoy. Skipper at this crease, Simpson going well on 22 off 25 balls to halt the slide as he's forward defending on the leg side, up to mid-on, no run.
I thought they fought back really well, Glamorgan, Nick.
Yeah, Glamorgan certainly dominated the second hour of today.
188 for 1 at one stage, Sussex were.
Yep, 4 wickets fell in the space of 25 runs, but Sussex got the foot back on the gas thanks to their skipper as Simpson leaves that one from Carlson, who can't believe how close it was to the stumps, or tries to make us and presumably Simpson think that it was a very tight call. Carlson bowls, Simpson props forward. Carlson's latest haircut is, well, probably a lack of haircut really. He's letting it grow out at the moment. Bit of a beard going on. As that one is, sees Simpson defending again. Although actually it's probably trimmed the beard, I think, in the last couple of weeks. He's not letting it all grow wild. As back on his stumps goes Simpson. Oohs and ahs from Carlson, but it was played perfectly competently up to mid-on. There is no run. Adrian, well, he's got cake, so what more do you want from a lunch interval, really?
Yeah, I'm very grateful to Margaret, who's one of the volunteers over in the Sussex Cricket Museum, who made us a lovely fruit cake in the last game, and today she's given us a lovely Victoria sponge, which we shall eat at tea time and share, no doubt, with our colleagues in the press box. So thank you very much to Margaret and everybody over in the museum who makes me...
Share?
Or perhaps we won't. Perhaps we'll just eat it all ourselves. So thank you very much to Margaret. And we've got Marcus Connolly with us in the box today. Marcus is watching what we do. And Marcus was telling me that he does some tour guiding at the Oval and was talking about the Sussex Cricket Museum and the Surrey Cricket Museum. So it was an interesting lunch break. So thank you, Marcus, for sharing that with us. There's a long debate here about a bowling change or problem of fielding position.
Did you
to be
catch
honest.
up with the cap presentation, or were you
Yes,
too
I
busy
did. No,
chasing cake?
no, I went to do, so I also interviewed the great John Snow, who had given his county cap to J. Devon Nugcat. And J. Devon was very pleased to be cap number 163 for Sussex. So I spoke to John Snow and did a little interview with him as in comes Kellaway bowls to Clark, who defends into the offside, no run. So I'd never spoken to John Snow before, so that was a real pleasure to do that. And then spoke to J. Dev as well, who was he's a very humble man and spoke very highly about how pleased he was to get his county cap. As Kellaway is in, bowls to Clark, who slashes that one away through cover point, picks up a single, does Clark. He goes to 18, and the applause around the ground, there's not that many folk here on a pretty cold day, is 250 for 5. So 1 batting point securely in the bag to add to the 3 bowling points Sussex have got. But as Nick was saying, with Yorkshire looking, pretty much certain to beat Leicestershire with a decent haul of points, Middlesex on top against Gloucestershire, this could well go to the last couple of games. Sussex still in pole position, no question about that, but they'll want to, if they don't win this game, it'll be mighty close going into the final couple of rounds. Kellaway in, bowls, swept by Simpson, and that's a lovely shot. And Nick was just inferring very perceptively that John Simpson just looking to slightly get after the bowling here, and he's just swept Kellaway away for a boundary. He goes to 26 off 31. Sussex 254 for 5.
Well, they have looked to let Kellaway bowl at them, rather, several of the Sussex batters, and Kellaway is getting turn, and Simpson is doing his best to disrupt the young spinner.
Away again in and bowls, and cut away again by Simpson to the sweeper on the cover boundary. 1 more run to Simpson, 1 more run to the total, obviously 255 for 5. Often John's parents are listening over in Spain where they live, and I'm sure the weather is a lot warmer in Spain than it is here at Hove this week, and I think tomorrow's meant to be even colder.
Yeah, sun's meant to come out though, isn't it?
It is, and then I think going towards the weekend it's meant to cheer up a bit, so that's good news. 2 slips in place, Kellaway around the wicket bowls and driven by Clark straight back down the pitch. Kellaway fields and wanders back to his mark, shining the ball on his jumper. And around the wicket bowls. Oh, that did turn, didn't it? That really did. Clark let that go, and it was a slightly dangerous leave, and I think that didn't miss the off stump by very much, but there's certainly quite a bit of turn for Ben Kellaway. And I heard Nick saying that Jack Carson, who before this game was the 3rd leading wicket taker in the country, picked up 11 here in his last match and 9 at Scarborough in the game before that, will be looking forward to bowling in the second innings. That being said, it's a long way off for Glamorgan, but they'll be thinking to themselves, well, if we get any sort of a lead here, Sussex has got to bat last, which might be interesting if the pitch starts to turn even more than it is now.
Yeah, Carlson in last night's interview talked about limiting Sussex to between 300 to 350 potentially. Looked to be maybe better than that at lunch, but Sussex recovering some momentum as Carlson starts a new over and Simpson plays defensively to backward point where Harris does the fielding. 300 mark just 45 away now for Sussex. The lead is already 69, and with this partnership quickly looking well set after in the half hour we've had since lunch, as Carlson bowls, Simpson drives through cover, single taken. It is Ned Leonard who's sweeping the on loan seamer from Somerset in front of the pavilion. 2 left-handers at the wicket at the moment, as Clark, who's just freed himself a bit, frees his arms there and plays it through the offside for a single. Clark really did look bogged down. Took him 58 balls to register a boundary, but has looked a little bit happier since then. 257 for 5, Sussex on yet another overcast day. As down the wicket comes Simpson, and then has to change his mind and defend when he gets there. Carlson adapting and firing it in at his feet. Simpson had to just block it. Ace of Tribe is at short leg, and pushing forward. Simpson defends into the offside. At Lords, Gloucestershire 92 for 4 in reply to Middlesex's 377. And at Leicester, as there's a double appeal from Glamorgan there, Simpson looking to turn it on the leg side. Carlson was appealing for the leg before. Tribe appealed for the catch at short leg just in case. Neither was successful. To umpire Long. At Leicester, Leicestershire 29 for 1 in their second innings, still 252 behind Yorkshire. Reminder, if you want to email us, nickWebb2017@gmail.com or
sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. A bit of a delay, some more protective pads being bought. I had an email in from Martin in Twickenham. Sorry, Martin, you sent this a little while ago, so apologies that we've only just reading it out. I wanted to canvass views on 2 players who, retrospectively, I think should have and could have played for the England team. For Sussex, do you think Jack Carlson could be a candidate soon? He seems to have come on a lot this season, and the slow bowling choices aren't great from what I've seen of other teams. As for Glamorgan, why on earth did Sam Northeast never get a call from the selectors? Perhaps your Glamorgan expert has a point on that one. Separately, great to see that Sussex have done everything we could reasonably have done and hoped for at the start of the season. It's never darker than before the dawn, and that darkness went on for a few seasons. Well, certainly quite a bit of light here for the minute. Thank you, Martin. Perhaps I'll start first with Jack Carlson, who has really, I think he must, the fact that you got on England Lions tour must mean that you are at least on the radar.
Oh, he's taken far too many wickets. They only want to take outside punts
Yeah.
with bowlers these days, England.
But if you think of the off-spinning department, I guess Shoaib Bashir is very much in pole position at the moment. As in comes Kellaway around the wicket, bowls, and Clark eases that one through the covers, picks up a single. He goes to 22.58 for 5. So I would have thought if he finishes the season strongly, and he has in the last 2 games, he must certainly be in the conversation for a Lions place. And from there, who knows? He's a very competitive cricketer. He can bat as well. I know you're there to take wickets, but he can make useful runs. So, yeah, I think he is potentially an England player. Kellaway in bowls. Simpson drives back down the track, no run.
Chris Drew on email urging for Ben Kellaway to turn to his left arm spin. Could break things up a bit, couldn't it?
Yeah, could do. Kellaway in again, bowls, and Simpson defends into the offside, no run. In fact, Marcus, who's here with us today, was saying he was at the Oval when Kellaway, in the 50 over competition, was it, bowled some left arm. You'd have probably been there, Nick, I expect, were you, for that game?
Yep.
Kellaway in again, bowls, gives it a bit more air, and Simpson drives into the offside, fielded by Carlson.
He did claim wickets with both arms in at least 2 games, I think.
Fine. Would you say he's better with one than t'other?
Oh, his specialist is right arm.
Here he comes again. Oh, Simpson forward again, defends to backward point. He's bowling a really good spell here. And John Simpson is a very positive cricketer. He's just having to be careful here against the turning ball.
But it's certainly a very useful extra option, even if it's not quite up to the same standard as the right arm at the moment.
Kellaway in bowls, and that turns away from Simpson. I think played and missed at that. End of the over, very good over, 258 for 5. Kellaway has bowled 24 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 61 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online. Adrian Harms, Nick Webb with you. Atif Nawaz back with us a little later on, and you may be watching via the BBC live stream or the the BBC website or the Sussex live stream. Well done to Harry. It was his first day yesterday on the cameras, and no complaints, Harry, so he must have done a good job. And if you've got a smart speaker, you can listen to us via a smart speaker as well. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex v Glamorgan Day 2, and hopefully you'll be able to hear us chatting here at an overcast and pretty chilly Hove, I have to say, and the light not great. I can see a couple of lights reflecting in the pavilion windows away to our left-hand side, which is always a sign that, but it's been like this for much of the day, to be honest, Nick.
Yeah, it's maybe not quite as bad at the moment as it was for spells of the morning. We've had an apology from regular contributor Steve West, whose niece Laura lives in the vicinity, as Carlson bowls, and forward comes Clark defending. Says the lovely Laura is unable to provide a chocolate cake for tea because of the recent birth of her daughter Fiona, taking up much of her time.
Wonderful.
I think that's understandable.
Yes.
Carlson bowls and forward presses Clark on the defensive, no run. So best wishes to Laura on the birth of daughter Fiona.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, congratulations.
Not too much time for points between balls at the moment as Carlson bowls and Clark square drives and will pick up a single as Harris fields at point, reaching slightly for that. 259 for 5. Emir Evans says, had an interesting evening of reading various supporters' message boards. Not quite sure where we expected to sign this opener from. Talking about Glamorgan's opening bat problems. Carlson bowls and Simpson squirts that away rather unsurely on the offside, and then James Harris is completely beaten by the spin, went too far and then had to dive back to his right to prevent himself looking very foolish indeed. He didn't look elegant, but at least he didn't give away a run. 259 for 5. Carlson is in and Simpson defends. No run. Emir points out that the Bears, Warwickshire, splashed the cash to snatch Zen. Zen Malik was a very promising trialist for the Glamorgan Seconds. As forward presses Simpson and defends to root at short leg, no run. Player from Staffordshire, I believe, based in the Midlands, was very successful with Glamorgan Seconds, probably played more for them this season than the other second 11, more than 600 runs I believe. Glamorgan did offer him a contract, but he opted to go to Warwickshire instead, since it was nearer his home area I believe, and probably more money as well. But Glamorgan certainly were in the market for Zen Malik as a specialist opener, but as you say, where do you get them from? You have to grow your own to a certain extent. Glamorgan can't really buy them.
Kellaway in, bowls to Clark, who defends into the offside. I can see James Harris warming up at square leg, so maybe we are going to get a change, unless he's just trying to keep warm. Let's break off for a moment as Kellaway's in, bowls, and Clark defends into the offside, no run. And we were talking about Jack Carlson, also about Sam North East. I imagine that ship has long sailed, but I mean, I think a lot of people, certainly when Sam North East was at Kent, certainly couldn't really quite understand. I'll get Nick's views in a minute. In comes Kellaway, bowls, the ball balloons in the air, not came off that bit of pad or bat, but otherwise Tom Clark's very annoyed with himself for even playing the shot, looking to sweep, and there is no run.
Yeah, Sam North East, certainly there are worse batters who have played for England.
Most definitely. Kellaway in again, bowls, Clark defends down the offside, there is no run. Kellaway fields off his own bowling.
But I suppose it's a question of timing, not having followed his career at Hampshire and Kent quite so assiduously. Maybe he just wasn't in the runs when there was a vacancy in the team.
Kellaway in, bowls, Clark defends into the offside.
But certainly a very high quality county batsman over a decade and a half, and I'm sure wouldn't have let England down had he got the call.
Kellaway again, round the wicket, bowls, and played away by Clark to backward point. Another very tidy over, maiden over from Ben Kellaway. 25 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 61. He's been an excellent signing though, Sam North East. And I think he's a very good captain as well.
Piles of runs in his first season, certainly, with the quadruple century up at Leicester. Some big scores this season, but all away from home, and I think he'll certainly want to get some at Sapphire Gardens in the last couple of games for more than the obvious reasons, because he just hasn't got going in the Championship in Cardiff. Carlson bowls and Simpson defends. Posted a picture of the ice cream van on Twitter. David Battersby, regular Glamorgan supporter, says this is the ice cream van. It's Carlson bowls and Simpson plays to cover and there's no run, and sends a picture of the ice cream van featured by the KLF hit makers of the 90s pop kids, as that is lapped away nicely by Simpson. He's played that shot really well, wide of short leg, or fine of short leg, and it's raced down the hill towards us. Andy Gorvin cannot cut it off, and Simpson moves very efficiently onto 32 not out, and the total on to 263 for 5. The ice cream van was featured on the cover of the KLF single Justified and Ancient, which featured the country star Tammy Wynette on vocals. As Carlson posts Tribe at short, fine leg for that shot that Simpson's just played, so he plays a different shot in the offside single taken out to deep cover, 264 for 6, and which featured Tammy Wynette, who I think was quite baffled by the whole affair. That is the 50 partnership between Simpson and Clark coming up in that over. They came together after lunch and they've taken it on to 264 for 5, as Carlson adjusts his field again to provide a cordon on the offside, and Clark places it into the leg side on the bounce past Billy Root, who thinks he should have stopped it, but they go through for a single. 265 for 5, when Tammy Wynette uttered the immortal line, "They're justified and they're ancients and they drive an ice cream van," and I don't really think she knew what she'd let herself in for when she agreed to sing with them. Carlson bowls and Simpson plays it to short fine leg. Tribe fields, and at last Glamorgan have managed to induce the batters to play to the fielders rather than away from them. Emir Evans also makes a point about Glamorgan's second team prospects. Says, unless I'm watching a different second 11, who are these young bowlers that they're talking about? Morris for Sheet, who's now departed, Fraser Sheet at Kiwi. Not sure what else we could be doing. Yeah, the second team has not really had young seam or pace bowlers knocking down the door. Hope we can attract Leonard across the bridge for 2025.
Well, he looks a good prospect, Nick.
He looks a good prospect, but Glamorgan need more than prospects. They need a Michael Neser, basically, or a Michael Hogan, and they are few and far between.
Well, we have got this change of bowling, and it's James Harris who's going to come and replace Ben Kellaway, who's bowled beautifully for his 3 for 61. Had a message in from Ivan, who is listening over in Thailand. I can't begin to pronounce the name of the place because I'd make a mess of it, Ivan. But it's along the Mekong River in northeast Thailand. So, Ivan, I don't know whether you've just discovered us, whether you're a Sussex fan, a Glamorgan fan, what you're doing in Thailand. Maybe you live there. Perhaps you could write back and let us know. We'd like to know more about why you're listening to us. But welcome, and we're glad that you are. As Harris comes in and bowls to Clark, who defends to a good length ball, punches the ball down to mid-off, and there is no run.
Indeed, welcome wherever you're listening around the world. It's always nice to have overseas listeners. Now we have a few who are been parents and relatives of various Glamorgan players over the years listening in the Southern Hemisphere.
Harris again. Would know John Simpson well from their Middlesex days, but he comes into bowl to Tom Clark. That pitches around middle and off, and Clark is carefully behind. This plays into the offside. There is no run. Nick's been updating you on Gloucestershire's progress. They still haven't lost any further wickets. 101 for 4 against Middlesex at Lords, but Leicestershire have lost another wicket at Grace Road. That could almost... Oh, it's raining there now. Leicestershire 35 for 2 in their second innings, with Patel and Holland both out. Still trailing by 246. So Yorkshire just break off for a moment. Harris in, bowls, Clark drives to backward point, and there is no. And it looks pretty much odds on that they will take 6 plus 16, 22 points from that game. Keeping the pressure on at the top, Middlesex would do similarly if they were to win their game. Let me just work that out. Middlesex would take the same, 22 points. So Sussex in a good position, but they'll want to press home the advantage here. If Sussex were to win this game, they would, and to get 450, they would sort of open up the gap even more. But there's a lot of work to be done, and it's getting pretty exciting as Harris is in around the wicket. Bowls. Oh, Clark got away with one there. He's ridden his luck a bit today. Tom Clark has a big thick inside edge down to fine leg, but he's battling away, and that's just what Sussex need, because they'd lost a stack of wickets. 3 wickets before lunch, and Tom Clark just signals towards the dressing room area. I don't know if the Clark family are listening today. Often they are. And often I say what a good player he is, and then he gets out. So I'm not saying that anymore. All I'm going to say is he's on 23 off 80 balls, 266 for 5. So the lead is now 80. Harris in again, bowls. Simpson defends back down the track. Harris fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan, in terms of second 11 seamers, don't seem to be any regular candidates apart from Ben Morris, who's one of the reserves for this game, is in the squad and may well get a game next week, I suspect.
Harris coming around the wicket to Simpson. He beats him. That's a really good delivery. I think he's bowled really nicely here, James Harris. I don't think his figures quite reflect how well he's bowled, to be honest. He's bowled 14 overs. One of them has been a maiden, no wicket for 52, but a little like Ollie Robinson yesterday, he could easily have picked up 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah, in terms of seam bowlers, Glamorgan's second 11 attack, apart from the staff players that people know about, Zainul Hassan is back bowling his medium pace, but didn't take any wickets in the first team at the start of the season. And there aren't any regular second team bowlers on the staff, basically, apart from Morris, as Glamorgan are going to try the off spin of Asa Tribe now from the Cromwell Road end. Got hit around a little bit at Leicestershire in his opening spell in first class cricket. Was it Leicestershire? No, it was Leicestershire. 3 overs, 0 for 21. The first time that he'd bowled in first class cricket, but looking to make an impact here. A lot of the Glamorgan seam attack for the second 11 has been the university students, the trialists from other counties, etc., etc. As we're going to see Asa Tribe in bowls, and forward comes Clark and defends. Wouldn't have seen him bowl before. The young man from Jersey, who gets an instantaneous warning from umpire Nigel Long for going on the wicket in front of the stumps.
Was it a formal warning or just a ticking off?
No, I think that was just a ticking off. Tribe in again, bowls, and Clark defends on the leg side. No run. Asa Tribe primarily inside as a batter, but caught it short leg off Unadkat in just the second over of the match, as Clark pushes forward and defends. So I'm sure a wicket for young Asa would do his confidence an awful lot of good in this match. Glamorgan did stage some open trials at Newport a few weeks ago for potential young fast bowlers. That's down leg side, and Clark tries to pull it, sweep it away, doesn't make much contact, if any, and Cook retrieves from behind the stumps. And if there are any listeners in the North Wales area who know any promising fast bowlers, it's driven by Clark to mid-on, and there's no run. There are further trials at St Asaph Leisure Centre this Sunday between 12 and 3, open to boys and girls above 12 years of age. Let's try bowls, clipped to short mid wickets by Clark. No run, so Asa Tribe has bowled his first maiden in first class cricket.
Well done.
So yeah, if anyone in North Wales or on borders, whatever, it's trials at St Asaph on Sunday 12 till 3. in the perennial Glamorgan hunt for fast bowlers. 266 for 5, 2 o'clock. It's time for Atif to replace me and for me to consume the second half of my sausage roll and chips.
Yes, I'm sorry, Nick. They're probably cold. I'm pretty certain Atif has only come back in because we've got a rather nice Victoria sponge that we will have to wait till tea time, Atif. And all of these sort of cheating or sneaking out the back and having a slice. Made by Margaret.
Thank you, Margaret.
James Harris is going to carry on the attack from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Simpson, who clips this nicely through mid-wicket. They've taken one, and that's all they'll take. Simpson goes to 34, 267 for 5.
Yeah, my hotel comes equipped with a gym, so I think I'm ready for this.
Are you?
And I'm very good at slicing these as well, so
Okay.
don't worry. 1 for you, 2 for me, and so on and so forth.
Well, it looks pretty good. If it's as good as the fruit cake that Margaret cooked us last week. No, there's a photograph.
Yeah.
So that was
I see some friendly faces in that photograph as well.
Yeah. So thank you, Margaret, who's a big Albion fan as well. She's not going to Birmingham on Saturday. She'll be at the Amex Stadium, but listening to us as in comes Harris. Bowls cut away by Clark. Doesn't time it though to point, and there is no run. And just on the subject of the museum, just to note that it's Heritage Open Day. Sussex Cricket Ground tours this Friday, the 13th. Oh dear, Friday the 13th. That's not good news.
Oh, it's fine.
A behind-the-scenes tour will include the award-winning Sussex Cricket Museum and other areas you don't normally get to see. The tour lasts approximately an hour, and this year participants will be able to see some of the preparations involved in setting up a first-class match here at Hove. Harris in bowls for Simpson, Clark, who defends on the onside, no run. The tours are at 10:30 noon, 2 o'clock and 3:30. So if you want to come on a tour, come to the Sussex Cricket Museum and have a tour around the ground. It's Sussex Cricket Ground Tours Heritage Day this Friday.
And while you're here, why don't you pop over to the gift shop and pick up a nice little souvenir for yourself, as I did this morning.
You have to tell us about that, Atif. As in comes Harris bowls and Clark clips nicely through mid-wicket. Runs here, at least 2 and possibly 3. John Simpson is like a hair between the wickets, but even he isn't quick enough to come back for a third on this occasion. Clark goes to 25, 269 for 5. What did you buy in the shop, Latif?
Well, I'd like... I mentioned this yesterday. I quite like those sort of mini replica cricket balls that have the stamp of the club on them, and I've got a nice collection of them. I think I've got 11 now.
What do you do with them?
I just keep them.
Yeah, but where do you put them? Do you put them on the mantelpiece or
I've
something?
got them. I've got a little display next to my bed.
Have you?
Yeah, with some of my favourite keepsakes, including 11 cricket balls.
In comes Harris and bowls straight to Simpson. Nick and I sort of exchange glances. So raised and
like two of the nerdiest people in cricket looking at me like I'm the biggest nerd. But
No, we didn't think that at all, Latif.
I do quite like them. They're just little reminders of a little trip that you took to a county ground somewhere, and we're really spoilt here in England. We've got some of the most beautiful cricket grounds in the world and great cricket clubs with great heritages. It's nice to support them.
We certainly do, as James Harris is on his way. Just the one slip in place. Bowls to Clark, who's under the pad. That looks close. Sue Redfern says that is not out. He's going to turn that one away down to fine leg. And he's sort of gutsing it out here, Tom Clark. 25 off 91 balls. I mean, it doesn't really matter how long he's there for, to be honest. From a Sussex point of view, they just want to keep extending that lead. And so from that point of view, he's doing a good job. 269 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Sure thing, but there's also some batting to come for Sussex, who could push on a little bit. I'm sure Jack Carson in particular is itching to get out there. It's particularly seeing how well Callaway's bowled today in particular, just turning the ball out. Those footmarks to the left-handers. What did Nick call them? The trilogy of left-handed toms. That's great. I mean, that's a band waiting to happen, isn't it? Why are they not playing the Christmas dinner at least? They need to get together. Trilogy of left-handed toms. Right, here we go. He's a tribe. Another over for him from the Cromwell Road end.
Perhaps they'll be playing here next summer. There's going to be some concerts apparently.
Ooh, I like
so
it.
You never know.
I like it. Here's Tribe in from the Cromwell Road end. Short and cut, but straight to extra cover, and there is no run. Who's coming next year? Who's coming?
Well, they wouldn't say last night. A couple of times at the members' forum, Pete Fitzboyden, the CEO, was asked who the bands are going to be. He said, I can't say, but we're pretty close to getting something tied up.
Tribe in again, defended on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run.
They get 20,000 people here for a concert.
so nearly enough for me to consider bringing a stand-up comedy show here
Yeah,
to Hove.
possibly. Yeah, perhaps you could be the warm-up.
20k's a bit. Well, here we go. Tribe in again. Swept. Well, attempted sweep shot. Big appeal from everybody in the covers and the keeper, but umpire says not out. Probably sliding down leg. I'm guessing really because of my angle, but sliding down leg. No run.
How much comedy do you do now, Atif?
Not as much as in previous years. It's the cricket commentary stuff's kind of taken over, as you can imagine, and particularly in the summer, very little. But in the winter, I do still go on a tour in December. As Tribe in again, defended on the front foot by Simpson. There is no run, and it's great fun. Get to see 20 to 25 cities hitting the theatres around the country, especially that December time. There's not a huge amount on, so people don't have much of a choice if they want to see comedy. They've got to come see me. Here's Tribe again, this time cut nicely out towards deep extra cover by Simpson. Lovely sound off his bat as well. It's properly knocked in. I think that bat is cooked. And a single takes the score to 270 for 5.
And what size audiences would you, on average, perform to, Atif?
Well, not 20k.
No, okay.
Maybe across the whole tour. Well, maybe not even then, actually, to be fair. As this ball's pushed on the front foot, and again, there's a few yelps of agony from the Glamorgan fielders. The energy levels have picked up dramatically. 270 for 5 after 82 overs. Sussex. What size of audience? Well, some of the shows. I mean, the bigger shows, I'll do like 400, maybe 500 for the bigger shows, and then in smaller towns or towns where I don't know if I have an audience, maybe 50, 60 to 100. I'll be very pleased with. Well, I do remember I was telling my partner about this last week. I did a show at the Brighton Comedy Festival not a million years ago, 2017, and it was like very well promoted. It was quite a well received show, good reviews. It was on telly a bit at the time as well. How many people do you think turned up to see me at the Brighton Comedy Festival?
Oh, this is going to be embarrassing.
Yes, it is.
Was it none?
No, it wasn't none. It wasn't none. But it wasn't a million miles away. There were 2 people there to see me do a preview of my Edinburgh Fringe show. But I did it. I still did it. I did it for them, and we all had a great time, and then we all went out for a drink afterwards, the 4 of us.
Oh, fabulous.
The promoter needed more than a few drinks, as you can imagine.
And you, I mean, because if you're a comedian, you're there to make people laugh. Clearly.
Well, you try.
And do you get nervous about that? I mean, if the first joke doesn't go down well, do you think, oh crumbs?
Not really. I mean, I did a show this summer at a cricket club in Cookham Dean, at Cookham Dean Cricket Club. I'll tell you more about that in a second.
In comes Harris running away from us to bowl to the left-handed John Simpson. Simpson clips this beautifully. That's a lovely shot. That's a class shot by John Simpson. It was just slightly overpitched by James Harris, and Simpson clipped the ball beautifully away through mid-wicket for a boundary. He goes to 39, Sussex 274 for 5.
Yeah, terrific shot that. Brilliant from John Simpson. So Cookham Dean Cricket Club, it was organised by the game. It was a celebrity cricket match and then a gig for the local community, and it was organised by Tom Rosenthal, who some might remember from a show called Friday Night Dinner.
Harris in, bowls, Simpson drives into the offside. A very good bit of athletic fielding at backward point. Who's that, Nick? That was
number 55.
Thank you.
The Tribe.
Excellent piece of fielding. Didn't see his number, thank you.
Yeah, and so Tom had organised this show, and loads of really sort of big name comedians like Catherine Ryan was on the lineup and all sorts of people. And he turned to me and said, would you mind opening the show? And I said, only if I can open the batting as well. If that's allowed, then that's allowed.
Harris in, bowls, Simpson defend. That's a well taken run as far as Tribe at back point. Gets in the throw, misses the stumps, but a good bit of running by John Simpson. He's always keen to keep the scoreboard ticking along. He goes to 40, the total 275 for 5.
So I did open the batting. Didn't get very many runs, got out for 6. And then I was very kindly given a bowl around Mark Steele. Mark Steele and his son Elliot Steele both played, which is quite nice. I always really love seeing that, especially when you play club cricket and you see sort of fathers and sons, or fathers, sons and daughters you often see nowadays, playing in the same team. I always think that's really lovely, to have that opportunity to play a game like that.
Harrison bowls, and Clark this time punches through the offside. Now they'll take one. They'll think about 2 here because the fielder's got a little way to come in from the cover boundary, but in the end they settle for the single. Simpson on 40, Clark goes to 26, 276 for 5.
So we did that gig, so it was literally on the outfield of the gig. They put a stage up there, and it was a good number of people. I would say about 800 people turned up to watch, not the game, the gig. Nobody turned up to watch the game, I don't think. But it was a really pleasant gig, and I had to open the show.
Harris in a bowl. Simpson defends solidly into the offside, no run.
And bear in mind, I've got Catherine Ryan, Mark Steele, Elliot Steele, all these sort of comedians. Luke Kempner was performing as well. So all these people to come, and I've got to go first, right? And it was the only time I don't really feel butterflies at this point, because I've been doing it for 14 years now. So you kind of, even if it doesn't work out, which it usually does, even if it doesn't work out, you kind of think, well, you don't throw the whole. But even Coldplay aren't number one every day of the week, are they?
Harrison bowls. Cut away. That's going to be 4-all to John Simpson. Lovely shot. Just too much width from James Harris. And Simpson cutting the ball away through backward point for another boundary. He goes to 44. Sussex 280 for 5, which means the lead is now 94.
Yeah, terrific shot that behind square. Just really looked in control of that. Probably the best shot he's played so far in this innings.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, from Clark. Simpson is really impressed with the gravitas that John Simpson now carries, and the way he sort of carries himself. He's the captain, obviously, here. He's come over from a different club, but he's really settled into his work, respected by the players. Projects a big character out in the middle as well. You know, the way he stands tall in the middle. Some players have that. Some players walk in and they just, they've got a demeanour that allows you to sledge them and get under their skin a little bit. But John Simpson is not one of those people. He projects a lot of confidence, as we were saying to Nick earlier. He's a very sort of alpha type player. Right, here we go. There's a change in bowling. Ned Leonard back in it. It was a bit expensive last night, but I was impressed with his pace and his ability to show some control running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. And he's just loosening up ahead of a few deliveries. Still plenty of cricket to come today. 49 overs, the scoreboard tells me. 280 for 5 Sussex. Simpson on 44 and Clark on 26. And here we go, Ned Leonard in to Tom Clark. Bowls and Clark flicks that nicely down towards fine leg just for a single. James Harris gets the throw back in. Score moves on to 281 for 5.
John Barclay is the president of Sussex Cricket Club, former player who does a lot of after dinner speaking. And I saw John up at Scarborough, and he was giving, he was the after dinner speaker for an event up at Scarborough. I think it was the president's dinner or something he was doing up there. And I said, oh, what are you about? And I've seen him before, and he's very funny. And I said, what are you going to talk about today, John? And he said, I've got no idea. He said, I've got no idea. I said, what do you mean you've got no idea? I'll tell you more in a moment.
Ned Leonard into John Simpson again. He bowls, and Simpson, again, in almost identical fashion to Clark, works it down to fine leg for a single. 282 for 5.
Yeah, he said, I don't know. He said, I'll think about it as that was a leg by, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a leg by. Beg your pardon.
That's all right. He said, I know. He said, I said, well, don't you plan? And he said, no, not really. He said, if I'm doing sort of maybe a wedding, or I need to speak at sadly at a funeral, I will prepare. Yeah. But he said, if I'm just walking on, he said, I'll just see what comes into my mind. I mean, do you do that?
No, I try and
you prepare.
Every part of my performance is quite heavily prepared, really. But the trick is making it look like it's off the cuff, as Leonard in again, as that ball's played into the onside for no run. Well, it's like performance, isn't it? I mean, if you were spending like sort of 25, 30 pounds to come and see me live, and I just thought, I'll wing it, you wouldn't be pleased.
No,
you know, if I started doing crowd stuff and started speaking to people in the front and second row, you want to see my work, right? And I'm like that as a punter as well. When I go see a comedian, I want to see your work. What have you put in? What have you prepared for me to spend my hard-earned GBP in your pocket? Show me your work. Ned Leonard into his work as well as he sprints in to Tom Clark, and he bowls full, and that's left alone outside the off stump for no run. So what did Barclay say? How did he get on at that event?
I don't know. I didn't go, but I saw him at a dinner at the Oval a couple of years ago, and he was just very funny. He has some cricket stories. Yeah. He's done it a lot. He was talking to an audience, I guess, that he knows they're cricket people. So I guess when you turn up, you've got no idea who the audience are.
Most of the time, yeah. Hopefully fans. Hopefully.
So start chucking eggs at you or something.
Who watch the show and hopefully like the show. As Leonard in it, nearly fishes that one. Does Clark nearly gets a little outside edge on it? Has just left him through to the keeper. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, you just try and prepare as best you can. I mean, people nowadays tend to look you up and look at your social media and see what kind of stuff you've been doing beforehand. And I do a lot of mixed bills nowadays. I enjoy that more. You get to spend time with other comedians and you There's more of a camaraderie to it rather than just sort of traveling on your own and doing shows. Done that for a very long time, so I quite like mixed bills. Make it fun. Here's Leonard. In again. Short and pushed out towards the bowler and his follow through. There is no run. That's the end of the over. 282 for 5. With Clark on 27 and Simpson on 44.
I went to, about this time last year actually, I think it was my birthday actually, we went to one of the comedy stores in London. And
lovely.
And you booked it
There's
way
only
in
one
advance.
with the West End.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
it then.
Yeah.
We got the tickets in advance. I'm a cheapskate. I think it was like £1 for a ticket or something.
Oh no, you went to Top Secret Comedy Club.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you came out, if you enjoyed the show,
Yeah.
you had to you put some more money in the bucket.
Yeah, that's right. So that's a tradition from the Edinburgh Fringe Festival where you can go and watch many shows for free, and on your way out you pay what you want.
Yes.
Or you know, the tradition is to pay the same as you would for a paid show, so like a tenner or something.
Yeah, the guy at the top of the stairs did seem quite keen that we put some money in his bucket. I wouldn't say he sort of press ganged us, but it wasn't far off. In comes Harris and bowls as Simpson plays the ball back down the track, no run. But I think there were 3 or 4 comedians, I forget.
Yeah.
And they all had kind of about 20 minutes.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
MC.
And I kind of, because I'm a bit soft really, I felt quite sorry for all of them because I thought, I hope everyone's going to laugh, you know, because you're up there in front of, it's quite a lot of people there, maybe 200 or 300.
Sort of downstairs, downstairs? Yeah. So there is you can fit up to 400 people down
Right,
there.
okay, it was pretty full. I mean, pretty much everything was
the
taken.
curtain was down and everything.
Yes.
The curtain was up, I beg your pardon.
In comes Simpson and Bowles played into the offside. I forget now, but the guy who was introduced the axe was actually probably the funniest guy.
Well, it's a comedian, right? So the comic who MCs. So it's a rule of thumb. It's not a real rule, but you want your funniest person on last, and you want your second funniest person MCing the show.
Right. Okay. Well, he was very good. Okay. Well, that's probably why he was good.
Yeah. But that's great. I mean, it's a great night at Top Secret.
Oh,
Comedy Club.
we had fun. It was a really nice, couple of hours. In comes Harris. Over the wicket bowls. Simpson clips this one down through square leg. Harris has got his hands on his head, but John Simpson comes back for a second run. 284 for 5. The Sussex lead extended to 98. Just to say, Gloucestershire have lost another wicket at Lords. 124 for 5. Still trailing Middlesex by 253, and still reigning at Grace Road, where Leicestershire, I should say, are 35 for 2. Still trailing Yorkshire by 246.
You don't want angry text messages.
No.
You got to stick the Shires.
Yeah, you've got to have the Shire.
The Shire.
The light is sort of fading in and out. We're going through a phase of it not being great at the moment as Harris is in again. Bowls to Simpson, who covers it. Plays with a wonderfully straight back John Simpson into the covers, fielded by Carlson, who's a bundle of energy out there.
Yeah, he's been very energetic. He's had his beans, hasn't he, the last couple of days? But you like that. It's always good to have at least one player like that in your team that's keeping, the camaraderie up. And look at him, he's practicing a sweep shot at the moment. He's on one of the practice squares right now. Oh, there's a cover drive now. He's really fancying it. He's itching to have a bat, isn't he?
No,
There's a forward defence. He's practicing them all.
Now he's just flicked one onto the leg for a single. In comes Harris. Bowles. Simpson drives to mid-on. There is no run.
I really would love to, and you spend more time with him nowadays than I do, so you must at some stage ask John Simpson if he could stick on a pedometer one day when he's having a bat, because he really racks up the steps. Every single ball, a nice long walk over to square leg, almost to have a high five with the square leg umpire. I'm not sure Nigel Long's up for that, to be honest, but he really does move around a lot.
He does. And he's waiting now as James Harris is in. Bowles and Simpson with a wonderfully straight bat with his back close to the pad, plays it down the track. There is no run. 284 for 5 at the end of the over. Simpson on 48. The signage has got that T is at 320. We knew that, didn't we? We got some inside info.
Yeah.
That T was at 320. So we cannot eat this Victoria sponge, Atif, till 320.
Why? What's with this arbitrary rule? Why?
What the rule of the cake or the rule of when tea is?
Well, no, the cake rule.
Well, because it's mine.
I love that. Oh, I love that. It takes me back to playing cricket on the streets with my friends as a kid. And it's like, why is there no LBWs? Because it's my bat and my ball. That's why.
And I'm going home.
Yeah, I'm going home. I've had my bat. You lot can use a tree bark. Oh, very well. We'll have to wait till just another hour to go.
And we can't eat while we're commentating.
Well,
Perhaps we can. No, we can't.
Yeah, I've known a few people to do that. Strategic muting of the mic. Here's Ned Leonard from that Cromwell Road end. And bowls, and that's played nicely. Is it in the gap? It is in the gap. It's sort of been left by Fielder at backward point. Fielder at covers had to run almost all the way to the boundary rope. And deep in the covers to retrieve that. A couple of runs taken. Warm applause from the Sussex faithful. 286 for 5 the score.
I think the applause is for the 100 lead.
Yes.
That's all I can think of. But, you know, Tom Clark has battled away here, but it's been a very important innings, keeping his skipper company and just, you know, getting Sussex back on track, because they were in danger of rather losing their way.
They were indeed. There's Leonard in again. This ball's been flicked nicely, but good stop by Carlson at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's... I wonder how many runs he saves Glamorgan in. I would imagine that it's in the hundreds.
Yeah. Well, he probably makes up with it for all the energy drinks that he takes up at the ground. I can say the name of the brand there, but then that BBC training kicked in, and I remembered not to say the name of the brand.
Well done, T.
Here's Ned Leonard into Clark again. He bowls back of a length down the leg side, though. That's a wasted ball. They'll have to do that one again.
I heard John Major was interviewed by was it Jonathan Agnew on Test Match Special the other day, and they were talking about his first visit to the Oval.
Yes.
And he said he used to go with his sandwiches and his bottle of Tizer.
Yeah.
I think the advert called it Tizer the Surpriser.
That's outstanding. I don't even... Is it still available as a drink?
I don't know.
I don't think it is. So you might not even have to say that other soft drinks are available. There's Leonard in. And that's left alone by Clark. There is no run.
Actually, it wasn't Jonathan Agnew. It was Gary Richardson who did the interview, and John Major was talking about his early days. And, you know, I think it was in the days where, because I can remember where you had your bottle of lemonade or Tizer, and if you took the bottle back to the shop, you got a couple of pence or whatever it was.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So we used to try and find them, you know, if they were in a bin or something, and take them to the shop and get some money back.
When was this?
Yeah.
Well, you know roughly when that was? Well, to think about it, here's Leonard again. It's a big wafting drive there from Clark, who doesn't connect it. It goes through to the keeper. There's lots of applause. You hear the noise there from fine leg. I think it's James Harris down here, and also the slip cordon just encouraging the bowlers. Yeah, when would you be able to trade
I'm thinking that's late 60s.
Wow. Okay.
So we would go down and play cricket on the local green, and you know, maybe with a bottle of Tizer, you definitely take it back and get your money and get some money back.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here's Leonard again, slightly fuller this time as it's pushed to mid-wicket. There is no run. That is the end of the over as well. Yes, it is. 286 for 5. Clark on 29, Simpson on 46.
I need someone to back me up and say that they used to take their bottles of lemonade or Tizer.
I'm quite surprised you were around.
Shop.
I thought you were younger than that.
Oh, thanks, Latif. You can come again.
I didn't think you were around in the late 60s, but in any case, I did enjoy that chat. I saw a bit of it on social media, and I, like you, thought it was Aggies, but it obviously wasn't.
Yeah.
John Major's got a very special place in my heart, because he was one of my answers on Pointless Celebrities that won me points.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was very pleased with that. I got a lot of text messages from, wow, well remembered, John Major. Prime Ministers whose name ends with N.
With M.
With
yeah.
N for November.
In comes Harris bowls, played onto the onside by Simpson, who picks up his 47th run, 287 for 5. Right. N for November.
N for November. So John Major.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be first or second name. So Gordon Brown was taken very quickly.
Well, it's funny actually, because they were talking during the interview. They then got to talk about John Major's father, who I think was a circus performer or something like that. Yeah. And for a while, the family lived in Brixton. Yeah. And David Bowie spent some of his growing up time in Brixton. More in a minute. In comes Harris. Bowls. Shot. That's probably the shot of the day.
Oh, yeah.
That's magnificent. To see a left-hander cover drive like that, that was sort of Gower-esque, really. Beautiful shot. Caressed the ball through the covers. I'd love to see a left-hander play that shot. That's made my day. Whatever else happens today, that's Tom Clark's made my day. He goes to 33, 291 for 5. Yes, and I think John Major's dad was called Tom, and there was some suggestion, but we'll never know because David Bowie not with us anymore, that the the song he brought out, Major Tom, was named after John Major's dad.
There's no way.
What?
Surely.
I don't know. That's what it said on Wikipedia. Anyway.
Was it ground control to Major Tom?
Yes, it was. Ground control to Major Tom. And there was some suggestion that maybe that's where Bowie got the name from, because the family lived in Brixton. That's what it, it's probably complete nonsense. But we'll never know. Harris, kicking his heels up behind him, is in and bowls short, and Clark sways underneath that through to keeper Cook, and there is no run.
I was just thinking about that cover drive actually from Tom Clark. It's such a glorious shot. I saw Smriti Mandana earlier this summer play one in the 100 for the Southern Brave, which was very impressive, a very similar kind of shot. And yeah, she sort of made it her own. I remember interviewing her 3 years ago and saying, "Have you perchance modelled that on David Gower?" And she said, "No, Saurav Ganguly." I was like, "My apologies."
He goes Harris and bowls up on his toes as Clark plays to backward point, and there is no run. I started watching actually last night the Field of Dreams documentary with Freddie Flintoff. I'd seen the first episode before, but I wanted to remind myself, and then I got onto the second episode, and it got quite late, and I thought I'd watch that maybe tonight or another day. But
this is a new season.
Well, it's got fantastic reviews.
Yeah. The new season or the first season?
Well, I'm watching the first season, so I didn't realise there'd been a follow-up series.
There's one brand new that came out this summer.
Right, okay, that's one I need to get to that. As in comes Harris bowls, and Clark this time tries to repeat that extra cover drive, but he rather gets the inside of the edge of the bat, and the ball ends up down at deep square leg, or deepish mid-wicket. One more to the total. Clark to 34, 292 for 5.
Do they go to India in the new season? They go to India in the new season.
Right, yes, indeed.
And then how are you finding the first season?
Well, really, I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it, really? And there's these three lads sitting down on a fence, and they're scrolling through their phones going, "Freddie who? Never heard of him. Who's this bloke?"
Wasn't that long ago, guys.
Harris in and bowls. And Simpson plays that through the covers, picks up one. He'll look for two. No, he won't, because swept on the cover boundary by Andy Gorbin. Gets in the throw. 293 for 5. Simpson to 48 at the end of the over. I have to say, in lots of ways, it was quite thought-provoking and quite sad, really, because these were young people who didn't have the benefit of going to private schools, who had no interest in cricket whatsoever, who thought it was boring, and Freddie was really good with them, and I so it was thought-provoking, because clearly a lot of cricketers do have the benefit of a good education and good schooling, where the facilities are as much as anything else. So, as much as Freddie's just a fabulous person, isn't he? It was in some ways it was quite sad, really.
It is. There's still a little bit of a class divide in our sport, as Ned Leonard in again. That ball's left alone by Simpson through to the keeper, no run, and it does sort of highlight that in a sort of subconscious way. I've seen Freddie Flintoff with a lot of his fans, sort of interact with them, and it's a very sincere and very genuine thing from Flintoff. It's not something that he's putting onto the cameras or being performative about, and he is quite performative. I've seen him do his live sort of one-man show or two-man shows. He usually has somebody with him, and he is a very gifted performer in that way as well as Leonard in, and that ball beats the outside edge. Good length from Ned Leonard. He's found a good area here. The score remains 293 for 5, but yeah, Flintoff's very sincere, and I think there's a growing recognition in the game of cricket that particularly for young people, there's a school divide there. If you're a state school person, you're less likely than someone who goes to public schools, particularly one of the fancier public schools, to get an opportunity to play the game or progress through the levels. There's a coaching and a selection bias towards those schools as well, I would say, based on empirical evidence. As Ned Leonard in again, hits a good length, this time left alone by Simpson through to the keeper. There is no run. So it's, there are programs now that try and service pathways. Obviously there's ACE, which has been celebrated widely, but also this year Saka, they were featured on the Test Match Special, one of the lunchtime interviews, or might have been tea time interview actually, the South Asian Cricket Academy, and they've already produced some talent that's been signed by counties and things like that. These initiatives are important, but I feel like we've got to go younger in breaking down those divides. As Leonard in again, that ball's worked just in front of square leg, who makes a tumbling stop. Asa Tribe there, prevents any runs being taken. 2.93 for 5.
And it's the same motif in terms of Olympians. I think you'll find
Yes.
that most Olympians have come through because generally these schools have, you know, better facilities, etc., etc. It's more accessible. So yeah, I could agree. So it was really interesting last night. And actually, Kieran Carlson's lost his cap.
He has. He's just had to run after it. Well, he's had to run a long way after it. I wonder where he left it behind. Was it the wind? The wind is not that hard. I don't think so.
Well, I think it's quite blowy, I think.
Looking at the trouser legs of the players, that's how I usually judge it. Here's Ned Leonard in again, left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. But if you look at Ace of Tribe, he's at the best angle for us, I think, just in front of me, at sort of fine leg. I want to call it fine leg up inside the circles. His trouser legs were sort of periodically fluttering. Yeah, there is a little bit of a breeze. John Simpson, sleeves rolled up. He's not feeling it at all. It's because he's stepping all over the place. And he comes, Ned Leonard, into Simpson, who pushes that ball defensively into the covers, and there is no run. 2.93 for 5.
And we've just had news, this is hot off the press, of the England squad for the Tour of Pakistan. Let me just check this isn't embargoed before I show it to a teeth.
The tour that doesn't have a third venue yet.
Right. So no surprise, Ben Stokes kippers the side. Rian Ahmed, Gus Atkinson, Shoaib Bashir, Harry Brook, Bryden Cass, interesting inclusion. Jordan Cox, who's done really well since he's gone to Essex. Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Josh Hull, Jack Leach, Ollie Pope, Matthew Potts, Joe Root, Jamie Smith, Ollie Stone and Chris Wokes. So no Mark Wood, who's out for a little while with his elbow injury. No Ollie Robinson.
No Ollie Robinson. No Tom Hartley. I think he's the one.
Yeah, no Hartley.
For me, he was one that would have been, that should have been, well, I hope they talked about him ahead of this particular tour. There was a lot. He did right against India at the start of this year, so I felt like he might do well there. But
yeah,
well, that's still a very strong squad from England.
Oh, there we are.
That's
all right. No, you keep chatting away.
Well, yeah, no, he did a very good job. I thought Tom Hartley with bat and ball against India, and I thought he might have warranted another go, particularly on an away tour. But it's great to see Jack Leach back in the side as well. He's a lovely man and has worked really hard to earn his sort of come back into the side. It's good fun to commentate with as well. Jack Leach had a chance to commentate with him a few times.
Oh, there we go. Yes, hello Adam. It's a cold, grey, breezy day down here on the south coast. Nonetheless, Sussex are going along very nicely. They're 293 for 5. John Simpson, the skipper, is on 48. Tom Clark on 34. And these two have so far added 80, I should say, for the 6th Sussex wicket. Meanwhile, Somerset against Surrey down at Taunton. Surrey in their first innings, 154 for 3. So they're trailing Somerset by 163. And down at Canterbury, Hampshire eventually bowled out for 403 today. Kent in reply are 6 without loss. We can do, yeah. What's the problem? Right, okay, right, wonder why that is. Okay, I'll very quickly do that. Who else has mentioned it? Let me very quickly do that.
Sure.
You are indeed, yeah. So I'll give those 20.
There you go.
Apologies for the brief break while we try and sort things out, and should be back with you after that brief interruption. Apologies for that, with Sussex 294 for 5, and they really have regained their momentum. Ben Callaway from this C end is back on with the relatively new ball, as that's swept away by Simpson. More runs here, as that's down to fine leg. He'll dash back for the second run. Good throw comes in, but Simpson is safely home, and that is the half century for John Simpson. It's come off 79 balls and included 8 fours, and it really has given the momentum back to the Sussex innings that was stalling before lunch as they lost 4 wickets for 25. And Ben Callaway has bowled well. It's most overs he's bowled in first-class cricket. He's just starting to leak a few here and there. That one is a defensive shot from Simpson at the last minute, chopped away to point. No run. Callaway in his 26th over, 3 for 64. It's been a hard day's work, and he turns one past the bat there. Simpson pushing forward. And getting good turn. And
it's 55th half century in first class cricket for Simpson.
That one's slightly back of a length and defended by Simpson. And the over then, Simpson has 50, Clark has 35, Sussex 296 for 5. I don't think the new ball has done Glamorgan an awful lot of good, really.
No, it doesn't seem to have. They've managed to plug along quite nicely here, Sussex, and just continue to just build that lead. They'd like to bat to the end of the day if they can, and then try and get Glamorgan back in maybe sort of lunchtime-ish tomorrow. I think that's the best case scenario for Sussex. But just looking at John Simpson and the half century, he's scored millions of them, 55 of them now in his first class career. It really is, he really has been a very, very fluent cricketer over the course of his career. Here's Ned Leonard now from the Cromwell Road end, continuing. In he comes to Tom Clark, who defends that ball well. I don't think he realised where it went. He was sort of chasing his tail there for a moment as the ball dribbled to Asa Tribe at short fine leg, and there is no run. So that's it's got to be one of the highest tallies of half centuries and first class cricket amongst active players, really. 55. Can't think of too many players who would have done more than that.
Decent haul, isn't it?
1400s to go along with it as well. It's a big bugbear of some statisticians where you count them separately.
Oh yes, yes, I see what you mean.
If you get to 100, it doesn't count as a 50, or so on and so forth. And every 100 you score, so if you score a double 100, it shouldn't count as 100, it should count as 200s, but I don't know about that one. This is back of a length and just punched defensively into the covers for no run by Clark, who's pushed on a little bit now. It's still 35 off 112, which is a strike rate of under 30, but that's better than it was earlier. I think it was on 8 of 55 deliveries at one point. He's trying to settle into his work.
Simpson's taking the pressure off him to a large extent, though, isn't he?
Yeah, 50 off 82 for Simpson. There's Leonard into Clark, who nearly feathers an edge through to Cook behind the stumps. Now he's going to have a little chat with John Simpson at the non-striker's end, but every now and again, Ned Leonard, he's found a really lovely angle across the left-hander, and he's been pretty unlucky, really, because I've watched him bowl for 13 and a half overs now without much success, and he's bowled a lot of good balls in that. He turns at the top of his run now. Steely determination. And then he runs to Tom Clark. This is a short ball, an effort one, which Clark weaves out of the way of. Just leans backwards like a limbo dancer almost as the ball passes his chest through to Cook, and there is no run. 296 for 5, the score remains. And, yeah, 55 half centuries for Simpson. Watched him score many of them as well. Many, many, many of them down at Lord's and some at Merchant Taylor's School. There's Leonard into Clark again, who once more is beaten outside the off stump, just reaching for that one and couldn't get anything on it as the ball went through to the keeper. And Ned Leonard just had his hands up in the air and then behind his head in frustration, because he's done everything right except get the outside edge so far today.
It's the definition of hanging on in there at the moment from Tom Clark, isn't it?
Yeah, he's really struggling. Another slip is going in as well. There's a vote of confidence from the captain. Sam Northeast says. Ace a try. Jump in there, mate. Third slip. Here is Ned Leonard, who goes down the leg side for the last ball of the over, which is kind of the opposite of what you want to do when you just put a third slip in, unless you're trying a really unusual mode of dismissal. 296 for 5 is the score after 90 overs of this Sussex innings. Their lead is over 100 runs now. 112 if I'm not wrong. No, 110, I beg your pardon, is the lead right now. 4 points in this game so far for Sussex, just the one for Glamorgan, but they're only one away from another. 1 wicket away.
Yeah, Colin Ingram fielding at slip all day. Has hardly touched the ball, has he? Took the catch last night. Good catch to get rid of Tom Haynes, but he's probably wondering, why did I come and live on these shores? You ought to be used to rubbish British weather after a decade or so on the county circuit.
You'd think.
Ben Callaway is bowling to John Simpson at the start of a new over, and Simpson plays it into the offside. Douthwaite jogs to his right and does the fielding. My BBC colleague Edward Bevan saying Gloucestershire had 8 players in their win last week who'd come to the academy system. So that's driven but not really timed by Simpson, looking to play straight, plays to cover again. Sussex have many, sadly Glamorgan have few.
There was a discussion we were having about the pathways that players take in the sort of the public school system.
As that is off an inside edge from Simpson down towards fine leg. Carlson comes scampering round there, quickly back for a 2. Their bodies all over the place. Simpson was dashing home. Carlson through and fell over with the momentum. Chris Cook was diving away, but Simpson's safely back for the runs which take him on to 52. The total to 298 for 5.
A lot of heavy cloud cover at the moment over the ground.
That is ball from Callaway that goes past off stump, and there is no run. I'm trying to sort out my slightly malfunctioning headphones.
Yeah, it was doing that for me as well. Just trying to find the right angle.
Which is what Ben Callaway is trying to do. As he does find the right angle in that he beats the outside edge of Simpson's bat. Adrian's got a screw loose in his machine. I have to tell him later.
There's something going on with this box.
298 for 5. As Callaway bowls to Sussex skipper, who cuts nicely into the offside. On bounce, no run. 298 for 5, fielded at point. The end of the over. Martin Hughes, critical of the South Wales Premier League. Ruined local cricket in South Wales, in my opinion. Andrew Thomas, how many Glamorgan players are coming through the South Wales Premier League? Well, you've got to have a Premier League. It's the way in which it operates. Could it be set up better? Glamorgan Academy used to play against the club sides, I think, in the 90s.
Wow.
So that was quite a good proving ground for the youngsters, I think, at the time.
Here's Ned Leonard into Tom Clark, who looks for a drive and makes no contact as that ball goes through to Cook behind the stumps, who's now got his hands on his waist, wondering how has Tom Clark survived that many plays and misses. And Ned Leonard is just he's almost resigned to just beating the outside edge today. And I was mentioning before, there's a bit of cloud cover. It's quite dark. It's gone quite a little bit darker here at Hove, and Sussex will be in no rush to jump off anyway. They want to accumulate as many runs today as possible. They certainly don't want more time out of this game. As Leonard this time gets a bit of bat on it, does Clark, and more than enough bat to beat the fielder at Gully and run away to the boundary for 4. I don't think Ned Leonard will mind that boundary too much, because it wasn't ultra convincing from Clark, but it did bring up the 300 for Sussex. 302 for 5 now the score, with Clark on 39, Simpson at the non-strikers end on 52. That lead continuing to build.
Takes the bonus point count to 5-1, which reflects Sussex's dominance, a lead of 116.
Be a good score tonight, wouldn't it? 5-1. England and Finland in action. Wembley, that'll be on 5 Live Sport later on.
As well. Our listeners might differ as to which side they want to score 5.
That's true. There's a short that's gone through to the keeper and there is no run. It's a nice short ball that actually from Leonard. Good pace on it and forcing Clark to just weave out of the way. Yeah, of course you're absolutely right.
I'm not a member personally of the ABE club, the Anyone But England, but there are quite a few Welsh sports supporters who would be.
There's a few other AB clubs that I'm a part of, but not that one. There's a few ABs. Here's Ned Leonard into Clark as that ball's defended into the covers and there is no run. 302 for 5 Sussex. They've batted well here collectively. And I think Daniel Hughes kind of set the tone. He'll be disappointed to not be able to cash in. He was on 83 when he got out. Could have got to his 11th first-class century, but just fell short. And there's also Henry Crocombe, who got out for 54, which is a career best and his first-class 50, but at the same time could have got more. Here's Ned Leonard. That ball takes a thick outside edge past third slip. It's going to run away to the boundary at deep third for 4. There's a good bit of bowling that from Ned Leonard, and I'm sure Tom Clark will do his best to persuade you that he meant that, but I don't know if you'd convince me of that. It is 4 runs though either way. 306 for 5 is the score for Sussex, and Leonard continues to have no luck, and Clark continues to ride his.
2 boundaries down to third man in the same over will infuriate some listeners, I'm sure. But Glamorgan don't post a man on the boundary for the time being.
Yeah, still 3 slips. You want to encourage that kind of little fiddle outside off stump. Here's Ned Leonard into Clark again, who this time pushes in front of square. Well, there's something for a single to cover. Carlton Fields, they get through for the 1. 307 for 5 after 92 overs of this innings. The 307, he used to take that bus back in the day. Clark on 44 off 122 deliveries, and John Simpson on 52 off 88. We just heard that England squad announced by Adrian a little bit earlier. What do you make of that squad? Are you happy with that? Would you have changed anything, Nick?
Well, there aren't any fresh punts, I suppose. They're all players who have been around and about the setup.
3 spinners in that as well. That's quite something, isn't it?
Is that liable to? Is that justified, do you think, by the wickets that they're likely to find there?
I don't know. I think it's just
wherever there is for one of the matches.
This is it. So we know that we're 2 of the venues are going to be officially.
Hello, light check by the look of it.
Yeah, they're taking one of the bails off as umpire Sue Redfern, and then she's putting her light meter on the off stump or leg stump, whichever way, depends which way you choose to look at it, to have a little light check. I did mention it was getting quite gloomy here. There's some really dark clouds above Hove at the moment. We'll find out momentarily if play resumes, and if not, we'll have a little discussion about the squad off air. Why not? Why not? Or maybe we'll save it for later. Let's see. Let's find out. Sue Redfern stands by the light meter, taking its reading. I wonder if it's like one of those digital thermometers. We have to wait a second to give it. Well, whatever it says it's fine, because Kellaway's gonna hand his cap to umpire Sue, and play is gonna continue. That's good news.
It is. Umpire Redfern has had enough of shortened matches in the last week or so, being one of those presiding at the Bristol debacle.
Yeah.
The abandonment of their championship match.
There's been a lot of this about. 2 days of play abandoned in the Afghanistan-New Zealand test match as well in Greater Noida.
As that is down leg side from Callaway, swept away nicely, and 4 runs. A nice little freebie for Tom Clark as he moves on to 48. A painstaking innings, but has got 50 in sight. And well, it'll be a hard-earned half-century if he does get that, because he really has played and missed an awful lot. But given a little bit of a freebie there by Callaway, who's now 3 for 70. Maybe starting to tire a little bit, as that one is slapped away, cross bat through the offside, just the single as Clark moves to 49, total to 312 for 5. The lead is 126, and I think this game is moving steadily away from Glamorgan in this afternoon session as Callaway spins another one past the bat, beating Simpson this time. And they don't seem to be able to judge the spin of Ben Callaway very well at the moment. He's flighting most of his deliveries quite nicely, getting the batters to push forward, the left-handers, but then it's beating the outside edge more often than not, as that is played away through the offside by Simpson for a single. Gorvin is the fielder at deep cover, and the applause is for the century partnership between these two. Just a couple of deliveries shy of 30 overs. 100 partnership. The first one of the match here on BBC Sport Online. 3:13 for 5. Forward presses Clark, defends, remains on 49 not out. As Callaway adjusts his field and adds a second slip to the mix. As into bowl, and Clark trying to cut, missed through to Cook. Callaway cannot believe that he hasn't got an outside edge, induced an outside edge in the course of that over. Beat both batters, but Sussex survive and prosper. 313 for 5.
Yeah, just took a look at that on the replay, and it just shaved. It was so close. It was like another coat of another coat of varnish on that off stump, and it would have been clipping them. But
another pint of varnish.
Yeah, maybe a pint of varnish, and it might be knocking it over. But yeah, just a little bit of frustration now for Glamorgan. They've come very close to breaking this partnership. It's worth 100 now, as you say, and really piling on the misery. They had a really good second hour today. Glamorgan took 4 wickets in that second hour of play, but since then Sussex have rebuilt well. 100 partnership between Clark and Simpson. Simpson on 53, Clark on 49, and there's a bit of a delay in getting the slips organised. Well, I think they're just about ready to play now with all the slips in place. Is that substitute a second slip, I think? Here is Ned Leonard. His first ball's been flicked out towards deep backward square leg for a single, and the score moves on to 314 for 5. No, it's not a substitute. I just didn't see the shirt number clearly.
We've got Ingram North East Tribe in there.
Thank you.
At the moment.
Yep, Sam North East, number 16, not number 76, as I was misreading.
I think Glamorgan got a 76.
Yeah. Tell you what, Ned Leonard, he's got a reason to feel aggrieved, and I'll tell you why that is in a moment. As then he comes to Clark, who again plays that ball back to Leonard, and there is no run. He's not on the website in the squad, is Ned Leonard. I was having a scan yesterday, looking through the team and trying to get their shirt numbers and what have you, and Ned Leonard not on the website.
Yeah, on
oversight.
On loan from the Cider Boys.
Yeah, you still got to put him on the website. He's playing.
Number 22, yeah.
Yeah, I had to wait for him to turn his back before I got his shirt number. Here's Leonard in again. This is short and just loopy, really. Easily evaded by Tom Clark as the ball goes over his head through to the keeper. No run. 314 for 5. The score remains. And yeah, that squad is very interesting. Like we were talking about the England squad. I think it's hard to pick a squad when you don't know what all 3 venues are going to be. And maybe because of all this chat about Abu Dhabi, they've gone with a 3rd spinner, because that is traditionally a spinning wicket. As Leonard into Clark, that ball's flicked out towards deep square leg. They'll come back for a second run as well, and with that, Tom Clark will complete his half century. Warm applause from the fans here. It's been hard work for Tom Clark. He's accelerated a bit now, but 129 balls faced for that, 51 runs. The 14th half century of his first-class career. And he's shown a lot of grit in hanging around in spite of some good bowling from Glamorgan. Those couple of runs, again past that mini milestone. I wonder if it'll free him up a little bit to play some shots as Ned Leonard runs into Tom Clark again, who lets that ball go by through to the keeper, no run.
So 50 balls more than his partner to reach the 50 mark.
Exactly 50. Wow, okay.
Simpson was 79 and Clark 129.
Wow.
You feel sorry for Dan Lawrence, the batter being dropped from that England squad though, don't you?
Yeah, he got very unlucky really, because I mean, playing Sri Lanka at home in September is very different to playing Pakistan in October on what are generally batting friendly pitches, as Leonard in once again. And that time the ball, well, just holds up a little bit. He defends it just in front of him, mostly of bat, but with a good chunk of pad thrown in the mix as well. It's a dot ball anyway, 316 for 5. And, Simpson 54, Clark 51, and we're talking about the England squad.
Yeah, thrown up the top of the order, Dan Lawrence. Hasn't suited everyone, has it? Zach Crawley is back after his broken finger. And well, it's an issue you find in the county game as well.
You kind of have to fit in where the opening is, and it's something Jamie Smith, I was really impressed with what he did well, because he's obviously not in a favoured spot. It's a different skill batting with the till, but he's made it look quite effortless, and it's kind of what you need to do when you're given these opportunities. You have to grab them.
It's difficult to think who in this Glamorgan squad has actually started as an opening bat, because it has been a series of people promoted up the order. Eddie Byram did have a background at a more junior level, and the first ball of the Callaway over is defended by Simpson. There's, again, some really dark stuff passing overhead, and you wouldn't be entirely surprised if they go off. Callaway in, bowls to Simpson, who sweeps, tries too big appeal for LBW, everyone wants it, umpire Redfern says no.
There was a bit of desperation about that appeal, wasn't there? Please!
Yeah, Glamorgan are despairing of breaking this century partnership for the 6th wicket, albeit it is two top half batters, with Crocombe having come up the order from tail and done a good job, as that one slapped into the covers and really well intercepted by Carlson to deny Simpson what might have been a boundary.
I'll tell you what, just had a look at that shout on the replay. It looked like a very good shout.
Callaway bowls again, Simpson forward defending towards point. Kieran Carlson wins the race ahead of Colin Ingram, who dashed out from slip. Why can't we produce opening batters in the UK? It is a conundrum as Callaway bowls, Simpson forward to defend. Maybe, I suppose, the product of the increased emphasis on white ball cricket.
Power hitting as a skill.
Hitting, yeah. Callaway bowls, Simpson clips it to short mid-wicket. There is no run, 316 for 5. Traditional virtues not so well rewarded, I suppose, in terms of players being willing to dig in for a long innings and grit their way through hours of cricket. And well, who can blame youngsters when they see the financial rewards on offer? If you're a teenage cricketer, which is going to provide you with a better living, being a free scoring, 3-4-5 batter, or being someone who dogs it out for hours, opening the batting and taking the shine off the new ball. Andy Gorvin is to have a blast from the Cromwell Road end.
Just dial down for a couple of minutes
as
with the streams.
we are going to
Right, I think we're back.
Apologies for losing our commentary for a couple of moments. We haven't missed anything in terms of the action. One or two technical issues around today.
Gremlins.
Those gremlins.
It's a good film.
Gorvin bowls and Clark plays to mid-wicket, no run. So, will, having reached a half-century, free Tom Clark up or not? 316 for 5.
It's always nice to hear somebody in your ears call you marvellous.
Yes, we're doing a marvellous job.
Yes.
I think the fact that they could hear us at all was marvellous rather than what we were actually saying. Gorvin bowls, grunt of effort from him. Clark defends on the leg side, and not sure the Tom Clark highlights reel is going to be terribly a long one from today's play. But he's still there, he's got the runs, and people looking at the scorecard might not notice that he's taken this time, but why not? As in comes Gorvin again and bowls, and Clark plays that one to cover, and there is no run. 316 for 5. Yeah, that England squad headlines, Dan Lawrence has been dropped, Jordan Cox and Bryden Kars, who are uncapped, have been included for the tour of Pakistan. Both Cox, a batter keeper, and Kars, a fast bowler, have been around the England squad before. Ben Stokes is back as Clark is beaten again, pushing forward to Gorvin. Ben Stokes back after hamstring injuries, Zach Crawley back after a broken finger. And well, you feel sorry that Lawrence has now been discarded, because I think he's potentially a test number 4 or 5, but England, I suppose, have got those already. Gorvin in. Clark drives, doesn't time it. It's getting ever more murky now. As Adrian Harms will be back in on commentary, taking over from Atif.
Yes, thank you, Atif. We did have a problem with our line, but it seems to be resolved, so I don't know if there were some gremlins in the system or something.
Yes, it's obviously one of Atif's favourite films. Gorvin in bowls. Clark tries to whack it away on the leg side, doesn't make much contact, but he'll come back for 2. That's good running, as Leonard had a way to come in off the boundary. Cook whips out one of the stumps, partly in frustration, I think, because Clark was home for his second run. Has that gone on the board? That was 2 to Clark, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I thought it was. Yes, there were leg byes.
Board hasn't got them up quite as yet.
My friend Julian, who sits in the top tier of the Spain Karma, has just sent me a photograph of the rain radar, which suggests we could be going to get quite a bit of rain quite soon. Now, how accurate? I mean, the fact that there's Ben Gibson and his men down below us, they have been for much of the day.
Can't see him, but the light is awful.
Yeah, it's dreadful. I'm quite surprised we're on, to be honest. It's going to be Ben Kellaway who's going to carry on. 29 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 72. Bowls to John Simpson, who punches into the offside. There is no run. There's been a good partnership between this pair. It sort of steadied the Sussex ship, which was floundering a little just before lunch. Kellaway in again. Bowls. Simpson plays calmly through the covers, picks up a single, so the lead is 129. 129? No, more than that.
133.
33, thank you, Nick. But Sussex will want a few more than that. They, if we lose a lot of play now, obviously they'll want to get on with it tomorrow.
Yeah, Welsh listeners doing their rain dances around their living rooms.
Yeah. Kellaway in, tucked away by Clark down to fine leg, and the urgency with which Sutton are batting in, suddenly running between the wickets. That's good running again by Tom Clark. These two will be the fastest runners between the wickets in the Sussex side. Clark goes to 50. I'm having trouble even making out the numbers on the scoreboard. 53. 321 for 5. Kellaway again with 2 slips and a short leg. In and bowls. Clark's it on the pad. There's a stifled appeal from behind the stumps.
Yeah, the numbers on the little board above the pavilion are brighter, but the name of Clark and his score are rather smudged for some reason.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it? In comes Kellaway bowls. Clark defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. It's not raining at Lords, and I thought that's where the poor weather was coming from.
Would the weather come from Lords?
I think it's coming from the north.
Is it?
Apparently, that's what I thought. Swept by Clark. Is he going to pick up a boundary? He is. That's a good shot by Tom Clark. Swept away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 61. Has that gone up already? Maybe it hasn't. Maybe it has already. I thought he had 56 before then. So we shall wait and see. Anyway, the scoreboard is adamant that he's on 57. And the total is 325 for 5.
Yorkshire are being held up, one of Sussex's rivals, by the rain at Leicester. Leicestershire 35 for 2, still a mammoth 246 behind, and Leicestershire will need something special from the overseas duo who defied Glamorgan, I guess. Rahane and Hanscom both got centuries in Cardiff last week. 325 for 5, with the biggest stand of the match in progress, and Gorvin trying to break it and whacking into Simpson's pads. Ball trickles out on the offside, and there is no run. Middlesex are well placed as well. They've just broken a troublesome Gloucestershire stand. Gloucestershire 148 for 5, still 229 in arrears at Lords.
So Redfern looks sort of quite twitchy, doesn't she, at square leg? She keeps sort of looking around at the skies. I mean, we must be on the cusp of coming off, I think.
Simpson defends. Back to Gorvin. There's no run. At Northampton, the possibly the highlight of the day there was the play being interrupted by a flying gazebo, which blew loose from its moorings, obviously somewhere on the ground, and had to be removed from the playing arena. Northampton 90 for 3, leading Derbyshire by 144. That's the Northampton's second innings. As Simpson plays to cover, and there is no run, with Derbyshire saving their best performance against Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago.
That was their one victory, wasn't it, this season, without rubbing it in?
All right.
Without rubbing it in.
Wonder who Glamorgan's one victory was against.
Yes, I know. Well, 4 victories this season for Glamorgan against Sussex. Very much Sussex's bogey side this season. 2 defeats in the T20.
As Simpson on the back foot on the defensive. Is tight over from Gorvin, but maybe Simpson has in the back of his mind the possibility that they might be going off sometime soon, either for light or potentially bad rain. Bad light or rain. Speaking of bad rain, I've rarely seen such rain as the Welsh football team played in last night. Absolutely lashing down from start to finish in Montenegro. Gorvin bowls, Simpson plays defensively to points, no run. Yeah, it was switched to a small ground away from the capital because the problems of the main stadium, and Craig Bellamy, the Wales manager, ventured out in a black bomber jacket, looking pretty smart, but not very suitable for the occasion.
Did they complete the game?
Yeah, just about. Gorvin bowls, smashed through the offside by Simpson, who is quite happy to wait for his chance. Gorvin with head in his hands kept Simpson honest for 5 balls in that over, and then bowled one just a little bit wider outside off stump. Simpson put it away. Job done. He moves to 59, back ahead of Clark. It is 329 for 5. And Glamorgan are desperate for something to change, because we've had, what, 2 hours play since lunch now, and nary a wicket's to be seen.
And it looks like Kieran Carlson is coming back into the attack with his leg spin. 10 minutes to go until tea. I did notice John Simpson, after he'd hit that boundary, did look in the direction of Sue Redfern as if to say, it's getting pretty gloomy out here. But I think Sussex, I don't know what Sussex want to do here, in a sense that you know, they can't progress the match sitting in the pavilion.
No,
so in many ways you'd
might as well get on with it.
Yeah, they might as well get on with it.
Yeah, 3 off spinners in the Glamorgan ranks. Callaway backed up by Carlson and Tribe, and leg spinner Mason Crane. Just a minor worry. Pelvic area didn't feel quite right. Glamorgan not willing to risk him.
Here comes Carlson. Bowls, and is Clark trapped in front. Carlson's convinced he's got his man with a loud appeal, very animated appeal as well.
Top marks for the appeal.
Yeah, it was very good. And Sue Redfern says, very sorry, but that's not out. Carlson again. In and bowls. Forward comes Clark, plays into the offside. Again, there is no run.
That previous one from Carlson kept a little bit low as well.
Carlson again, bowls, gives it a bit of air, and clipped by Clark to mid-wicket. There is no run. I think Jack Carlson might enjoy bowling here second time around. So very much Sussex's match winner in the last game against Derbyshire. Carlson again, bowls, and Clark defends onto the onside. There is no run. It's a bit of a breakthrough innings this really for Tom Clark, because he's really had to battle 145 in 57 balls. He's scored championship hundreds before, but he's really had to dig in here. He's had a bit of luck, but he's really gutsing it out. Carlson in bowls. That's a good shot. Played away through the covers. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Clark goes through for his 58th run. I'm having trouble sort of following the ball here, I have to confess. It really is very gloomy. 3:29 for 5. John Simpson retakes his guard. Still got another 33 overs to be bowled tonight. Carlson is in, bowls, Simpson is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Top marks to Glamorgan because their over rate is +3. It is the end of the over. Umpires Redfern and Long decide on this occasion not to look at each other. No, they're not. So I think we are going to get another over. And we've got, by the digital clock on the scoreboard, another 7 minutes to go until tea. And I have to confess, I have dived in to the Victoria Sponge. And had a slice just to make sure it was okay for you blokes, which it is.
Yes,
yeah, yes. It is. I'm pleased to say.
Yeah, Glamorgan. Well, tea is usually taken with 32 overs left. Not quite sure why it's.
No, I'm not sure why
it's 3:20 today.
All these rules and regulations are, well, they're exactly that. So it's, you know, that's what they have to do. But it is pretty confusing, I have to say.
Gorvin then running in from the Cromwell Road end, and Clark is back on the defensive. Atif and I were saying you've got to screw loose, Adrian, on this side of the broadcast equipment. It's all right. I've got it back together now, but the headphones are occasionally malfunctioning.
Right. Yeah.
Gorvin bowls and Clark hits it hard but straight to cover, where Carlson saves well.
We wondered how many runs Carlson saved in a season. I reckon it was hundreds. But yeah, the kit in need of an end of season service, I think.
Like the commentators in some cases,
yeah.
As 2 weeks to go, and Glamorgan and Sussex both have finals to look forward to.
Yeah, indeed.
Finals day for Sussex and the one-day cup final for Glamorgan, as Clark punches off the back foot straight to Carlson, and there is no run. So Clark was on 5 at lunch, so he's got his half century in in the space of the afternoon session, but he has faced quite a lot. Faced 40 odd deliveries more than Simpson, who has been neck and crop with him, as Gorvin bowls and Clark edges, and it doesn't get picked up by slip at all. It's hit the hand of Tribe somewhere along the process. I thought it'd been stopped, but then saw whistling down to the third man boundary for another somewhat fortunate four, and apologies to the friends of and family of Tom Clark. That one didn't carry to slip, and Asa Tribe couldn't stop it on the first bounce. Clark to 62, total to 3-3-4 for 5. In terms of overs, there are 10 more overs after this to get bonus points. So Sussex seem highly unlikely to get to 450, but 400 is a possibility. If Clark keeps on finding gaps, and he does so there, playing to mid-wicket for a single. So he's under 63, 3-3-5 for 5. As Simpson playing by far the more fluently of this 6th wicket pair, but it doesn't matter. It's all advancing the Sussex cause. They look for yet another championship victory. Is it 6 they're on at the moment, Adrian?
6, yes indeed, 6 wins, 6 out of 11, so
that's pretty good going.
Yes, it is.
Championship cricket these days. Dot ball to conclude the over 335 for 5. And in terms of overs, we are going to be ahead of the game at the tea interval, by the look of it.
And I would say the light has actually improved marginally. It's from a pretty low base, you have to see, but I mean, there's not a break in the cloud anywhere, and as I say, I've been sent a message to say there's quite a lot of rain around. I mean, it looks as if a lot of the weather here comes in from the southwest, which is over to our left-hand side. But there's a really brisk breeze, and the cloud is sort of scudding across the ground. Nick said earlier on that walking along the seafront this morning was more like November than September. And I think that's a pretty good comparison. But we will have tea in after this over from Kieran Carlson, who's on his way from the end of the ground with a slip in place, and forward comes Clark, gets him on the pad. Clark wanders away disinterested, or perhaps trying not to look at the umpire, maybe a bit of both. And there is no run.
These shouts are getting more and more despairing, aren't they?
Carlson again bowls. Clark fiddles this to backward point. There is no run, but it's been a good recovery here by Sussex, because when they lost those 4 quick wickets before lunch, you know, Glamorgan would have felt they were still in with a bit of a shout if they could pick up wickets straight after the break. Carlson in bowls, cut away by Clark to the sweeper on the cover boundary. But as Nick says, I think Sussex will, well, they've got a chance of getting 4 batting bonus points with still another 9 overs after this. So you thought they'd been okay for that. Whether they can, well, they'll have to get a move on a bit, won't they, to get to 400, to get for 450. That's a long way off, I think. Carlson again in and bowls, and Simpson works this one into the covers, and there is no run. There's an ooh and an ah from Kieran Carlson. 2 more balls in the over, and then we can dive into the very nice Victoria sponge. In fact, Glamorgan are making absolutely certain this is the last over before tea, and you can't blame them, really. They've been out there quite a while this afternoon with that delay we had. In comes Carlson bowls, and Clark is right in behind that, plays it into the offside. There is no run. They're still waiting for the clock to tick over, you know. Kieran Carlson's taking a long time to wander back to the end of his relatively short run. Still hasn't clicked over. There we go. So it will be tea at the end of this over. Kieran Carlson's 9th. He's in and bowls, and Clark cuts to backward point. There is no run, and that is tea time here at Hove. A maiden over to finish off the session. Sussex 336 for 5 with Clark on 64, Simpson on 59. As much as I thought Glamorgan had fought well, really back fought back really well prior to
right words, wrong order.
yeah, prior to lunch. Very much Sussex's afternoon, Nick.
Can't argue with that. Glamorgan looked to go in, or did go into the lunch interval with the momentum. 4 wickets fell in the hour before lunch, but Sussex have not lost wickets in 3 out of the 4 hours that we've played today, or give or take. Nothing in the first hour. Glamorgan fighting back in the second, but no successes for the Welsh bowlers in the afternoon. Tom Clark did his best to keep them on tender hooks, with Ned Leonard in particular with the new ball, firing a few past the outside edge. Ben Callaway beat the bat repeatedly at times, but no successes, and Sussex lead by 150 at the tea interval, the evening session, to resume at 3:40 on BBC Sport Online.
Thank you, Nick. Normally in the break here at home we leave the effects microphone running, but we've got 1 or 2 issues technically this afternoon, so you won't hear anything for a little while, but fingers crossed that'll all be finished and done with by the time we come back to you after tea.
And welcome back to the evening session here at Hove on BBC Sport Online. Apologies to those of you who left your streams open during the tea interval and received an awful lot of chat about technical matters as we try to sort things out.
Not my strong point, I have to say, Nick, but now we've got music coming through the headphones as
And
well.
to make things worse, I think it's Kachagugu, isn't it?
Oh, crumbs.
Or is it Howard Jones?
Howard Jones.
There we are. Let's get rid of Howard. He might have Welsh antecedents, but I'm not a great lover of most of his work. 3:36 for 5 as we plunge headlong into the evening session. The light is marginally less bad than it was before lunch, and Ben Callaway is going to try his luck from the Cromwell Road end, having bowled I think all his previous overs from the sea end here at Hove. 30 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 79 his figures at the moment, looking for a 4-wicket haul for the first time in first class cricket. This only his 4th match, and he's bowling to Tom Clark, who is getting a single off the first ball of the 3rd session to take him on to 65 and the total on to 337 for 5, the lead at 151.
Well, the light, no, that doesn't sound great to me.
I think you're at the wrong, maybe you're at the wrong angle there. There we are.
Yeah, but it's still not great, is it? It's still not too loud.
As Callaway is in to bowl and Simpson plays it off the back foot into the offside. No run. 3-3-7 for 5. Simpson 59, Clark 65. These two coming together after lunch, batting and beaten through the afternoon session as Simpson drives to point and there's no run. The main contributors at the top of the order: Daniel Hughes made 83, Tom Haynes was out last night for 48. Callaway bowls and Simpson drives slightly uppishly towards cover when there's a scrambling stop by Carlson and there's no run. The night watchman Henry Croker made 54, his career best, and these two passed their half centuries in contrasting styles in the afternoon as Callaway bowls and Simpson comes down the wicket and slams it back where it came from. It is 6 runs to the Sussex captain, taking the attack as he did really after lunch to Ben Callaway and lofting him back over his head up towards long on. The ball crunching into the advertising hoardings at the far end of the ground. 3:43 for 5. That batting point for 400 maybe on Simpson's mind as he cuts that one hard down towards backward point. There'll be a couple here, I think, as they turn. Throw comes in from Tribe, but they're comfortably back for 2. 3:45 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Sussex website, also available via your smart speakers, even if we haven't got particularly smart technology this end at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Well, hopefully we're sorted out, and hopefully if you're listening online, I know people, and I do apologise, as Nick was saying, we've been trying to sort out a technical issue we could only do with our microphones on, so if you're listening to our blurb about microphones. But we're now back with the cricket, and I have to say, the other thing is that I thought before tea, and someone sent me a rain radar map, and it looked like as it was going to absolutely pour with rain, but it might still do that, but certainly at the moment the light is better than it's been for some time. There's almost a glimmer of a shadow actually with some of the players, so I'm not entirely sure where the weather's coming from. There's a brisk wind which is making as I said earlier, the clouds scud across the sky, but anyway, wherever it's coming from, we're playing, and that has to be good news. 3:45 for 5, as Nick was saying. Dan Douthwaite into the Glamorgan attack from This end of the ground, the C end, it means he's bowling up the slope to the left-handed Tom Clark, who's on 65, John Simpson on 67. Douthwaite is in and bowls. Oh, that's a poor delivery, and it's a no ball as well. And he was rather lucky there. Tom Clark will probably feel he rather missed out. Nonetheless, 2 more to the total for the no ball. Douthwaite wanders back to his... I thought he bowled quite tidily, Dan Douthwaite, in 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 50.
Yeah, most of it was pretty tidy, 1 or 2 loose overs, but certainly looking to get his economy rate down.
Yeah, that's true. Douthwaite in again. Bowls, and Simpson defends down the track, and there is no run.
Edward Cooper suggests on X that Sir Tom Jones could come to Hove. We're talking about concerts being staged on the ground earlier. He might even sing the green, green grass of Hove.
Oh, very good.
Very good.
Yeah.
On a serious note, Edward says perhaps Glamorgan need an academy in the West, not just in Cardiff.
In comes Douthwaite round the wicket, bowls. Oh, that spat. That really spat at Tom Clark, who's hit on the hand, and Douthwaite, to his credit, clearly said to Tom Clark, "You okay?" And Tom Clark held his hand up and said, "Yeah, I'm fine, thank you." But that sort of spat out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, it did seem to come not that short of a length. It wasn't a Douthwaite bouncer. It just came up off a short-ish ball, but not the bouncer.
When you've got a lead of 161, I guess to a certain extent you don't mind seeing that happening now and again. As Douthwaite is in, bowls, and Clark drives to mid-on, and there is no run. It really is a very breezy day. I'm looking at the trees outside of the ground which are really swaying around in the breeze. And someone's got some washing on the washing line over. There's look like a couple of towels that are nearly getting blown off the washing line. It's very windy. There's Douthwaite again. Just got the 1 slip in place now. Is in and bowls, and clipped away by Clark down to 5-8. They do run the first one very fast. I know it's something that they always teach young cricketers, run the first run hard, and certainly Clark and Simpson both do that. Clark goes to 66, 348 for 5.
I think there have been a few concerts here on the county ground.
Yeah, they had Michael Bublé here, they had Elton John here, and others that I can't remember, but they haven't had any since COVID.
All right.
Pete Fitzboyden, the CEO, was saying last night, as in comes Douthwaite, well, he didn't say that, but in comes Douthwaite bowls, and Simpson, that was a slower delivery, and Simpson just turns it with a flick of the wrist down to fine leg, picks up a single. He goes to 69. Applause around the ground for the 350 up for Sussex, is it? No. 349. What's the relevance of 349? It's not 150 partnership.
No.
I wonder if it's a milestone for John Simpson this season, maybe in terms of runs scored. I'll check that in a moment.
That's his 1,000.
There we are. Here comes Douthwaite. Bowls, and Clark cracks that to backward point in. There is no run. So 1,000 runs in the season for John Simpson. And that is some achievement. 400s already, and the decision to bring him in vindicated by, well, in spades really. He's been absolutely tremendous. End of the over. 340. Is that 349, Nick?
I believe so.
Yeah, struggling to see the scoreboard. 349 for 5. Simpson on 68, Clark on 60. So John Simpson. That's, someone was watching their stats better than the commentator was.
Should have gone to... Oh no, they're not the sponsors of the championship anymore.
Yes.
What used to be an optician's.
Yes.
Ben Callaway then from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Simpson, who drives gently to mid-off. No run.
I wonder whether they might have a little think kick. They're in a strong position about having a dart at this.
I think it's worth it.
51 runs in what?
7 overs.
7 overs.
As Callaway bowls, Simpson drives out gently towards deep point, and there's the applause for 350 and the 3rd batting bonus point. So the bonus points column reads 6-1 to Sussex at the moment. Glamorgan desperate for another wicket. in that next 6.4 overs, and if Sussex open their shoulders and go for the 400, then Glamorgan might have more chance of getting that 6th wicket for the 2nd bowling bonus point, but they really have been outplayed for the 5 sessions, or most of the 5 sessions so far. As Callaway bowls down the wicket comes Clark and squeezes one somehow down to short third man where Harris fields, and there is no run.
Well, certainly Clark was hinting there that he was keen to try and hit over the top.
As John Simpson's record in a season is 1,039 a couple of summers ago for Middlesex.
Well, you'd think he's going to beat that at some stage, if not in this game, sometime in the season.
As Clark pushes on the offside, they'll go through for a single. Harris has a shy, but it is from square on, and I think Simpson was safely home anyway. So that a milestone that Simpson could pass if he keeps going, and I think it is he who has been Sussex's headline act really today.
Yeah, I would agree.
Dominating the stand with Clark, dragging along his batting partners. Down the wicket he comes again and drives back to Callaway on the bounce. No run. Callaway now 3 for 90, was 3 for 30 odd at one point. A bowling education for the young man, putting in the hard yards, as that's cut away firmly on the offside by Simpson. A single taken, 352 for 5, and 6 overs for Sussex to get 48 runs for the 4th batting bonus point, which could be the win that wins them the 2nd division title or decides promotion, who knows.
It could be, been a real milestone for John Simpson. 1,000 runs in the season, 400s to his name. And as I say, he's been quite the signing. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. You may be listening online. I know we've had 1 or 2 issues, but hopefully we're back on. You could be watching via the live stream that the club provide. Harry Ian is operating the cameras today. I think that's all been working well throughout, so fingers crossed we're coming through loud and clear, and we're watching Dan Douthwaite in improving light here at Hove, running away from us into bowl to Simpson, who plays with bat and pad closely together out into the offside, and there is no run. I've completely lost track with all our technical issues of our rotor. Well, we didn't ever really have a rotor, did we?
Well, I'm going to have to depart for a radio update in, after my next over anyway,
okay,
so that'll settle things.
And we can also ask Atif as to how much of the cake has been eaten. Have you not?
No.
Well, you better get a move on, because it may all be gone. Douthwaite in and bowls, and Simpson, well, he got lucky there. He's going to get 4 runs down to a fine leg. It was a big inside edge, and the Glamorgan lads, a few of them got hands on knees, thinking it just hasn't gone their way since lunch. On other occasions, some of those edges go to hand, or you drag the ball on or whatever, but take nothing away from how well Simpson and Clark have batted, but slightly had the rub of the green. Douthwaite in his 15th over, figures of 2 for 58, but Sussex batting themselves into a very powerful position here. Certainly with the rain staying away for the time being. Douthwaite in bowls, Simpson right back on his stumps, plays back down the track, and there is no run.
I wonder if John Simpson is thinking of a cheeky declaration tonight to have a few overs against some knackered Glamorgan openers in murky conditions.
A few messages have come in, actually, quite a few messages, so I shall read them out in a moment. I think most of them saying they could hear us chatting at lunchtime, or during the tea break, which we know about. As in comes Douthwaite bowls, Simpson drives down the ground, Douthwaite fields of his own bowling. There is no run. Believe
us, dear listener, the chat would have been far looser had we not been aware that it could be heard elsewhere.
Noel McCarthy's been in touch. Hello, Noel. He said, according to my calculations, that should be Simpson's 1,000 runs for the season. Not bad, he says. I agree. Jed at Stag says, crystal clear now. Thanks, Adrian. So that's due to Nick's. It's Nick's microphone which is doing the job. Douthwaite in again. Bowles. Simpson drives gloriously through the colours. beautiful shot by John Simpson. He really is in tremendous form, as Nick says, closing in on his most runs in a season, 1,039. 360 for 5, 78 now to John Simpson. So thank you, Jed. Martin says, the sound is better than it was this morning, but I won't worry, as it took me back to listening under the bedclothes to Radio Luxembourg.
Yeah, just pretend it's medium wave.
On a small transmitter in the early 60s. Thank you, Martin. In comes Southwaite again, bowls. Simpson defends onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over. 360 for 5. Clark 67, Simpson 78. Bob Pook in Hastings. Hello, Bob. He says, I'm very much enjoying the cricket and the commentary. It's good to have a teeth with you.
It is.
Do you know, Bob? I mean, I wonder, perhaps when you're next co-commentating with him, you could ask him to recount some amusing anecdotes from when he's been on TMS with Aggers Tuffers and the hilarious Andy Zaltzman. So that is your task, Atif, who will be back on shortly. Clive's been in touch, and we talked about Tizer a bit earlier on and taking the bottles back to the shop. And Clive says, Tizer is still made. He said, I used to love the stuff when I was a kid. So we talked about Tizer the Surpriser a bit earlier on. And Steve's back in touch.
Callaway bowls and Clark defends.
Steve says, to back you up, as requested, I too remember taking bottles back to the sweet shop to get cash. So there we are, Atif, you see. Thank you, Steve. More in a moment.
As swept away by Clark, and he hasn't got it past Billy Root, tumbling at short fine leg and making the stop, saving what would have been 4 runs. 360 for 5. What about the lorry though that came around every week with your pop bottles on?
Oh no, I don't remember that.
Didn't you? No. As on the back foot goes Clark, slaps it away through the offside and takes the single. 361 for 5. Believe the brand was called Corona. I don't know if they're still going. I haven't heard of them in recent years. And our family's favourite used to be Dandelion and Burdock.
Ooh.
Weekly visit from the pop lorry. As Simpson drives to extra cover, and similarly I think you were asked to return your empties when you bought some for the next week.
Yeah, I remember that, and getting money back.
Callaway bowls, and Simpson gets one up in the block hole, which he just jammed down on at the last minute.
I wonder if that was sort of the earliest days of recycling.
Yeah.
Might have been.
It's recycling before we knew it was eco-friendly.
Yeah, for sure.
Callaway to finish his over. Bowls a full toss that smashed away on the leg side, but not quite got hold of by John Simpson. Single down to backward square at the end of the over. Sussex are 362 for 5. The lead is 176. Simpson has 79, and Clark has 68. And Adrian will be joined by Atif.
I will. Steve goes on to say, for me it would have been the mid to late 70s in Brighton taking those bottles back. I seem to remember getting the most money for those old soda siphons. They were the prized item. They absolutely were, Steve.
What are these?
Well, soda siphons. And so you used to get, I think, whatever it was, 5p for a lemonade or a Tizer bottle from... Can you still get White's lemonade? I think there was Corona as well, as Nick was saying. But the soda siphons, they were worth quite a bit more. In comes Douthwaite around the wicket. Bowls cut away to backward point by Simpson. There is no run. So thank you, Steve. He says, it was of course recycling in its purest form long before we invented the term to save the planet. Quite right, Steve. So thank you, Steve. And I'm sorry, we've had a few technical issues today, so I've been distracted from reading out all these emails. Julian Good's been in touch. Hello, Julian. He says, enjoying the commentary, watching on Sussex YouTube. He says, and I'll read the rest of the email in a moment, as in comes Douthwaite around the wicket. Bowls, full toss, and clubbed away by Simpson through mid-wicket. That was a poor delivery. And they'll come back for 2. They'll probably come back for 3, because they are very, very quick between the wickets, these two, where they thought about it and eventually decided not to. Simpson goes to 81. 364 for 5.
I've just had a look at soda siphons online, by the way. I'm looking at what looks like a like a soap dispenser almost, or
151 partnership, sorry.
I beg your pardon, no, of course. And well, it sort of reminds me of the tool that I get my orange juice out of when I go to a continental breakfast.
Okay, yeah.
Is that called a siphon? Looks nice though.
Yeah. Douthwaite. In again and bowls and pulled away. That's a lovely shot by John Simpson. There's no stopping that, too short from Douthwaite, and Simpson climbed into that and pulled the ball away over mid-wicket for another boundary. And John Simpson has got a hurry on here. He goes to 85, and Sussex have got in their mind's eye that they're going for this 4th batting bonus point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good aggressive cricket from Sussex.
Yeah, there's been a flourish of boundaries in recent overs, hasn't there? They just really upped the scoring rate. A couple of boundaries and a couple of overs ago, and some lovely stroke play, aggressive stroke play. I think John Simpson's wanted to do that from the minute he's got out there in the middle, just wanted to impose himself on the game, and he's done that successfully. He's got to his 55th first-class half-century earlier, now eyeing up his 15th ton.
Indeed, 368 for 5, a change in the field, and there's no slips in place at all. Douthwaite, but to be honest, you've got to feel sorry for the skipper, because if you bowl it there, you're going to get hit for 4, you know, unless you've got 9 fielders on the boundary. Douthwaite in again and bowls, and Simpson. well, he's almost taken the mickey there, isn't he? I mean, he's just waited for that and guided the ball down to 3rd man for another boundary. It's beautifully played by John Simpson.
He's racing along at the moment, just finding the boundary right now with ease, and just putting a lot of pressure on the Glamorgan bowlers. It's been a difficult afternoon for them after that second hour of the day. 11:30 to 12:30 was all Glamorgan, but since then, it's been all Sussex. I'll tell you some stories as well afterwards. Was it Bob who wanted the stories?
Yeah, and I'll just finish these emails, and you can tell Bob about your stories of TMS. As in comes Douthwaite. Around the wicket, bowls to Simpson. Short, pulled away, and the fielder at mid-wicket didn't see that. John Simpson doesn't care because he's hit another boundary. And this over is being plundered for 14 runs, and John Simpson now to within 7 of what would be his 5th championship 100 of the season. It's an innings in which he's gone past 1,000 first-class runs. And you've got to feel a bit for the Glamorgan skipper here, because this is a poor over from Douthwaite.
There's little you can do when you're captain, but he's standing at mid-off at the moment, just wondering what to do as Sam Northeast. It's very little you can do, as you say, when your bowler keeps bowling half-trackers.
I wonder if Douthwaite can redeem himself. He's in again, bowls, and Simpson works this one backward of square on the leg side and picks up a single. So 15 runs off the over, 377 for 5. Is that 100? I'm struggling to see the numbers in the light. 107 overs gone. So Sussex have got 3 overs to get 25 runs to secure a 4th batting bonus point. So just read some more of these emails. Julian's been in touch. He says he's hoping to get down from Essex to see some Division 1 Championship cricket next spring if he's well enough. So Julian, wish you all the best with your recovery. Keep up the good work. He says it's been a big part of my recovery from illness this summer. Julian, it's lovely to hear from you. And Jackie from Polegate has been in touch. Hi Jackie, she says, enjoying the commentary. I certainly remember taking bottles back to the local offie, which was part of the pub at the bottom of the road. I seem to remember that the money you were able to get back on the glass bottle was printed on the screw top, generally 3 old P. That would have been mid-60s. My brother and I walked down to the pub, but to wait outside the offie while he went in. Happy days. Goes on to say, Jackie, I thought the forum last night was really good, with Paul, Peter and John all speaking with a passion that they obviously have for the club. I couldn't agree more, Jackie. It was good to see you there yesterday, and they did speak with great passion. And, well, I think most people who were there left feeling that the club is in good hands.
Yeah, well, that's good to know. That's always a good thing after a general meeting type situation, just to feel, just so the punters, the people who keep the club going, the people who buy tickets, support the club year round, feel satisfied. That's important. And, well, everybody who's made the trip today has enjoyed some brilliant batting from Sussex, particularly off the blade of John Simpson, who's on strike now on 94. As Ned Leonard runs in, bowls one down the leg side, and it's well taken actually by Cook behind the stumps, and there is no run.
Just to say they're off for the day at Leicester, between Leicestershire and Yorkshire. So Leicestershire 35 for 2, still trailing Yorkshire by 246. I think the forecast generally across the country is quite good. And now off a bad light at Lords frustration from Middlesex. Gloucestershire 154 for 5 in their first innings, so they'll be very frustrated sitting in the pavilion at HQ.
There's Ned Leonard in again. This time he gets a bit of bat on it as John Simpson flicking the ball down towards fine leg for a single, taking him to 95, and Sussex to 378 for 5. 24 needed from 16 balls for an additional bonus point. They're on 6 at the moment for the game, are Sussex. Glamorgan with just the single solitary bonus point thus far. Although another wicket would get them another one, wouldn't it? Here's Ned Leonard in again, running into Tom Clark. He bowls full, flicked nicely by Clark out towards deep backward square leg for a single. Takes him to 69, 167 balls he's faced. It's been a fighting knock from him today. He's had to survive some hostile bowling and from the seamers and some very consistent bowling from the spinners, but he's made it through that patch and he's pushing on nicely. Of course, John Simpson taking the pressure off on 94 off 137 deliveries, on strike again as Ned Leonard sprints in and bowls full and a good length outside the off stump, left alone by Simpson, taken very low by Cook behind the stumps, and there is no run.
We'll come to your stories in a minute, but Chris Rees has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, Chris here, the Glamorgan supporter you met at Scarborough." Yes, I do remember you. Chris, he says, "Greetings to you and Nick and Atif, keep up the good work." He says, "The Pop Man," talking about Nick, "served Aberdare with Corona, Dandelion and Burdock. The jewel in the crown," he calls it.
Wow.
So there we are.
Learning things today. Here's Ned Leonard in again, driven nicely off a thick outside edge out towards deep extra cover. Now, fielder from deep third is going to run around and prevent the boundary, but they will get back for 2. So he's within a blow of a ton here. John Simpson, it would be his 5th of the season, his 14th overall, his 15th overall. I'm just going to double check that actually. I've seen him score a few of them myself live down at HQ where they're currently sitting without play. Yeah, it would be his 15th if he could get there. Had a very good season as John Simpson.
And for as long a career as John has had, for 5 of those to come in one season. I don't think anyone's done that down here since Ed Joyce.
It really does go back. Here's Ned Leonard again down the leg side. It's going to be left alone. He sort of shoulders arms in exaggerated fashion, does John Simpson. That's the end of the over as well. 381 for 5, Sussex.
Nick has just come back in, so I'll just reiterate that email that we had in, Nick, which was from Chris, who's a Glamorgan fan who I met at Scarborough a couple of weeks ago, and he says that the Pop Man served Aberdare with Corona, Dandelion and Burdock. He says it was the jewel in the crown, so you weren't pulling our leg.
There we go.
Credit actually to the umpires here today, because there were times when I thought we probably ought to be off.
It's quite gloomy. They did take a light reading at one stage. Umpire Sue Redfern took off one of the bells and put her light reading machine thingy out on them, and they deemed it fit to play.
They did.
And they're going to continue. And here we go. Ben Calloway, he's been a workhorse today. He's back in.
He is, and he's coming into bowl to Tom Clark. There's a change in the field actually. They're bringing in sort of a straightish, shortish extra cover. As Calloway into his 34th over, swept by Clark, and that's going to be another boundary. Swept away through mid-wicket. Clark goes to 73. Well, these two haven't given up the ghost of picking up this 4th batting bonus point. 385 for 5. So they've got another 11 balls to 15 runs.
And you like that as a target in a ball game, don't you? But it could be tricky. You're going to have to go after Calloway. And from a Glamorgan perspective, they have to look at that as an opportunity. When you know the opposition is looking to up the ante, it creates more chances for you. It can do anyway.
Simpson in again, bowls cut away by Clark through point. They pick up another single. 386 for 5. Clark to 74. Simpson prods the pitch, as Atif was saying, now just 4 runs short of his 100, and well, they're just keeping him guessing. It's got very gloomy again, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's
Just in the last 2 or 3 minutes, the light has really deteriorated.
you can't imagine Sussex want to come off right
No,
now.
I think they want to stay on.
Of course, it's not their decision anymore. It's not.
No.
It used to be the case, and is there a change in field? Yeah, I just saw Dan Douthwaite running off, and I thought others might be following him, but no, it's just him going to a short fine leg position.
As in comes cutaway bowl. Simpson plays it out to the offside. There is no run.
There was a time in cricket where you'd offer the light to the batters, and then they'd have the opportunity of saying, "Yeah, we don't like it, and we can go off." But now it's the umpire's call.
Yeah. Cutaway in again. Bowles and Simpson is all playing with due respect, and there is no run. I'm also looking here at John Simpson. Am I right? And I'm never quite sure with these statistics how sort of updated they are, but I think it shows 10,000 first-class runs as well.
In the previous game, I think, with the last run of the previous game, he got there.
In comes... Okay. Oh, and he's very nearly caught, but he's cut it away down towards third man. The ball is racing away down towards the boundary. It eludes Billy Root, and there we are. It's 100 for John Simpson. The 5th time that he's reached 3 figures this season. The 15th time in his career. It's come in 143 balls in 163 minutes, 15 fours and 1 6. It's an innings in which he's passed 1,000 runs for the season. It's been a terrific summer for John Simpson. What a signing he's been down here on the south coast. Sussex 390 for 5. John Simpson 100 not out.
Yeah, it's been terrific from the Sussex skipper. Just imposed himself on the game from the second he got out there in the middle.
Get away again, Bowles. Now Simpson showing all the tricks, a reverse sweep. Just picks him up a single. Total goes to 391 for 5. So 1 over to go. Sussex will need 9 if they're going to rack up 4 batting bonus points. And with Yorkshire and Middlesex both watching the rain or looking at the bad light, Sussex have been very lucky here today that they've stayed on for pretty much the whole day. Just a very brief interruption to the morning's play. Now the umpires are having a natter, and the light really is pretty poor now.
The downside is if they do go off, they're very unlikely to get back on, just because it's just gone past 4 o'clock, 10 past 4, and I can't see it improving drastically. Hoping they'll just let it go. I think they're going to let it go. They're going to continue.
They are. Wow.
And that works. That certainly works.
Well, round of applause. That's good from the crowd. I mean, the light is one of the issues. Is I think particularly for the fielding side when the light is really poor, because at least as the batter you know where the ball's coming from. You've got the white background. But anyway, I interrupted you. You were going to tell some tales.
Tales. So some TMS stories. Well, I've got to censor some of them, but
yeah.
I was telling you a few off air, so I thought I'd tell you something a little bit different. I was telling you yesterday about the time I pranked Aggers and Zoltz and a few others when we were in Multan in 2022 for the England's that England tour of Pakistan. I thought I'd tell you about the COVID year, the 2020. In a moment, as Ned Leonard is in, and that's been pulled away nicely, uppishly as well. Is it going to go all the way? I think it's just bounced short of the boundary. It's gone for 4. Oh, no, it hasn't. It's gone all the way for 6. Terrific shot. Hooked it nicely, did John Simpson, and flew over the fine leg boundary for 6. And that fielder at fine leg, maybe sort of indicating that it was very hard to see that ball. It's Dan Douthwaite down here. He's gesticulating a lot at the best of times, and now there's another fielder going in that sort of fine leg position, slightly more square. So there's a deep backward square leg and 2 deep fine legs in place. As in comes the bowler that's been pulled away again out towards one of those 3 fielders, the one closest to in front of square. And that's another single to the score for Simpson. The score moves to 398 for 5, and that 6, by the way, has brought them closer to the bonus point. So 7 off the over already. They just need 2 more now from this over, and another bonus point is secured by the home side. Top of the table in Division 2, let's not forget. Middlesex currently off. Yorkshire currently off. Sussex are on in the gloom, scoring runs. Here's Leonard into Clark again as that ball's been flicked out towards that fielder at deep square leg. They'll get through for a single. The score will moved to 399, so just within one of the 400, one of that bonus point. And I shall tell you, if you recall, 2020 was the West Indies and Pakistan were the touring sides during COVID, and it was a really bizarre time, really, because spectators weren't allowed into the stadiums. The only people in the stadiums were the key workers, the broadcasters. Everybody had to keep a 2-meter distance. So it was a very strange time as Leonard is in. This time the ball's been pulled out towards fine leg on the bounce. Well fielded by Douthwaite, but they will get through for a single. That will bring up the 400 for Sussex, and with it, another bonus point. They're on to 7 for the game now, and their lead is at 214 runs. And there's lots of applause, enthusiastic applause from the Sussex faithful who've turned up to Hove here today. And they've seen a terrific batting performance from their team. Still plenty of time left today as well, more than 20 overs in fact, and Sussex are absolutely flying, really taking on the game. 400 for 5 the score. Clark on strike on 75. Here's Ned Leonard, short ball. Clark weaves out of the way, goes through to the keeper. There is no run. So with that bonus point secured, I can take you back to 2020. And, I was given the call to join the Test Match Special team at Southampton at the Rose Bowl. And we were told that we were going to be staying there for a period of 19 days, 18 days. So not leaving the ground, you're there, you're away from your family, your friends, everything, and you're all sort of together. I'll explain why that was interesting in a moment, as Ned Leonard is in again. This time the ball's been clipped off his pads by Clark to mid-wicket. They'll get through for a single. That completes the over. 401 for 5. The lead is 215. And Sussex have 7 bonus points from this game. Glamorgan have 1. Right, so there we were, told that we're going to spend 18 days together. And a lot of the crew are a bit unhappy about this. Obviously, they want to spend time with their family and friends and things like that. Now, imagine what my thought process was, because I've got Phil Tufnell next door to me on one side. I've got Azhar Mahmood down the corridor. I've got Wasim Akram there with the other broadcasters, Michael Holding, Michael Atherton, and the late great Shane Warne, all there, and many, many, many others. Right? I've got Jonathan Agnew, obviously, and various Test Match special commentators. We're all just there. Andy Zaltzman was there as well. And the thing about cricket commentators, I mean, sometimes you'll get to work with people that you really enjoy, but after the game, everybody sort of goes off and does their thing, or after the day's play. You know, people go off to dinner or meet their friends or go to the hotel, whatever it is they want to do. But when you're stuck in the same place, Adrian, you can't get away from me. You're stuck with me. So I'm spending evenings in bars chatting to like Michael Holding and the late great Shane Warne. We had some wonderful chats. And one day, Henry Moran, myself, and Andy Zaltzman said, we should have a game of cricket. Let's have a game of cricket on the concourse at the Rose Bowl. I'll tell you what happened in a moment.
Kellaway comes in and bowls to Tom Clark, who eases that one away through mid-wicket. They've taken one, they're thinking about 2 here. They are going to go out. This is very aggressive running and good cricket by Sussex. Throw comes in, but they're back for a couple of runs. John Simpson running to the danger end. Clark to 78, 403 for 5.
So Phil Tufnell decides to turn his arm over. Adam Mountford, our producer on Test Match Special, decides to face up to him. And he smashes Tuffers away for a big 6 into the leg side.
Kellaway in bowls, swept away by Clark. I'm not sure the fielder picked that up, you know, down at deep mid-wicket, but he did eventually. One more to Clark. He goes to 79, 404 for 5.
So Tuffers decides to go into the bar and grab somebody else. Who does he bring with him this time? Wasim Akram. Wasim Akram, you have a go. Now, Wasim Akram was like in the middle of his meal. He wasn't really feeling it. It wasn't loose or anything like that. So he lobs a nice full toss to Mountie, which he smashes for 6 as well. And everybody gives him a big cheer because he's now just hit 2 former international, you know, legend and 3/4, I'm going to say, over a square leg for 6. And who does Wasim Akram go into the bar and get? He only goes and gets Shane Warne to have a bowl at Adam Mountford. And Tim Peach stood at first slip. I stood at second slip for Shane Warne as he ran in and bowled. Outside edge, drops in front of Tim Peach. He puts it down. He put down a chance off Shane Warne.
They wouldn't have done that normally. I'm just going to break off for a minute because Ben Kellaway is now changing his action. He does bowl left arm, and he's bowling left arm now around the wicket. We wondered if he might do this, and Simpson plays it back to... First time in the championship. Thank you, Nick. He's ambidextrous.
Well, that's quite unusual, isn't it? I mean, there's a few there's more players nowadays who do it than before, but it's still quite remarkable.
Kellaway again, left arm around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who eases that one away through mid-wicket. Look how fast they're running between the wickets here, these two. In fact, in the end, it was a comfortable 2, but you just feel they're always looking to put pressure on the fielders.
I believe it was Callaway during the one-day cup who took wickets left and right-handed in the same game, which is quite extraordinary, isn't it? When you think about how hard it is as a sort of recreational cricketer to bowl just with one arm properly, to have that kind of control and accuracy and skill to be able to bowl with both hands and take wickets with both hands, that's sensational.
Simpson to 111, 400. The line
Is he switching back again?
He's coming over the wicket, I think, or is he coming back to right arm? Let's see. Now, even I'm getting confused. Now, I think he's going to bowl.
Let's have a look. It's in his right hand, the ball.
No, he's left arm over.
Yeah.
This is confusing. So he's bowled right arm round, right arm over, left arm round, left arm over.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
And also, just to make it confusing, he keeps the ball in his right hand when he's going to release it from the left.
Yeah.
How peculiar.
Callaway in again. Bowls almost down the leg side, swept away by John Simpson. He's going to pick up a couple of runs down to deep back. In fact, they just pick up a single. There's a good bit of fielding way down in the distance in the gloom. Simpson goes to 112. Sussex 407 for 5, and Sue Redfern, the umpire, has got the light meter out again because I think Glamorgan are just desperate to go off, and you can't blame them. It's quite tricky, I think, when you're out there in the field and it's this gloomy. I think the over before last, Dan Douthwaite wasn't very happy. The umpire's having a natter, but if the light meeting says it's below whatever it was yesterday, then you come off.
Well, they're just chatting to each other at the moment. The two umpires quite...
We're going off.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I mean, it really is very gloomy at the moment. 407 for 5, Simpson 112, Clark on 79, 21 overs remaining in the day. The ground staff are very quickly getting the covers ready, and they're sort of walking out with purpose and intent, as if to say, we may be going to get a drop or two of rain, but we shall see. As Atif regales us with stories of Test match special.
Well, I could give you a few more of those in a moment, for sure. I'm really impressed by John Simpson today. He's been really the star of the show. Some glorious stroke play, played with great intent, and he's being applauded by the home fans, and of course Tom Clark, who's shown a lot of resilience to fight through a difficult period. 79 off 174 balls, as those covers are being pushed on by the ground staff at the moment. I think they may well be anticipating some rain, or at the very least anticipating that the light won't improve. It is possible that the light improves, but I suppose we don't know. But in my experience, and you'll have a lot more of this, Adrian, I'm sure you can tell me, it seldom does from this point of the day onwards.
Yeah, and I think at this time of the year as well, I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility, but the fact the covers are being bought on suggests to me that I think the ground staff probably think there might be rain around, but we've been very lucky to get as much play as we've got. John Simpson, 1,044 runs in the season. He's never scored as many runs in a county championship season. He's scored 500s. Just extraordinary. I mean, it's been a brilliant signing. Paul Farbrace spoke about it last night in the forum, and he said this all happened at the sort of tail end of last season. Initially, Middlesex weren't keen to let John Simpson go,
Yeah.
But then there was a further conversation, and they gave Sussex a 2-week window to talk to Paul Farbrace, to talk to John Simpson. And Paul said that he met John down in a hotel in Ashford, and they had a chat, and he sold him the vision of what he wanted to achieve here. And John Simpson said, yes, very much, I'd like to come. And I think all Sussex fans are very pleased that he has.
Oh, and the rest is history, really, isn't it? It looks like they're going to be playing Division 1 cricket next season. Looks very much like it. And they've also got a finals day to look forward to this weekend.
Yeah.
And Glamorgan themselves have got the one-day cup final to look forward
They have
to.
indeed,
So
yeah.
there's a lot of silverware that both these teams are contending for, but no one's contending for anything right now because it's dark in Sussex. Proper dark here at Hove right now. There's heavy, gloomy clouds over the pitch right now, and yeah, it sort of reminds me of various times where there's been breaks in play on TMS over the years. I mean, do you really want to hear more stories about TMS right now?
Well, you could give us another one just before we go and have a cup of tea.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you. I mean, I share with you the short story I told you. We went to Multan in Pakistan on the last tour in 2022. So we actually started that tour in Rawalpindi. And when you play in Rawalpindi in Pakistan, you tend to stay in Islamabad because they're twin cities, and Islamabad has a wider selection of sort of high quality, very, very high quality hotels, including one which may well be the nicest hotel I've ever stayed in Islamabad. And so we have a lot of freedom there. You can sort of roam around the city and do your thing. But in Multan, there are stricter regulations for the media, the visiting media. I think fans are allowed to explore a little bit, but we were told that we were kind of under lock and key in our hotel, the Filates Hotel in Multan. And the staff are very nice, but it doesn't matter how nice the hotel is. There's never really somebody you want to spend 24 hours on in sequence. But anyway, I do remember the first day we got there, and Andy Zaltzman checked in before me. I said to Andy, "How's the hotel?" And he said to me, "You know what? Just do not miss out on the chance to use the swimming pool." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah, you got it. You got to see this pool. It's on the rooftop. It's phenomenal." I said, "Fine, no problem." So I chuck my stuff in my room and I head up to the swimming pool on Andy Zaltzman's recommendation. And when I get up to the roof, there was indeed a swimming pool, but of course there was no water in it. It was David Gower standing in the middle of the swimming pool, taking a selfie for his social media feed, and a security guard with what looked like a really powerful protection weapon in his hands. No swimming was done in Multan that day.
Lovely story. Thank you, Atif. Well, we're going to have a breather and a cup of tea. Nick, Atif and myself, with the news here that Sussex are 407 for 5, which is a lead of 221 with 2 days remaining. I think Sussex will feel with 2 days of decent weather, they've got a very good chance of winning this game. I mean, it's a little way off and you can never tell, and Glamorgan last year batted out for a long time to save the game, so it's never done until it's done. But Sussex will be very pleased with their day's work, particularly as at one stage they were 213 for 5. So these two have added 194 for the 6th wicket, which has put Sussex in a very strong position in the match. There is an announcement being made. We can't hear that, unfortunately, but it's very grey, it's very overcast, and we understand that rain may not be that far away. So we'll keep the effects microphone bubbling away, keep an eye on the Sussex Cricket Club social media feed, and that will give an indication of if we do get any more play today. If we don't, thank everybody for tuning in. Sorry for some of the technical difficulties that we've had during the day, which we think was due to a faulty headset, and thank you to Nick for lending us a pair so that we all know it's working well. Thank you to Tamal Mills, who came and had a natter to us this way. It seems a long time ago that Tamal was up here, but it was great to hear from Tamal, looking ahead to a big day at Edgbaston on Saturday. So, who knows, we may get some more play today. Keep an eye on the social media feed, but if not, from Nick, Atif and myself, Adrian Harms, thank you very much for listening.